Finding those levels too. Look at that four-punch combination. Crawford has just stopped Sean Porter.
This fight is over. What an impressive knockout victory for the Monster.
Wow. Errol Spence Jr. has done it. The truth hurts. Oh my! A monstrous shot by Davis. Finding those levels too. Look at that four-punch combination. Crawford has just stopped Sean Porter.
This fight is over. What an impressive knockout victory for the Monster.
Wow. Errol Spence Jr. has done it. The truth hurts. Oh my! A monstrous shot by Davis. Finding those levels too. Look at that four-punch combination. Crawford has just stopped Sean Porter.
This fight is over. What an impressive knockout victory for the Monster.
Wow. Errol Spence Jr. has done it. The truth hurts. Oh my! A monstrous shot by Davis.
What's going on? What's going on? What's going on, man? Can y'all hear me? Everything good? Let me fix my audio right quick. How does my audio sound? How's my audio sound? Teach. What's going on? Teach in the building. What's going on? Y'all come on up in here, man. Let's talk about this fight, man. Once again, man. That's all I'm gonna be talking about, man. Y'all get all up in here, man. Let's do this. I went live, I think about was it last week? Yeah, it may have been last week. I went live about the fight. Had a few brothers up. They got Crawford winning. And I ain't mad at him. Anybody who's going with Crawford, I'm not mad at. I'm just trying to make them see how it's possible for him to lose this fight. People thinking like this is gonna be like the Errol Spence fight and all these type of things is totally misjudging it. I think it's a very difficult position he's putting himself in at 168 at an older age with another year layoff against a guy who's been very active, who doesn't, for a lot of people, don't look very active because he looked very shitty in his last performance. But I'm trying to warn people that when a smaller guy, and here's the thing, right? I saw this interview, I think it was with a couple football players. Yeah, a couple football players. I forget one that I know definitely his name. I forgot his name, but they were up there saying that, oh, Bud just cut like that. He just like that. And why do people think he's not a strong dude? And he's strong. Like, nobody's saying that he's not a strong dude. Nobody's saying that he's a weak dude. Nobody's saying none of that. But it gets taken to that because people are assuming you're saying that because you think Canelo is going to beat him because of the size, right? At what point does the strength of Terence Crawford, like, they say the movable force, what they say, the irresistible force beats the immovable object. This is going to be this fight. Bro, I'm telling you. I don't know if this makes sense to any of y'all, but let me know in the comments, bro. Skills don't always pay the bills. Skills don't. Oh, I shook that on the shirt. Skills don't always pay the bills. You guys are talking to somebody who's seen it, who's done it. Not what they done. Not on their level. No. Only at amateur level, right? But it still remains the same thing that skills don't always pay the bills. Do skills pay the bills? Yes. Do they always? No. We are assuming that Terence Crawford will possess the same attributes, mobility, and all of these things combined in this new weight. And he did not at 154, and we keep ignoring it. Oh, well, he didn't really care for that dude. He didn't really get up for that dude. And I've seen that happen with Terence Crawford. He not really, you know, get up for a certain dude. He still beat him, still whipped his ass, stopped him, but he didn't get up for it. You know, this is the first time we've seen him not look dominant. That was a 115-113 decision. Do we know? Do we remember that? That was the closest fight that this man is. I think he's ever been in, man. And I don't. I just watch Goodfella TV. Shout out to Goodfella TV. I don't know if you guys. Uh, if you don't, go subscribe to Goodfella TV. Man, makes great content, very consistent. He brought something up. He said that we're always taught to uh um not walk to the puncher, right? But walking to the puncher comes with great what could I say? What could I say? Walking to the puncher has great benefits. We're always taught not to do it. But when you walk to the puncher doesn't normally see that. It makes them very uncomfortable, right? If Terence Crawford is going to go in there and box, it is going to take a lot of energy. It's going to take, his legs are going to have to be fresh. He's going to have to be as mobile as ever. And I realized that there was a slight decline in his mobility just before he fought Spence. And more I'm starting to see it. Now, can he turn back the hands of time and refresh his legs for this fight? I don't know. I don't really think that could be a possibility, being as though his advanced age, in terms of boxing, because he's young, but you know, in boxing age, he's old. He's on the older side because of the year layoff and because of the mileage on his legs, man. For him to box Canelo Alvarez for 12 rounds, he's not just gonna have to do what he did against Madrimov. Because in spurts, when he was fighting against Madrimov, and I'm talking about for the first half of the fight, right? He was on the back foot boxing and he wasn't really active. He wasn't really throwing his hands. Now go back to what Goodfella said. He said you have to go to the puncher to make them uncomfortable, make them miss, make them pay, all these things. That's the perfect avenue to gain your respect. Let's say Terence Crawford goes in there and he doesn't. Let's say Terence Crawford goes in there and he doesn't get the respect of Canelo Alvarez punching wise. That's not going to be good. What he can do though is go in there and get the respect of Canelo Alvarez by making him miss and making him pay. That can also gain somebody's respect. But he's going to have to take a risk. If you guys think Terence Crawford is going to win this fight without taking a risk, I don't know what we're doing here. And like I said, I told you guys before, with the Jermell Charlo situation, these are two different fighters. Terence Crawford, Jermell, they're not the same fighter, but one is bigger than the other. And I think had they fought, it would have been a very competitive fight. I know y'all don't think that because Errol Spence did this and this and that. Styles make fights, right? But that's a whole nother story. I think that Jermell Charlo, he misjudged the situation as well. Because we look at Canelo, oh, this nigga lazy. Look how he do this shit. He just throwing one or two punches. He throwing the same punches. He did. And the Jermell, who was talking that shit, he went in there and he was completely unprepared mentally for the shit that he said. Oh, Canelo do the same. He's completely unprepared. He was underestimating Canelo. Canelo was overestimating him because he knows what it is losing to the smaller guy, moving up. Y'all think he's not gonna get up for this fight? Y'all saying this? Y'all saying that about Terence Crawford? Oh, he don't get up for these, and I agree. He didn't get up for that Madrimov fight. Y'all think this is not the same thing with Canelo? All these trash niggas he been fighting, and he about to fight a good nigga who people think gonna beat his ass. Y'all better wake up, man, and not think this shit gonna be like a massacre for in favor of Terence Crawford. It's not. Let me read some of these comments. I favor Canelo, but I want Bud to win. That's what I'm on. That's what I'm on. That's exactly what I'm on, Teach. That's exactly what I'm on. Give me 10, little bro. All right, man. Shout out to Scholar, man. Y'all go subscribe to this channel, man. Great content over there, man. He put 7 belts on. He put 7 belts on Madrimov face. He did the rest with his glasses, and I know that's not even a fight he was up for. Yeah, one could easily say that, but y'all won't give Canelo that same grace. Look, I don't fuck with Canelo, but I'm talking about this shit in the space of a fight. You know what I'm saying? And that's it. Strictly that. William Skull was the worst fight I ever seen in my life. I didn't even watch it. I have no desire to watch a Canelo Alvarez fight. I have no desire. Unless it's David Benavidez. That's it. I don't even want this fight to happen. I don't want this fight to happen. This shit right here. You know what I'm saying? I don't. That's just me. Cause I feel like I know where this is headed. Not a lot of people seem to think that, because Terence Crawford, he made a believer out of a lot of you dudes. A lot of you, some of you dudes maybe be in here on this live that didn't believe in him in the beginning, but he beat the big bad Errol Spence, and now all y'all on the train, and y'all calling me a nigga who been riding with this nigga since forever. Y'all calling me a Terence Bud Crawford hater, and y'all niggas was the same ones riding with Spence to do all this shit to him, and Bud is ducking and all this shit. Now he beat Errol Spence, and y'all the niggas who the Terence Crawford fan, and I'm not, right? That's what we doing. That's what we doing now. Ball gonna stop Canelo. What's good? There's another one who been riding with Terence Crawford for he ain't gonna never not ride with Terence Crawford. Much respect for this brother right here. Bud gonna stop Canelo, but he know what I'm on, man. He know I'm a Bud fan, but I just think Canelo gonna win. That's all it is. I don't put my fandom into it. I don't. That's not how I do my shit. Now y'all can do y'all shit however y'all want to do it. I'm telling you right now that I think Canelo Alvarez is gonna win as a Terence Crawford fan. Now, I want y'all, you see this? I want y'all to tell me how many people will say that. That's a Terence Crawford fan. How many people y'all think would want to admit that or even admit that? Does it even sound believable for me to say that I got Canelo winning, but I want Bud to win? Does that sound believable? Y'all let me know. Y'all let me know. Because at the end of the day, I see both sides. I can see why people, Terence Crawford gonna do this and that, and I'll box him. He's gonna, now I do hear the crazy shit now. Like Bud gonna stop Canelo. He thinks Canelo gonna TKO. No, Terence Crawford gonna TKO Canelo. See, now that's a different realm of maybe it's something I'm not seeing that he's seeing. Right? A TKO for Terence Crawford over Canelo Alvarez, that'll make him the GOAT, man. That's what some people seem to believe is gonna happen. I don't, but that's what some people seem to believe is gonna happen. When you look at the circumstances, I'm gonna favor Canelo. Exactly. Exactly. Right? It's believable. Okay. All right. Tell me how it's believable. What is he? How's he? And I dropped the link if you want to come up and explain. How is it believable that Terence Crawford in his first fight at 168 is going to stop a guy who's undefeated at the weight? Not only is he undefeated, only got 2 losses to guys that Bud don't have the style of. High volume, in some way, high volume punchers. Bud, not really a high volume puncher. An intelligent, cerebral puncher, but not a high volume puncher. What's good, bro?
What's up, bro?
What's good?
Yeah, I'm saying it's believable, like that you could want Bud to win, but think he gonna lose, cause
Okay, okay.
it's like a lot of times it's kind of like thinking with your heart or your
Mhm.
head, you know,
Right,
cause
right, right.
I bet it on Wilder versus Zhang, and I was
Woo.
betting with my heart, you know, not realizing he a damaged fighter now, so
Mhm.
I lost money doing that, you know what I'm saying? But so that's why it's believable, but I don't think it's I don't think Canelo gonna beat Crawford though. I think he got the heart of a winner, bro. And I
Mhm.
can't see it. I can't
You
see
see,
it.
you see, this is and I'm a kind of segue this into a little. I'm gonna bring this up, right? Y'all see, and I know a lot of y'all niggas probably gonna get mad at this, right? It's like the legend, bro. Once somebody become a legend, like he slayed the dragon. This is what Terence Crawford is becoming before my very eyes. And I'm not saying with you because I know you've been riding with him from the beginning. You've been on it, but I'm talking about with other people, right? You listening? You hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Like it's like this man is becoming the myth, bro. Like I'm watching it before my very eyes. Like it's like because of like his reputation, right? It's so fierce. like a Kobe Bryant. It's so fierce. Like now, you can't say nothing of criticism about Kobe Bryant without getting backlash or you're hating. It's getting to that level with Bud.
Yeah.
You know
What you mean? This not the same Terence Crawford though? I didn't
what
catch
I
that.
mean is I don't think he's in his prime. Right. I don't think he's in his prime. I think we all should know that. I don't think he's in his prime. And I think while also he's not in his prime, he's putting himself in a position at 168 where he's not at a comfortable fighting weight, which he, by his own self admission, said that he doesn't think. No, he absolutely said that his max is 154. 2 days after he fought Errol Spence, he said that in the TMZ interview. No, he said that on a what is those dudes? It was a what's that Hot
Um,
97 interview.
yeah, the Breakfast Club. Was it the Breakfast Club?
No, it was a Hot 97 interview.
Okay, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, you know. So I'm listening to these things. I don't want to. I don't want to be just disingenuous to you guys up here. I'm putting everything on the table. Now let's talk about. Did you watch the Williams Score Canelo fight?
Yeah, I watched that.
What did you think about that fight? Does that fight right there ultimately have something to do? Not ultimately, but you viewing that fight. What did you think about Bud's chances going up against Canelo?
I felt like Canelo just he not a volume puncher.
Mm-hmm.
He just I know he gonna perform better against Crawford, but
Mm-hmm.
he didn't want to put forth effort in that
Mm-hmm.
fight to cut off the ring, and he didn't take chances. He was barely punching, one and two punches at a time. That's how he fight now, though. So
Mm-hmm.
I think that's a flaw that I see. Like Bud can outwork him fighting like that. You know what I'm saying? That's how he been
Mm-hmm.
fighting. And when he show head movement, he never in position to for offense. It's just like he always
Mm-hmm.
retreat when he move his head. So I feel like that's a lot of flaws that he got.
Mm-hmm.
And I think
That's
despite Crawford age, I feel like he gonna put on the best performance of his career. Like he do every fight. It's like he get better and better. So I think he gonna show us something we never seen because he really never had to go out of first gear in none of these fights. Really, when he got hit, he turned up every time. So I feel like that's what he gonna do.
mm, I hear you, man. I hear you. And Canelo, he's not a volume puncher. I wouldn't say Bud is either, but I think. How do you think he's gonna? Is he gonna box him? Is he gonna bring it to him? Is he gonna do a little bit of both? What do you think?
Yeah, I think it's gonna be both. I think at some point he gonna back Canelo up, and that's when
Mm-hmm.
he gonna take off. I feel like he gonna jab to the solar plex and just the jab is gonna be key for him. It's gonna stop Canelo, make him reset, and I feel like he gonna back him up at some point and walk him down. Like everybody don't think that can happen, but I think it can happen. And yeah, that's really how I see it. And I see, when Bud said his max is 154, he wasn't looking at 168. He looking at all the fighters that's big up there, but he
Mm.
realized Canelo is not he don't have the
Can,
dimensions of the other fighters at
can I
168.
can I ask you something?
Yeah.
Why do you think he backed up Errol Spence at some point? What do you think happened there?
The jab, and he's stronger than Errol Spence.
Mm-hmm.
He's
Right.
stronger than Errol Spence.
Okay. Also, what happened is, guess what happened?
Well,
Errol Spence found out that he could thump, and he hurt him. That's how he gained his respect. Throughout most of Terence Crawford fights, he gained your respect by hurting you. That's one. And that's not the only way you could gain somebody's respect in a fight, but that's how primarily he's been gaining it,
yeah.
right? If he's not able to, like, be stronger than Canelo pushing him back, let's just say hypothetically, right? And
Hmm.
he's not able to hurt him and gain the respect that way. The only other way, in my opinion, they could gain his respect is by making him absolutely miss and making him pay, right?
Yeah. I'll watch that.
Now, as a person who's been watching him for a really long time, as well as you, I don't think he's the absolute like how they want to compare him to Floyd at making the motherfucker miss and making him pay. He's not on that level of that, right? He's on this level of his own as it pertains to his other skill sets. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But as it pertains to that specifically, making the motherfucker miss, making him pay, I don't think he's like a 10 out of 10. like a Floyd. We're talking about how motherfuckers want to compare him to that, right?
Yeah,
I think it takes like you really got to be good at that to beat him at that specifically. This nigga Canelo, right?
yeah,
And I don't know if he's gonna start fast, but I don't know if he's gonna start slow. But we know, what they always say about Bud is that he starts slow. And to me, watching Canelo, he starts fast and then he fades and the motherfucking he starts to
later
fade.
rounds. Yeah,
You know, them first 5 rounds will let me know how the rest of the fight is gonna go. I know that shit sound cliche, but Bud starts slow and Canelo, for me, starts fast and then he fades. Bud really in those first 5 rounds is gonna be the most dangerous for him, in our opinion.
yeah,
He
I
has
would.
to weather that early storm.
Hmm.
You
But
know.
yeah, I see. The key, like we don't know how Bud gonna fight because he fight different, like every fight. But the key is Bomac is the corner. I know they gonna have a game plan that's just they gonna outperform Reynoso because they the best team in boxing in my opinion. They got three
Ooh,
three trainers
look at this.
and they gonna figure it out.
Look at this though, right? Because we
Yeah,
ultimately all assuming, right? Because we never seen him fight it this way. This is why I don't like to assume. You know what I'm saying? Even if it's not in favor of what he gonna do at the weight, because I still don't know. He could look like motherfucker Roy Jones on 168. We don't know, right? But it's
yeah,
safe to say, as history has told us, in whatever situation where motherfuckers skip 2 weight classes to campaign at whatever weight, that that first fight is difficult, right? What if his body doesn't do what he wants it to do, which is very likely. So we've seen it when a guy who moved up, Jamel skipped 160 and went to 168, right? And he's 5'10". He don't have long arms as Terence, but he bigger. He a bigger guy. And he only skipped 160 and his body just couldn't do, and maybe his condition the way he was conditioning himself just wasn't, he didn't do certain things, or I don't know. But I
yeah,
know he's a guy who's notorious for being in very tip top shape, compete a peak tip top shape. That's what we talking about.
yeah,
Now maybe Bud could do it differently. I don't know. He is a smaller gentleman though. What if
yeah,
his body doesn't do, like, they have a great game plan, but his body is just not cooperating with him with the new weight?
yeah. I feel like he knew about this fight longer than Charlo knew about his fight, so he had a whole year to prepare to get his body in shape. And when he did the interview with Coach Malachi, he like his body just it automatically do what I'm saying what he wanted to do like
Mm,
without even thinking. And I feel like he gonna definitely get Canelo respect by hurting him in my opinion. You know what I'm saying? So we it's yet to be seen. Of course, y'all
mm,
say we don't know, but when it do, then what? You know what I'm saying? That's how I look at it. Like
mm.
he always do what people say he can't do, which is why he even took this fight. So I expect him to show that. You know what I'm saying? That's
So look, and it is the punches you don't see coming that can not get block off, so to speak. But
yeah,
I'll be very surprised if he's able to do that, because I don't know, man. I know y'all probably think I'm too stuck on that last performance. Like I said, fighters, it be fights where they just don't get up for certain dudes, and that could have been a situation like that, right?
yeah,
Um, but what if it was not though, man? Like all these things we're saying, he's gonna push Canelo back and all this type of
yeah.
I'm not hearing that. I understand that he didn't get up for the guy. That's what I'm saying. But it's no way he didn't want to make a statement in his first fight in the division, right? That fight
Yeah.
right there against that dude who I don't think is that good. I was saying that before. I'm gonna say it after.
He switched his game plan up with Bud. Like he fought completely different than he usually fight. And I felt like people say, "Oh, Bud slowed down," but he didn't slow down to me in that fight. He was fast as hell. Like he kept his speed, in my opinion. And I see like with the Majimov fight. Uh, what else should I say? Oh, I feel like a lot of it came from, he switched gloves in the locker room because his gloves messed up. So he had to wear a pair of Majimov gloves. Majimov gloves busted too when he was warming up, so he got another pair. And those was Grant gloves. Grant, they protect your hands. That's what Floyd used. You know what I'm saying? And Bud usually used Everlast. So I feel like that played a part in his power too. The fact that he had those gloves. So, he still tatted Majimov up, but it's just not. It wasn't like a big enough fight for him to, what I'm saying, really display. I feel like, what I'm saying, like you say, get up for the fight. I feel like he wanted to perform, but that fight just won. It ain't like this Canelo fight. He got something to prove, just like with the Errol fight, he has something to prove. So that's what I feel like he gonna be on. He gotta win this fight. So I feel like he gonna definitely perform better than the Majimov fight. And Canelo don't even fight like that anyway. A bunch of feints and all that moving. So it's gonna be
Y'all,
easier for
y'all keep y'all keep going to that. Yeah. So y'all telling me, right? A bunch of feints and a bunch of movements, right?
yeah.
A bunch of feints and a bunch of movements was responsible for why Terence Crawford had to date a performance that's quite like undisputedly not one of his best.
Yeah, I
And
mean,
why he got a 113, 115. Because and this is a high IQ fighter we talking about.
yeah, the weight moving up this first fight, I feel like the gloves played a part and the game plan.
So it's not gonna play a part in the weight and all that not gonna play a part in this fight with Canelo then.
No, I feel like he know what he got to do. He had enough time to get his body adjusted to this weight. This whole year he always sparred bigger people, but I know his nutritionist doing it the right way. So I feel like he gonna be in his best condition, and he gonna be able to. Canelo he usually high guarding, walking you down. That's easier to figure out than what Majimov was doing. And I feel like
Mhm.
his counterpunching and movement, like Canelo swinging from California to New York with them hooks. So boy gonna be in and out, hitting them. You know what I'm saying? Hitting them 2 or 3 times when he get back
Oh
in there.
man. Yeah, man. I look, man. I'm hearing it all, man, but I think we'd be disingenuous about that last performance, man. I watched it with my own two eyes, man, and look, you know what? Fuck it, man. This shit gonna sound crazy, bro. I'm tired of this shit, bro. That nigga Majimov is trash, bro. Let's
He,
stop.
he
Let's cut it out, bro. Let's cut it out. The nigga not gonna be a world champion at 154. It's over. He done. Y'all niggas told me he gonna beat Virgil, and Virgil cooked him, bro. Virgil do not have the IQ of Terence Crawford, not at all, and he
yeah, but
destroyed that nigga
Crawford
with the
played a
same
little.
bullshit things he was doing.
Yeah, but he fought a little different. Like he was more aggressive with
Uh,
with, with Ortiz, but Ortiz's face was beat up in that fight. Bud just had his
but
little
he had a
eye.
cookie on his eye. You know, that's
Yeah,
that's
but
probably about
but
it. I think on
Ortiz
both eyes.
one eye, but Ortiz had to go to the hospital. You know what I'm saying? He won. I mean, I don't really want to say more convincingly, but maybe a
Yeah, we
little
know you don't
more.
want to say it because you don't want to be
Look,
you gonna be biased.
maybe a little
He
more
won
because
more convincingly, bro. It was not a
yeah,
debate. It wasn't a
because
113, 115. He smoked him, bro.
Majimov engaged more, you know what I'm saying, when he fought Ortiz. He said he was sick and all that, but I don't know about that. But I just know that he was famed in the beginning, then he stopped. He started fighting more in like the second half of the fight, which Ortiz was able to capitalize off that. He didn't fight like that with Bud though. He was, you know what I'm saying, just not fighting, not as aggressive. So yeah, I just feel like he gonna perform better than that against Canelo, man. I know, boys gonna rock out there,
All
man.
right.
Yeah, and
Shelter, what's good, man? What you got on this one?
Word.
What you got on this?
Bud, go beat
On
the
this
shit out
fight?
that fool. Go beat the shit out that fool.
Okay.
and Bradley said, "Bud is gonna beat the brakes off Canelo
How
Alvarez."
boxing, man? See, that's what motherfuckers got twisted. Bud ain't got to knock him out. Bud just got to beat him. That's that.
And,
Ain't
and
got to
Bud
be
never
hurt him and stagger him and you can do none of that. Just got to outbox him.
and Bud never
Remember,
said
didn't
he
do none
gonna
of
knock
that.
out his
Remember, just
opponent.
outbox the shit out of him.
Yeah,
That's all you got to do.
and Bud never say he gonna knock out his opponents. You know what I'm saying? He got all them knockouts, but he never said he was gonna knock them out. It just happened.
Now, if it comes, it's going to take it. If
Yo,
it ain't
Teach,
there, you ain't going to look for it.
Right.
what's good, Teach?
Yo, what's going on?
Yeah, man. What you got on this too, man? What's up, man?
Yeah, in this fight, I mean, I said it in the comments. I favor Canelo in this fight because of the circumstances. But I want Bud to win, though. But again, the reason why I got to favor Canelo, right? He's already 168. He's acclimated to that class. Physically, I mean, he's going to be bigger. He's definitely going to be stronger in that fight. So he has the edge there. You know, that physical advantage. And plus, you know, Canelo can box as well. So it's not only his power. You know, for Bud to win, I think, I mean, again, I mean, he just has to play it smart. Um, if I was Bud, like I wouldn't be like committing early in the first 2 rounds. I'd be like, let me download some data and see what happens. You know, in the first couple of rounds, he could start off orthodox maybe, see if Canelo has anything for that stance, then switch it up to southpaw in the the later rounds. And when it gets to like maybe 7, 8 or so, then he could pick it up. But like I wouldn't be engaging with Canelo like early on because we don't know how Buddy's gonna react to those punches. Again, those punches are gonna
Exactly.
be harder than anything he's felt before. And if he gets touched by any of those punches, he's not gonna have the legs to like move around. So he gotta be avoiding punches early on, downloading data to see what Canelo brings, and then move from there.
I
I,
I
I can see
I,
that.
I think Canelo power is overrated too. Like he not some knockout artist. Like especially since the Caleb Plant fight in 2021 when he got surgery after that fight and he haven't had a knockout since. And I feel like that played a part in his power. Is not the same. He had wrist surgery on his left hand, so I definitely don't think he knocking Crawford out. I think Bud gonna be
You
able to
think he could be dropped? You think Bud could be dropped?
he could be dropped. Yeah, if he get hit over the chin, he could be dropped. But like Vivo was hitting Canelo a lot, but
Volume puncher.
Bud got a longer reach than Bivol, and Bud is more aggressive. He's a finisher. Like he gonna try to make
Bud not really more aggressive. He has killer instinct. He
right.
goes for the kill.
That's
So
what
who
I
wins out
said.
of
So
Bivol and Bud?
what you say?
Who will win out of Bivol and Bud?
I mean, that's way bigger than
Bivol, he's
Canelo.
just too big.
You know, maybe
And that's why I
Bivol
was
will
getting
win.
at. Is that Uncle Sheldon?
Maybe Bivol will win, but
Oh
that's
man.
way different
Yeah,
than
he's just
Canelo.
too big. What are you talking about?
Oh man. This shit is hilarious.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's what I
Bivol.
was
Oh.
getting. That's what I was getting at, Uncle Sheldon. Because the arguments I hear is, well, first off, Bud himself has said on several occasions, Canelo is too big. So I had a YN on my channel, Uncle Sheldon. I said this. I said, can Bud beat
He
Anthony
said he
Joshua?
said it. He said it once, not
That's
several
most of the
occasions.
people that are now newly Bud fans. Is because that Errol Spence, that was the big stage for him. That was his Hagler Hearns fight. So it's crazy. Look, this is the unfair part about boxing. Bud should have had this level of stardom early in his career because he's
Yeah.
he's hell of what boy say hell of a fighter. But he got it at the tail end, and that's the unfairness about boxing. But with that being said, I asked the why, and I said, "Can Anthony Joshua beat Bud?" He said, "That's a silly thing." I said, "Why?" He didn't want to say because you know I was walking. I said, "Okay, well let's go down up under that. Can Obatai can he beat Bud?" Well, that's a silly question. Okay, can Benavidez can he beat uh, Bud? Well, that's a silly question. I said, why does weight matter at those weights? But if you go one class up under it, it don't matter. The one guy
It
that they want to
matters.
see Canelo fight is Benavidez. What does Benavidez fight at?
It,
175.
at one right. It matters because the height. He's 6'1",
Cause see,
6'1", 6'2", and an arm length. He got an 80-something inch reach. Canelo don't have that. He got a shorter arms than Benavidez and Crawford. So the dimensions is completely different against
why do
those
you think
fighters, which is
Canelo won't
why
take the fight? Why do you think Canelo won't take the fight with Benavidez? Why do you think that is?
Oh, Benavidez a big shit. They throw too many punches.
Because he's too big.
exactly,
He's too
exactly.
fucking big.
He too big. So that's why who wants to see Crawford and Benavidez, but the fact like Crawford took this fight because this is his Hagler Hearns fight. He thought it was Spence but it wasn't Spence. He walked straight through Spence, and my name was Bud gonna stop Spence. And people thought I was crazy. I'm gonna have to change my name and everything until it happened. I betted on Porter and Spence at the same time that he gonna stop both of them. And Porter never been stopped at that point.
Turn your mic up because you are really really low.
Oh yeah, can you hear me?
Turn it up.
Shit, this all the way up.
Okay, you better now.
Yeah, so I betted 500 on Porter and 500 on Spence that Bud to stop both of them at the same time. So, people thought I was crazy, but look, it happened. So it's Canelo is a better matchup than Benavidez. Those guys are literally too big. They got an 84-inch arm reach and shit like that. So that's why
Why do you think Bud is taking this fight? Canelo is 5'7", Bud is 5'8". Canelo has 70-inch reach,
70-inch
but at 74, this is a favorable fight for him.
Exactly.
But Benavidez is not favorable for him.
Oh,
Bebo is not favorable for him.
Oh,
I can beat this guy. I don't know if I can beat him, but I can beat this guy.
You hit the nail on the head with that shit. That's exactly what I've been trying to say. But earlier he said something I wanted to touch on. He talked about Canelo not having knockout power since he got the surgery. It's not that, bro. It's that Canelo is like a Rocky Marciano of 68. Most of the guys he fight are bigger than him, bro. Berlanga's a big guy. Berlanga just said in the interview that he gonna have a fight at heavyweight before his career is over.
He was 193 in that Canelo fight, but Canelo been knocking out bigger guys at that weight class, but he just haven't got it since the surgery. And he fought Charlo coming up, and he didn't stop him either. Regardless if you want to say Charlo was running, he still hit Charlo a lot of times and couldn't drop him because it's the flaws of Canelo not being able to corner him and stop him. It's just the power is not there no more. I'm telling you. That's why.
Bro, he put Jaime Munguia and Berlanga down, and they're both sizable guys. They're bigger than Bud.
Down, but he didn't stop him, bro. He been stopping bigger fighters, right? At 168.
okay, but hold on. Let me ask you this: what if he puts the smaller guy down in Crawford, and Crawford at this new weight? What if he doesn't react how those guys reacted and got right up?
What happens when Crawford get hurt?
But you didn't answer my question.
That's dangerous.
But you didn't answer my question.
I got you. What's your question?
I said Terence Crawford, the smaller guy moving up to 168. He jumping to what? 2 weight classes, right? Yeah. He's not as big as those guys. Those guys were able to take that shot and pop right back up. What if he's not able to do that? Being a smaller guy significantly, in my opinion.
Bud is gonna pop back up, bro, and it's gonna be smoke when he get up. Just like that's what history tell us. When Bud get hurt, he turn up and knock niggas out, bro. That's what happened in history, right? When Benavidez caught him with a good shot in the 12th round, that's when he knocked him out. He dropped him twice. Right after that shot, Bud went off on him, put him down.
But that's not Alvarez, bro. Benavidez Jr. is not Alvarez.
I'm not saying I'm just saying
he's not Alvarez.
When Bud get hit, he turn up every time. So it don't matter who.
So what he's trying to tell you is we don't know what's gonna happen at 68 because Bud ain't never fought at 68.
He's been hit by smaller guys, bro.
Charlo got up
and ran for dear life. Is Bud gonna run for their life? So what you suggesting to us is Bud get hit by smaller guys and get back up and fight. But you saying that
he never got dropped.
Oh man, here we go with this shit. Let's stop, bro.
I see where you're going with this.
Yes, he did get dropped, bro. Come on, man.
You saying when
Kevin Velasquez put him down. Mean Machine put him down.
Mean Machine pushed Bud down. When you watch that replay,
he ain't pushed shit. He caught him with a fucking shot. Right hand.
Bud grabbed him and
dropped his ass.
Down.
Then Bud got mad, got up and knocked his ass out.
That's exactly what happened.
The records say he didn't get dropped. It wasn't a
knockout. Okay. I see what you're doing.
So you go by CompuBox too?
We dealing with facts. Facts.
Even if he got dropped by Green Machine, he wasn't hurt. He got up and knocked him out.
You was in there?
No, I watched the fight.
You know if he wasn't hurt or not?
I've seen him apparently look hurt more in other fights than not get dropped.
So he wasn't hurt at all. He just got. He just fell.
It didn't seem like it because the ref thought it was a slip.
I see what you're saying.
The ref thought it was a slip, but he got up and stopped him. Like
he definitely did.
We're sitting over here talking about a fighter who's never had a split decision in his career. That means he stopped everybody unanimous decision. And
Unanimous
you're
every
arguing
time.
and swearing that he got dropped by Green Machine. Like that's the only thing that you're holding on to. Think
Did
about
you
that.
But try,
wait?
so
Wait,
Think about
wait.
that.
Pause,
Let me
pause,
think
pause.
about that.
Hold on, pause. Have you been in from the beginning of this live?
No, I'm just talking about right here, where you're
No,
grasping at
But
everybody
no,
straws
no,
knows
no,
about
no,
him
no.
getting
everything
So,
except
dropped.
so,
this
so
guy.
you
Bud
can't
do
say,
think that.
so you can't say that's the only thing we're holding on to because
Yeah.
there's been several arguments for why,
Okay, for
you
sure.
know,
But what I'm talking about,
yeah.
the stretch of talking about he got
He
dropped by
got
Green
dropped.
Mhm.
Machine or
Yeah,
got hurt by Green Machine.
he got
He
dropped by
did.
It's
smaller
we're all
guys. You know they got
hold on. Let me
He
take it to a record.
did.
Hold on. What I'm bringing that up because I'm trying to. There's a brother on the panel, right, who believes that based off of whatever that I'm just asking him. I said if Canelo were to hit Bud, right, is he gonna? You think he's gonna get up? And he says yes, right. I'm just trying to make him understand the difference between not Magic. What's the dude name that Green Machine hitting on Terence Crawford and Canelo? There's gonna be a significant difference. Right now, it's fair to say that maybe Bud will pop up, but he's smaller, is what I'm trying to make him understand. It's a high possibility that if he gets hit, he won't get up.
and
And I agree
I
with you
said
because
Charlo got
Canelo
up.
hits harder than all those guys.
And I said Charlo got up at that weight, and he was from 154. So Bud is better than Charlo, bro. Bud got more heart than Charlo. Charlo.
Nobody's arguing. Nobody's
Yeah,
arguing
nobody's
that.
arguing that.
That Bud is better than Charlo. We know that.
So why
Bud's not
wouldn't
going to
Bud
run
get
away
up?
like Charlo did. We know
Why
that.
bro,
wouldn't Bud get up
I
then?
don't
And
know
what we're
skills
that.
ain't
saying
got
is,
nothing to do with getting hit with a shot you don't see or a
what
harder shot.
we're saying is
What if
this is what we're saying, bro. Maybe the reason that killer instinct, that dog that Bud got, might get him in trouble because when Bud gets hit, Bud's gonna want to fight. That's what he does, and that
Yeah.
might not be the best thing to do.
Yeah, I don't think he's winning. If he sits in the phone, I don't think he's winning that in the phone booth fight. I don't.
No, nobody wins
I
against
don't think.
Canelo in the phone booth. Let's be very clear. We didn't watch all these fights where anybody who didn't engage with Canelo, they didn't hit the ground.
Mm-hmm.
Mungia, Berlanga,
Except for that
and
last
then
dude, though, Blaze.
we can't even get, yeah,
None
but
of
he
them
didn't
was
know. He
in.
didn't engage.
Those
He ran.
fighters
No.
wasn't in the phone
Hold
booth
up, let
Even
him
looking at
speak. Let him
Charlo.
speak.
Hold up,
Let
hold
him
up, hold up,
speak. Let
hold
him
up, hold
speak.
up. I don't count Skull. Skull didn't engage. Skull ran. Let's be very clear. We know that. That was Compy Lowe's. Let's not even talk about him. But anybody who's engaged with, even Berlanga tried to fight super defensively slammed, and he got caught slipping with a counter, right? And then even if Charlo wasn't necessarily engaging. He started off the fight engaging. He hit him with his best shots, and Canelo ate him like Scooby snacks, and he actually got dropped on his bicycle. He was already running when he got dropped. So let's be very clear. Like, we're not going to discount Canelo's power. If you get hit clean by Canelo, you're going to fall. So I'm going for Bud to win. But let's be very clear. If Bud gets hit clean by Canelo, he's going to fall like the rest of them. So I'm hoping he's going to have his boxing IQ and he's going to be on point and he's going to fight good. He's going to box. Because if he gets caught by Canelo, he'll fall like the rest of them. Now, Bud ain't never hit the ground, but then we're going all the way up to 168, right? And you're dealing with that power. And what we can say from his prior fights is that Bud engages. Bud ain't never engaged with a 168 pounder, and not just any
Mm-hmm.
168 pounder, a Canelo. So I don't expect Bud
The
to
top
fight Canelo
168
like that.
pounder.
Exactly. I expect Bud to fight like he fought Postol on a back
Oh
foot
man,
and
then
be
he already
very
lost, bro.
cautious.
Then he already lost. Come on.
No,
We're
he
not gonna
don't.
get that from Bud. Bud is 38, man.
Listen,
36,
37.
check
37.
this out, check this out. But
37.
listen to me though. All
Good.
Bud only has to be faster than Canelo. And so peep what he's doing though. One thing he's gonna be, Bud's coming in that ring bigger than Charlo because Bud's walking around at 180 plus. Bud's going, I expect, I hope, this is what I'm thinking, because what I'm seeing in this camp, what we're seeing, how he show up, is
Mm.
Bud's going to weigh between 165 and 168, and he's going to rehydrate to over 180 pounds, possibly
Mm.
185. Right. And listen, look, peep what he got though. So let's backtrack. Right. When he fought Madrimov, you got to remember his training going up to 154. He was kind of stuck at anticipating a rematch at 147 with Spence. Spence had him in suspended animation for a whole year.
Limbo.
Right. So once he gets out of that, he moves up to 154 because even when he was waiting on a rematch, he talked about wanting to fight Canelo, and everybody thought it was far-fetched, right? So
Mm.
he moves up to 154. He didn't have a lot of time to carry around that weight at 154. to figure out what it feels like to be comfortable at that weight. He fought Madrimov. Madrimov was a very savvy fighter. In fact, he didn't even fight the way he normally fight with the tape that he's shown.
Uh-huh.
So Bud had to box him and be cautious, and he won that clearly. But that whole time when he after fought Madrimov, he's been looking at Canelo. So he's
Uh-huh.
been holding his weight. He's been
Okay, can
up
I ask you something
here
right quick?
holding his weight the whole time. So no, the point I'm trying to make is that how he put on this weight is he done put on this weight to be able to be heavy fighting Canelo. Now the question
Hold,
is does he have the stamina and will he be faster
hold.
than Canelo? Because if he's faster than Canelo, he might possibly have a chance to outbox him.
All right. Let me ask. Teach. It's a couple people want to get on. You still want to be on? Just let me know. I got two people backstage.
I'm here. I think you could bring them up though, right?
No, no. I can only allow. How much of this?
I
I can
thought it
only
was
allow six
10.
right now.
All
Oh,
right,
it
all right.
said
Let me get
10.
off.
All right. Let me let them up right quick.
Hey,
All right.
but talking about the
Yo,
fighters that
I
you
dropped two.
named,
I dropped two. I'll be in the chat.
All right, man.
the fighters that you named, they didn't fight in the phone booth with Canelo, Berlanga, and Munguia. They was boxing. But I want to say like Munguia, he dropped him, but he didn't stop him. Then he got stopped his next fight by a person with 4 knockouts. So Canelo power is overrated. I'm trying to tell y'all, man. It's not the same as it was before the surgery, and that's what I think is all about.
All right.
But
Blaze. Hold
Yep.
up. First foremost, let me greet the two brothers on the panel. Salute. World Combat Sports. My God, salute.
What's up,
The other
WTF?
brother I'm not too familiar with, but
What's
shout out to
good,
you.
brother?
Thank you for coming up, man. Let me. I
What's
want to
up?
address Blaze about something he said. Let me exactly remember it. So he said, okay, you said he was cautious against Madrimov, and I can kind of assume that you're attributing that to the feints and the little things that he was doing, to offset whatever Crawford may have wanted to do, right? And in my opinion, I think not only was that a factor for Terence Crawford not looking as aggressive as he has looked in previous fights, but I think it was because he didn't like what he was feeling. Pause. Coming back to him from Madrimov. Like Madrimov had some type of respectable power, is what I'm getting at, right? And for me, right, when we talk about the Victor Postal fight, right, Terence Crawford, when he was on the back foot, his hands was flying against Victor Postal, flying. Now, the next time I seen Bud Crawford, now if it's a fight, y'all can remind me. Now, the next time I seen Bud Crawford for an entire fight, fighting on the back foot, and his hands was flying. Well, his hands wasn't flying. Is what I'm saying. That's this Madrimon fight. When he was on the back foot for uh, uh, a majority of the fight until the second half or late is when he started putting hands on him. When he was on the back foot, his hands wasn't flying like that. I think his hands have to fly in this fight. I
and
think he
that's
has to
why
be
I
more
bring up
accurate.
and that's why I
Yeah.
bring up Postal, but it's even a bad comparison because it's years ago at a way lower weight.
Mm. Yeah.
Right? He's moving up. Listen, he's walking around at 180, right? So he's not going to be that fast. My thing
Mm.
is with people, but here's one thing. Here's another thing that I don't know really nobody really point out, and it's something that I really thought about, right? You got to think Canelo, Bud went 8 straight years with stoppages, right? And they were in
Mm.
them lower divisions, right? But I mean, he's literally stopping cats, right? We've seen what
Mm.
he did to Spence. We've seen what he did to Kell Brooks. We've seen what he did to Sean Porter. We've seen what he did to Gamboa, right? We've
Jeff
seen what he did
Horn.
to Ngannou, right? So what is it arguable to say that you can't that Bud, because you see he wrestles, right? That you can't
Yeah.
quantify his power because he's knocking out little people, right?
Mm.
And is it arguable to say that his power comes up with him, unlike Charlo not having power coming up at 168? Because then that's the question. What if he comes up with that type of power? What if he has more power with more weight? Because from what we've seen
Exactly.
is that he's done had destroying power. His power has been able to destroy his opponent. You get what I'm
So
saying? So who's
yeah.
to say he don't got destructive power at 168?
Well, look, I'm a guy who goes off of what I've seen, and I have to go off previous fights, right? And maybe it's just the one fight, but when I did see him touch up, what's the name? He did look like he bothered Madrimov when he did put hands on him, right? But he didn't drop him, or he didn't really. And we could say, oh, he was running. I know that's a running thing. He was running in all of this, but he didn't really look like from after I watched that fight, and after a lot of people watched the fight, he was like coming out of that fight saying, "Damn, well, but he had all these knockouts and these stoppages in a row at 147. He didn't stop this dude." You know what
You
I'm saying?
know,
So I don't know if is he gonna have that power at once. I don't know. I will still have to see it.
That's what I'm. And see, that's the
Before
question mark.
let's
Exactly.
go. I want to say, uh, Majimov coach told him not to engage too, so he don't get stopped from the 10th, 11th, and the 12th round. And Crawford started taking off on him anyway, but he told him not to. He told him to move around because Majimov said his power carried up, so he was trying not to get knocked out. So that's
All
what
right.
I think played a
All
part
right.
in it.
Let me let these brothers chime in. The first what combat, I'm gonna let you go last because this brother was waiting for a little minute to get on the panel, and I'm gonna let you go last. Excuse me, brother, you there?
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, man.
I'm here, man.
What you
I
got on
don't
this,
know
man?
who's here. All right, so
We,
I'm a Bud Crawford fan, and but I'm not, what I'm saying, to the point, what I'm saying, I'm not even gonna say delusional. There's a very good chance he might lose this fight. There's a very good chance he might get stopped, like with any boxer that get in there with, what I'm saying, with either one of the two brothers. But one thing I will push back in is on this whole thing about, if Canelo touches Crawford, he's gonna knock him out. Because a lot of people like to bring up, well, Mean Machine, what I'm saying, technically knocked him down and Gamboa rocked him. But if we got to pick just like two instances out of 40 fights, it's kind of asinine. It just tells you that, what I'm saying,
Facts. 41 fights.
it's a bit of a stretch. It's a bit of a stretch. And furthermore, just because Canelo, what I'm saying, touches somebody, that don't mean, what I'm saying, even but we're bringing up the fact his butt is kind of small, but butt is not really small. Him and Canelo about the same size. If we keep it a buck, yeah, he's jumping up in weight
Oh
classes,
man.
but Canelo, I'm just saying, Canelo done fought small guys. He didn't stop Cotto. Cotto got the dog, the shit beat the fuck out of him by Pacquiao and motherfucking Margarito. Loaded gloves and all, I understand that. Same shit with, who else? Triple G. He ain't stopped Triple G. Danny Jacobs. Danny Jacobs got, what I'm saying, got knocked into the Netherlands by fucking Peter Quinlan. Just because Canelo might, is a possibility Canelo might touch Buzz chin, that don't necessarily mean, what I'm saying, Buzz gonna get, knocked out. Just
But that's
going
backwards. He's
based
not
off
Peter
because he
Quillen
got he
out in the
got he
first
got Buzz
round.
before.
Yeah, you had that
Same guy
backwards. He's
here.
not Peter Quillen out in the first round.
if the
Cuckoo.
brother finished,
But
can
you
I
know what
go?
I'm saying? But Canelo didn't stop Danny Jacobs. Canelo didn't stop Cotto. And he's putting hands on Cotto.
He was way bigger than Colo
So
too.
I'm saying this to say this. Here we go. And that's all I'm saying. I'm just saying, just because if Canelo catches Crawford, he might knock him out. But at the same time, Bud might just take that. Pause.
Pause.
I mean, because it's not out of the realm of possibility that, what I'm saying, that, Canelo could just hit him with some shit and Bud might just not, what I'm saying, be able to handle it and keep doing what he do. But that's all really I want to push back. But like I said, I'm not under the illusion that that Buzz is gonna go in there and dog walk him, because I ain't seen that really happen besides Bevo. I mean, Floyd Mayweather boxed the shit out of him 12 rounds, put a clinic and shit. But I don't see. Is it possible? Yeah, it could happen, and he could beat him. But I'm gonna hop off because I got a call. So, but I'll definitely try to hop back on.
All right, man.
All right, peace, brother.
Scholar teach. I come back up, man. Go ahead, War Combat. What you got? And turn your mic up. It's low.
Okay. What about now?
You good?
You good?
All right. Cool. Oh, I was gonna say one thing I know for sure when it comes to Crawford is that his report card is different. When people talk about Crawford's report card when it deals with his career, they always intend to bring up old grades, Gamboa, Gamboa, Mean Machine. Those are old fights. But when it comes to this particular scenario, no one brings up Canelo's report card. The brother just mentioned it on how he had problems with certain fighters like Cotto and so forth, and Floyd Mayweather and all them, right? But arguably, one of the tougher opponents that we use as a measure is Gennady Golovkin. And that was supposed to be his rival. They did 3 fights, but we only count the first 2. So it's clear to say that Triple G, after that, it was really no equitable opponent after him that we can say Canelo, had a tough go. It wasn't no 50-50 fights in that, and after Triple G rematch.
It was it. So everybody that gets credit, all these fighters like John Ryder, Tommy McGill, Jamel Charles, all these fighters get credit for going to this. Triple G, even in Trilly, he went the distance with Canelo Alvarez. Now all of a sudden we act like Crawford should have been the same way he's fighting now back then. Yeah, he had a knockout streak. You know what I'm saying? He had a knockout streak, at the welterweight division. But it's good that he didn't move up to 154 and knock out Madrimov, because then they would have said, what did you expect from a fighter with 11 fights? You should have expected that. I'm glad he went the distance. So we can now create the criticism again. His report card, they gave him, a lot of people gave him a C, for stepping in there and not getting a knockout. But the crazy
That's
part about
arguably
it,
how he got the fight too.
Hold up, let comment finish. Go ahead, comment.
but the wild part about, you know, the 147-pound knockout spree is that they said he didn't fight nobody. You know what I'm saying? Like, they say he didn't fight nobody. Errol Spence could beat everybody. You know it. You was close to the
Yeah,
course.
yeah,
You
yeah,
know,
definitely,
so
definitely.
so they was like, hey, he didn't fight nobody down there. Errol Spence could have beat everybody on his record. So when he finally moved up after becoming undisputed, it's almost like they was let down that he beat Spence the way he did. But yet when he went up to Madrimov, it was almost like, well, you did that to Spence, but you couldn't do it to Madrimov. Another failing grade for the naysayers. I don't think it's going to be that way with Canelo. I
Mhm.
think him having a year to put on this weight properly, boxing IQ of both fighters, it's going to be a great fight. And if you notice, I'm pretty sure you heard, a lot of times when Bud Crawford's name pop up, it automatically say he's still too small. He's moving up 2 weight classes. When they say that about Spence. I actually saw that. I actually saw Spence.
Oh,
When Spence and Crawford faced off, I said, man, Spence bigger than Crawford. But I told people they have to still go to the weigh-in. And what happened at the weigh-in? Spence was still trying to cut weight on the week of the fight. So I expect this fight to be very competitive. And for the ones who saying Bud might get knocked out, come on now. You think Edgar Berlanga has a better fighting style than Bud Crawford? You think Hummy McGill, who got knocked out by Bruno Saras, got a better fighting style and pop dirty on the rematch? Come on, man. Be better fight fans than that, man.
I don't think that's when we bring up those fighters. That's what we're talking about. Those dudes are not on the skill level of Terence Crawford, but you don't have to be on the skill level to get hit with a punch and not recover from it, or just get dropped in general. No, that those guys, they're not of the skill set of Terence Crawford. But I,
Hmm.
I really want to address this whole this weight thing, right? Because although Terence Crawford, yes, it's gonna take him a year. Well, he has had a year to really get acclimated to this weight, and that's all fine and dandy. But he still hasn't stepped in the ring with that weight. He still hasn't done that. There's a lot of questions still that we don't have answered about this, that, and the third, as it pertains to what he's gonna be able to do and what success he's gonna be able to have in that fight carrying that weight. Right? I make no mistake about it. The skill set of him is solidified. When I started this live, I said that skills don't always pay the bills. I know that's a fact. Nobody has to tell me that's a fact. But we always hear skills pay the bills. But what they don't tell you is skills don't always pay the bills. Right? Because we see more skillful fighters lose to fighters who are not as skilled as them. That has happened before numerous times in history. Right? But now I really want to address this weight. Terence Crawford is smaller than Canelo Alvarez. I get the physical dimensions and all of that. That they have the same, they're virtually the same height, or Canelo a little shorter, whatever the case. Bud has the longer arms or whatever. This is a weight class. It's not a height class. It's not, right? Now, I want you guys to let me know this, right? And I want to see where y'all at is with this. Do y'all think it's gonna be people if Terence Crawford lose, and even himself? Do you think he will say that he tried and that he was a smaller guy and he wanted to challenge himself? Do you think that is something that's gonna come out his mouth or fans' mouth? Let me know.
I
Not
think
his
Well,
mouth, the fans.
I think some fans might say that, but I wanted to address what you said about um, Bud getting hit with punches he don't see that can hurt him. That goes
No,
for
no, I didn't. I
Canelo.
didn't say that.
You said we know it's the punch that you don't see that can hurt you.
Yeah, I was saying that as it pertains to Crawford that he could. I was saying that as it pertains to him, like he could do. Let's say if he do that to Canelo, I was saying that.
Oh,
I
okay.
wasn't saying that. Yeah.
That's what I was gonna say because he could definitely hurt. He could possibly drop Canelo. I don't think he gonna get dropped, but I think he gonna get hit enough and hard enough to get TKO'd. But yeah, okay. I thought you were saying that about Canelo though. All right.
Why does and hold on? Let me address this comment. Canelo is not Superman. Anyone can lose. I'm not saying that he's Superman. I'm just
Bro,
respecting the weight class.
Bud not Superman. Bro, this is the crazy. I cannot believe we really
I'm just
discussing this.
respecting the weight class. That's all. I'm not like I don't understand how this crazy to say that I'm favoring a guy who's bigger, who also has skills of his own. They've been looking, in his last fight, people that shit looked at trash. You know what I'm saying? But I'm trying to make people understand the weight, right? The weight in this fight, right? That we're just throwing aside. He's fighting a smaller man. He's not like he's fighting a William Skull who's bigger and he ran, whatever the case we want to say.
That was trash, right?
At
He,
athletic,
he was not good at all, right?
athletic. Yeah.
Hold up. I'm just respecting the weight, right?
Yeah.
It's a lot that goes into. I'm not just gonna blindly say as a Terence Crawford fan, oh, he gonna look the same. I'm not gonna do that, right? Because like I said, I watched Canelo. Please listen to me. I watched Canelo like in his last fight look like absolute trash, absolute garbage, absolute doodle, thraga against motherfucking what's this dude name? Please help me. John Ryder
William
and all this
Skull.
other shit.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
the John Ryders and all it. And he
Yeah.
completely smoked Jamal Charles. And I remember people were saying Jamal was gonna beat him. Not you, brothers. But it was a lot of people telling me Jamal gonna beat him. I'm like, bro, y'all niggas falling for it, bro. And he didn't even sit down in the corner one time and he smoked his boots, man. Jamal, I never seen him fight like that. I never seen him tuck his tail between his legs, like, but it happened.
He was
It never
happy to be
happened
in the
until it
ring with a
happened.
legend. He was happy to be in the ring with a legend during the whole press conference. So I knew he wasn't fit to stand up.
Well, that's your perspective of it. That's not my perspective because
Bud
I heard
might
you
be
talking.
happy to be in the ring with a legend. It's gonna be his historical payday.
But who wanted to talk? Who
I
wanted to
I,
say something?
I wanted to say,
Yeah, I had something to say too.
do you think that Canelo fans, if when Bud wins, gonna say, oh, he was washed, he was a shell of
Oh,
himself, he was
absolutely,
old, he was
absolutely,
damaged, you know?
absolutely, one
He
hundred
been
percent,
fighting since he was 15.
Yeah,
100%, one hundred
They're gonna
percent
so
gonna
say
happen.
they're gonna say Bud was on steroids, bro. If
they gonna
Bud
say
They're
was
that
gonna
winning
blame
too.
right
it on
now.
Well,
Snack.
They
we'll
gonna
They're
bring
gonna
blame
back
it
the
blame
on
it on
test.
Snack.
That's all
Snack.
we have to do. Test. Bring back the test.
They
You
gonna
see,
blame it on his
I'm,
gloves.
Tests still work. Homie McGill just tested positive. Tests still work.
I'm.
Anti-doping agency.
You
They
see, you
gonna say
see,
he
you
didn't fight
see,
the best Canelo.
you
But
see,
we
you see
always
the.
find out after the fight if they
Mhm.
tested positive.
Yeah,
You look.
hey,
I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna let Blaze. You wanted to say something, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna let Blaze go, right? You see, I'm glad that we can have this conversation for the fans to see both sides of the spectrum. I'm really happy that this shit is happening right now. So fans can see both arguments, right? And really have the best assessment that they can have on both sides. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
Because I want everything to be on the table for this shit, bro. I don't want nobody to go into this blindly saying, and the casuals especially, they go with this reputation, say, oh, no way he could get beat because he just got that in him. He got that dog in him. Most people I talk to, even in boxing gyms, these niggas box. These niggas is nasty with the hands. They don't know what the fuck they talking about, bro.
But you
It
always
be
been
it
like
be
that.
it be the people that actually participate in sport. It don't matter what sport, football, basketball, and these niggas I have. Who can I say? They'll have Zaza Pachulia. This is a basketball player as the GOAT. Niggas don't know nothing. You know what I'm saying? They not
Blake
putting no
Griffin.
breakdown, nothing. But I'm glad we up here talking about this, man, and giving both sides. But
for
go
sure,
ahead,
for
Blaze.
sure.
You
Blaze, you
there,
there?
Blake?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I got 2 points, right? And like I said, I'm a Bud fan, but I'm not gonna discount Canelo. And what I do want to talk about is what somebody was talking about earlier, like the diminishing Bud's accomplishments at 147. But let me just make it real quick, right? So he had one belt, Spence had three. And if you look at how Spence got him, Spence racked him up from Kell Brooks, uh, Porter, and Ugas, right? And if I'm not mistaken, Bud destroyed Kell Brooks in a more dominant fashion than Spence. Bud destroyed
Porter,
Porter in a more destructive, right?
yeah,
Absolutely.
Ugas, if you say Ugas, what you think Bud would have did to Ugas, right? And so it's very interesting that it's like they say Bud didn't fault anybody, but Bud beat Spence and then beat who Spence beat for 2 of those titles in a more dominant fashion. So when they say, oh, he ain't fought nobody, no, he did. He did. He fought former champions who lost the belt to the champion. He absolutely destroyed. And he stopped everybody at 147, cleared it, right?
Right.
And so now when we're going to at the end of his whole career, he's never had a split decision in his entire career. It's been stoppages with at a 75% KO ratio and unanimous decisions. Never been a split decision, right? So now we have a guy, quintessential professional, throwback fighter, right? Dominating. And then he decides when he beats Spence to move up and wants to fight Canelo. My opinion with it is he seems and appears to be absolutely professional in his approach of taking this fight. I don't think he's slacking. I don't think this is just for the money. I believe he's going to leave it all on the line when he gets up there to Canelo. Now, the second point, as a Bud fan, let's make no mistake, and we're not going to diminish Canelo and his dominance at 168. Even if we start and go back with that last fight was some bullshit. I think it was just that promotion type thing because it kind of, if you remember, he had that fight, and then the day before it was fucking Devin Haney, fighting Ramirez, that trash.
So wait,
Ryan.
Why can't we give Haney the same respect and credit for trying to get to the Ryan fight by playing it safe?
Hold on, that's a whole other conversation, bro.
Pete, brother, hold
that's
on.
A whole other combo. Let him finish.
That's another combo, and I agree with you on that because I'm gonna tell you that's where I'm getting at with Canelo in this fight. Yeah. Canelo. Yep. Here's with Canelo in this fight. Skull. That shit's on Skull. Think about this. William Skull, undefeated. He has an opportunity. This is the biggest fight of his career, of his life. He might not ever get a fight, another opportunity, and that's how he performed. He didn't leave it in the ring. Fucking embarrassing. And what is Canelo to do when they are already seeing through for Bud? Oh, if the boy don't engage, he's going to walk around and have an easy win. So yeah, I'm not going to put that on Canelo, but I am going to put it on Canelo in the sense that just like him and just like Devin, y'all put on those trash ass performances with these see-through fights, knowing good and damn well we understand what y'all doing. Just like with Devin, I know good and damn well he deliberately ran from Ramirez. Ramirez fought the same way he fought against Barboza the fight before. He was tailor-made for Devin to run around him, outland him, and win like 11 rounds to 1 so he can be fresh, absolutely fresh for Ryan. But it didn't work out like that. Just like Canelo. Canelo fought his fight to be absolutely fresh for Bud. And that's why I love that too, because I need it, because I don't want no excuses for Canelo if Bud goes in there and beat him. We can't say, oh, he was injured. Oh, he had a fight. He just fought right here a few months before and all that. No, because he didn't fight. There wasn't a fight. You see what I'm saying?
I think history won't even allow it. Like just because of the all the context of this fight, like history won't allow people to be like not count Bud beating Canelo. It just I won't allow
exactly.
it.
I don't think it won't allow it. This as big as his name is, but let's understand that Canelo's been very active, and then I want to just leave it with this one more point. I'm giving with credit to Canelo. When Canelo fought Berlanga, see the thing with Berlanga is was levels to this shit. He wasn't ready to fight Canelo at all. He never fought any competition before Canelo. Anyways, it's been cans the whole time. He's fought nobody. Literally, if you want to talk about somebody fighting nobody, exhibit that is with Berlanga. Right now, look, Pete. The thing with Berlanga is Berlanga didn't have a conditioning. He ran out of gas. His footwork was good them first few rounds, but when he gets caught, he got caught moving slower than he was moving in the earlier rounds, and he got caught with a clean counter. So it's like you can't, and Canelo was banging it out with him the whole time, but Canelo looked very good against Berlanga, right? And so I expect that type of Canelo to come into this fight with Bud, where if Bud makes a mistake, Canelo's gonna make him pay. So as a Bud fan, I'm rooting for Bud, but I'm not, but I'm a Canelo fan as well, and I'm gonna leave it like this. I became a Canelo fan when he was bigger than him and was outboxing him. One thing you can't say about Canelo is he never backed down the entire fight. He was coming for it and trying to figure it out the entire fight.
Against who?
So against Bivol, a bigger fighter. So when we're talking about with me, where it's like, hey, it gotta be for me, Bud. It gotta be one of them punches from Bud that he can't see to get him out of here.
I
Because I done
think
seen a bigger fighter. I done seen a
hold on.
bigger fighter. I done seen a bigger fighter give him his money's worth, and Canelo
I
was sturdy.
I think Canelo. I think he and that Bivol fight. I think he gave up, man. Like I'm gonna get the win anyway on his cards. That's what I felt watching that shit.
I don't believe he was sturdy because at times when Bivol pushed him up against the ropes with punch combinations and he selected just to stay right there without engaging, Canelo just stood right there, man. Like I'm expecting his ring IQ for him to collect it and make adjustments. He didn't do that. It happened over and over again, and Bivol said, "Okay, if I push him back up against the ropes, he's going to be unwilling to engage," and that's exactly what happened.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was a
Why-
bigger fighter, and
why
he
did
kept
he
hitting him
allow
with
it to happen?
sets. He kept
But you
catching
gotta
sets too.
understand, it comes a point where even a Canelo being there and saying, man, it ain't nothing I can really do. Whatever I try against this dude ain't working. And that's what happened in the Bevel fight. Whatever I'm trying, it ain't working. I'm just gonna try to get through this fight.
Yeah, what
Not
he gonna do?
winning.
Take a risk to try
So
to knock the ball out?
He had no
He
problem
couldn't.
doing it against
He knew his
Kovalov.
punches wasn't hurting Bivol.
Old
Bivol was
Kovalov.
eating everything he was
So-
throwing. It wasn't hurting. He knew
Kovalov
that. He
is
figured it
Bivol
out.
though.
So hold
Kovalov
on.
is Bivol.
I'm just saying they was both at the same weight classes, and Kovalev
But
had a
no,
better
Let me-
resume than Bivol, right? He had a
hey,
better resume than Bivol.
no. But yeah,
And
at the time, but Bivol is now undisputed at 175 and beat Bitter B as
that
boxing
has
like that.
nothing to
No, you
do
he
can't.
with
was
when him and
undisputed. He was
Canelo
It
fight.
does.
undisputed. He
It
was
Has nothing to
undisputed.
do when him and Canelo fought. Nothing. It don't
It
matter if
does.
he's undisputed. He
I'm
didn't.
talking
He
about
did
his.
not beat Beterbiev first.
I'm
Beterbiev
talking
won
about
his
his.
first fight.
I'm talking about his skill set. No, if I'm not
I'm
mistaken,
talking
yeah,
about
I'm
his
talking about his
skill
skill
set
set.
when he stepped in there with Canelo. He had success with Canelo, but Canelo had
Yeah.
been to 75 already.
And if you remember correctly, WCS, we told everybody who would listen that Bivol was gonna beat the shit out of that man.
Yeah, man, like
Tell everybody.
come on.
Bivol gonna beat the shit out that little dude. He's too small. He's too little.
Hey, you
I wasn't really going off
hold
sides though.
on. You also picked Zerto to beat Bivol. You know how that
No,
happened.
hold up. I gotta go to that point, Uncle Shell, because I was one of the believers. See, so I know the delusion that these brothers on the panel are sipping on. Because remember, at one time, Canelo was steamrolling guys. He had knocked out Plant. He was undisputed. He was talking about going up to cruiserweight, and people thought he was gonna go up there and make a good campaign at cruiserweight. That's how good
I
Man,
Canelo was
off
looking in the
Makabu,
ring.
bro. Nobody
I
thought he
remember
was
that
going
dumb
up there and
shit.
have a problem with Makabu. Come on, man. That's
Right.
why they canceled the
I
fight because
remember
he
that
looked
dumb
terrible.
shit.
Look, when
He's too
Bud
little.
said,
You talking about a 175-pound established champion.
All right,
At one time, he's not gonna lose to that
let me
little
ask
dude.
let me ask everybody each on the panel. You know, cause I gotta have this. I gotta hear what y'all saying on this. Everybody each. How do y'all think the fight is gonna go? Right? Who do y'all have winning and why? No, not why, because I want to keep it short. If the person, whoever you have winning, in what fashion gonna win? Unanimous decision, TKO, KO, whatever. I'm gonna start with Bug
Bud
gonna start
majority
Canelo.
decision.
I'm gonna
I
start with
got
Bug gonna start Canelo.
I got Bud TKO and Canelo, and when he said when I stomp a mud hole in your ass, is you gonna be a nobody too? I knew he had. That's when I knew it was up. He gonna go in there and do what he gotta do, bro. He gonna stop Canelo.
Mhm. All right, now Shelton, we got you. Say it again.
Bud majority decision.
All right, Scholar.
Bro, Canelo by knockout
All
or
right,
decision.
all right. World Combat.
I'm riding with my guy, Bud. I'm gonna stop Canelo, just like the title says. God damn it, just
Let's
like it
go,
says.
my
All right,
nigga.
I'm gonna pick over World Combat a little bit. So World Combat, right? I understand what your heart saying. What is your mind saying though? Ultimately,
I'm a ride or die Bud fan. I truly believe with his experience, people underestimate how smart he truly is with his IQ. I mean, they keep looking at like this is why I've been to several fights, right? Where I've seen Bud. I'm talking about maybe 7 different times, maybe like 6 or 7. Every single time, this is no BS. Every single time I seen him out there wrestling with dudes. Every single time. In Texas, he was running routes with some guy. And then the next one, he was in there doing something. Every single time I seen this dude, he's out there wrestling with like 6 dudes. In the lobby of the hotel, I seen Bud wrestling. I said to myself, dang,
oh man,
he's a little bit stronger than people give him credit for. And it's coming out a little bit more now that, you know, his wrestling is going to play a significant role. And people may like just brush it off, but I look at Oleksandr Usyk. What did Usyk do for his last fight with Fury? He worked on his wrestling. And a lot of people
How
didn't
is
pay
Bud gonna
attention.
use wrestling against Canelo?
He gonna push him up
Look,
off of us.
In the
okay, I'm going
clinch.
to tell you. Good question. I appreciate that.
Hold on, bro,
So,
comment before you finish your point, because I want to
okay.
get the Blaze and what he say. I'm gonna come
Yeah,
back to you.
for sure. For sure.
Blaze, don't hold that thought. Don't forget what you about to say. Blaze, how you got it, man?
I'm rooting for Bud. I got him by unanimous decision or stoppage. I believe that, you know, with his boxing IQ and with I believe I believe he's gonna carry power up there, and I believe he's gonna catch Canelo early. He might not, and it ain't necessarily a stoppage, but it'd be enough to hurt him and you know, continue to outbox him.
Yes, sir.
All right, now we'll comment. Go back to what you were saying.
So the brother asked me about how it's wrestling. You know, combat sports in general, I'm an MMA guy too. So I always look at fighters clinching. This is the typical fight where, you know, people have been criticizing Bud for getting hit and then just throwing the game plan out the window, right? So I believe Bud does have the opportunity to push Canelo up against the ropes and fight on the inside. Anybody who's looking at this fight and think this fight isn't going to be in the clinch at certain aspects of the fight, you're delusional. It's going to happen. And Bud is going to show how strong he is boxing on the inside, somewhat like Caleb Plant did McCombie. Caleb Plant was getting lit up at distance. He closed it, pushed him up against the ropes, and made it an inside dirty boxing game. I believe Bud's going to do the exact same thing to Canelo. Why? Because ain't nobody did that to Canelo. Bud's
Man,
going to do it to him.
I say this.
Go ahead, Scholar.
Everybody that Canelo has beat has been stronger than him. If you put Berlanga on a bench press with Canelo, he outbenched Canelo. I just think you compromise, brother. You know, I think you might be drinking the Kool-Aid a little bit. I think you already a Bud fan.
Look. If you think me and you are sipping on the same cup of Kool-Aid, me being from the South, you're sadly mistaken because bench press don't have nothing to do with wrestling, brother. It's a lot of football players
So-
don't get picked up and dumped on their head.
That's
That's
true.
what I'm trying to tell you. Wrestling ain't got nothing to do with boxing. You don't do any takedowns.
Absolutely,
it's technique
it
in there.
does.
Everybody
Absolutely,
that Mike
boxers will
Tyson.
tell you.
Okay, well, let me ask you this:
Look.
who's stronger, Mike Tyson or Bone Crusher Smith?
I could care less, man.
You put
See, that's what I say. That y'all throw all logic out the
Because
window.
you know why I don't care? Because I don't know their training regimen. Mike Tyson smoke a lot of weed, and Bone Crush is old and overweight. Come on, man.
I think he being disingenuous, bro. Calm down. I think he
definitely
talking about
I'm definitely not talking about now, bro. Come
he
on.
talking about in his prime. You know that, world comment. Don't do that, man.
Look. He got to be specific, bro. I don't know. I can't assume, right?
And when you wrestle, you put people in positions that you want them to be.
That's true.
He gonna be able to maneuver.
I think you underestimate that, Scholar, just a little bit.
I think that there's a fine line between
they were saying the same
being good
thing
on the
about
clinch, inside fighting, and wrestling. So if
Man,
that
you
by
have
that
no
logic,
idea how much
you saying
wrestling works
so
on
you
the
saying Brock
inside.
Lesnar could put on a pair of boxing gloves and fight a heavyweight, and because he's better at wrestling than them, he could do some work on the inside and beat him up.
Look, he's gonna look. Yeah, okay, yeah. If he gets enough training, he's gonna be able to do some type of work. But Brock Lesnar, known for his wrestling, he's gonna have certain success on the inside. I'm not saying he's gonna have total success, but he was able to come over from the World Wrestling Entertainment business and be a UFC heavyweight champ.
Shout out to Brock, my favorite wrestler.
Come on, man. The dude is athletic as hell, man. But he ain't gonna be able to come over to a boxing ring and dominate it.
Man,
that's my
look.
guy right there, man. Brock, y'all even know why
This is
you
what
play
I
about
noticed.
Scholar.
This is what I noticed
You already know.
about the Bud fans, man. They go through everything else, but to try to convince themselves that this fight is everything but what it is, which is a mismatch. And
I
Bud
ain't
knew
mad
it
at
was
you,
a
man.
mismatch
You
a
have the
couple
right to
years
be
ago.
absolutely wrong, bro. I ain't mad at you.
And you know what? We gonna revisit it because the fight gonna happen. You got your opinion, I got mine.
I'm
and
gonna
like
have
Sheldon Moore say,
athletic. I'm
put
gonna have
their ass in there.
athletic notifications on. Hey, we'll be back, man.
Drop that live, man. You already
Check
know.
it out. I'm gonna be there.
I'll tell you what.
I'm gonna be there in the
I'll tell you what it is.
nosebleeds, and I'm gonna
I'll
say
tell
it's a
you what we are
mismatch if
gonna
he
find
lose. Right up in the
I'll tell
nosebleeds.
you what we are going to find out. This is what's going to happen. We are damn sure going to see them two fight. And we're going to find out who's better. That's what's going to happen.
For 40 fights, we've been telling y'all about Bud. You know,
No. We all been telling everybody because we Bud fans, bro. We just realistic.
That's what I'm saying. Even though y'all was with him mostly all the fights. But what people keep saying he can't do, he keep doing. So this is just another example of y'all doubting Bud, not y'all, but y'all doubting him this fight, and you're gonna see he gonna step up and get it done, bro. He gonna get it done. And wrestling, you can put Canelo in position in the clinch to get him in position to catch him with punches that he don't see. You know what I'm saying? From a south or orthodox stand. So it's gonna definitely play a
I'm
part in
a
the fight.
I'm a remind y'all, brothers, right? Look, I hate that because I made a bet with Bug on stop Canelo, right? I told him if I'm wrong about what I think is gonna happen in this fight, I will clip up every ludicrous, I guess it would be ludicrous at that point, thing that I say, and I will clip myself up and I will make, y'all know how I do over here, right? And
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I told him if he's wrong, which he gonna be wrong. If he's wrong, I will make a whole series like I did with the Aerosmith shit. Cause I know it's coming. Every Bud fan, right, is saying, "Oh, we not the Spence fans," and I ain't saying none of y'all brothers, but I'm talking about Spence fans. I mean, Bud fans who are, "Oh, we ain't the Spence fans, but we ain't gonna make excuses, bro. That's not what we do." And hold on, don't run and say that now, cause I watch this with every fan base, right? It's gonna be the time for the Errol Spence fans to laugh, man. Yeah, Bud is opening up this shit for them for them to have I guess their day, because he whooped Errol Spence ass, sent his ass into the motherfucker retirement home. You know what I'm saying? We don't know where he at, if he coming back. Y'all opening it up for it to be just like this for Bud, man. If he lose to this dude who doing bullshit, picking on dudes smaller than him, not don't want to fight David Benavidez, the fight we actually should be seeing on September the 13th, doing all the bullshit that he's doing. I don't know if he think or his fans think he gonna get credit for being Terence Crawford, but I'm not giving him credit for it. This is just a fucking this is, for me, this is a circus fight.
All
Now I
I'm
So,
hope
hey,
it.
Circus.
can I
Two
can I
pound
say
for
something real
pound
quick?
guys is a circus?
I
Can
Wow.
I
no
say
no
something real
I
quick?
no no
It's
I'm you know
incredible.
what? Let me correct
No,
myself.
you was
I
right. Stand on your
no no no
business.
no 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 no. Let me correct myself on.
Don't
I think
stand
this
on
is
all 10 if all them pinky toes
no no
now.
no 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 no. Hold up. I think this is a video game fight. Let me say that. This is some video game shit. I think
right.
that's better.
So
I think that's better. Y'all think that's
Hey,
better?
when Bud
uh,
win, then it's not. It's a real fight, right?
hey, so
If
look,
Bud win, bro, then we all get to say we got to witness one of the greatest fighters that ever lived during
Exactly.
our era, bro.
For
Exactly.
sure, for
Exactly.
sure.
exactly. Hey, let me
Exactly.
just say it like this with this. One thing about us Bud fans is that if you've been watching Bud like from his career and you started like 10 years ago, then you watch his back fights, and you watch what you watch now, is that like I said, Bud's been dominating. Bud's been dominating with skill, boxing IQ. He got all those stoppages, but he's been out boxing, out maneuvering, out
And
witting
I
Hmm.
killed
his
him for
opponents
the
every
break.
step of the way. And he's been coming in to these fights in his best shape physically. We ain't never
Talk
seen him
that
drop
talk,
nothing on
man.
the scale. We've never seen him drop nothing on the scale. We've never seen him gas out. You
Drink
feel
or
me? Like
smoke either.
we've never. And so the thing is with us is like, you're like, oh, y'all are tripping, is because we ain't seen a boxer perform consistently at this high level in I don't know how long.
Since
And then we're
Floyd.
looking at so yeah, since Floyd. And then I don't want to get caught up in the Floyd comparison. It's a whole different era, the level
Yep.
of competition. We're not gonna do that. I'm not saying that Bud's
Yeah,
better than
I'm
Floyd.
just
Let me
saying
make that
about
clear.
not drinking and
But
smoking and staying in shape.
exactly, be a professional, right? So for
Hmm.
us, it's like this. Watching Bud go to the ascension, then even when it was with Spence, everybody, he was the underdog, not by Vegas odds, but by public opinion with the fans. When he
Facts.
destroys Spence and he justifies anybody who was a Bud fan saying he was gonna watch Spence when they went in there. When Bud got to talking about fighting Canelo, it's as if we wanted to see the fight just as fans, as a Bud fan. If Bud wanted, we want to see it, right? Because that's where I'm standing with it. It's like, hey, I'm going for Bud. I told you, I don't, he got a chance to get knocked out because that's the opponent that he's facing in Canelo, who's not over the hill, who's a very good fighter, who's been dominating at 168, that the division that he's coming up to. But make no mistake, I'm gonna tell you like this: as a Bud fan, I believe in Bud more than White Jesus, based on his performance, based on how he's been showing up. You see what I'm saying?
Who
How he's
like
been
Jesus?
showing
Jake
up.
Paul?
Look,
I don't
look,
know who
look.
that is. You feel
Look.
me?
Look, let me say this, and I'm gonna let the brother who just came on the panel speak and give his right. If Terence Crawford wins, right, y'all gonna get this out of me, and this is me. I'm about to put on the screen, right? This is what y'all gonna get out of me if Terence Crawford win. Even though I don't think he's gonna win. I'm rooting for him. I don't think he's gonna.
He better than Arrow. Get me the camera. Fuck you talking about? Y'all niggas was ducking. Nigga, this nigga's the greatest of all time. This nigga.
That's exactly what y'all gonna get out of me. If that's exactly what y'all gonna get out of
Get
me. You
ready.
know, I just look. I'm just respecting the weight, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm respecting the
Yeah.
fight that Canelo with. I'm not saying I'm not, but I'm just putting more stock in that. You know, and you know, I could be wrong, but I don't think I will, man. I think it's gonna be a sad tale of us falling for it again, man, like Charlo, man. But go ahead, brother.
Bill's boot camp. What's up,
Flag on
bro?
the
Salute,
play.
AM. What's
What up,
going on,
Bill?
Doug? What's going on,
What, Bill?
Bud?
It's good, man.
Hey, man. I got Bud in 5, man. Quit
Yes,
playing, man.
Oh, I
sir.
almost took you up the
Now
chain.
he
Go
said
ahead,
it's
man. Go
sharp.
ahead, man.
Lakers in
I got
5.
Bud in 5, man. I'm gonna tell you why. See, y'all
Oh,
ain't saying why Canelo gonna do this and Canelo gonna do that. Bud got a shotgun jab. Canelo
no.
gonna come with a high guard. Bud gonna keep bop, 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 keep hitting him with that
Oh,
jab.
yeah,
And
yeah. I already
soon,
know. Good,
say
bro.
what?
Oh, good.
I mean, at the end of the day, I got a strategic plan on what Bud gonna do to Canelo.
Mm-hmm.
I never hear
Send it to
what Canelo
Bowback.
gonna do.
Yeah,
Like my
send it to
man
Bowback,
say, he
man.
throwing a hook from California.
Real talk. Yeah. Real
You know
talk.
what I'm saying? And,
Facts.
and, and it's
Same thought
all it's
earlier.
evident that Skull took it light on him. I
Mm-hmm.
seen the video, uppercuts. He moving. Canelo mad. How you went around and you don't throw number 4 punches? Quit playing, man. Come on,
Man,
CompuBox.
man.
like,
Listen, hold on. Let's talk about that. CompuBox lows, historic lows in 2025. CompuBox been around since the TV, bro. We're talking about an undisputed bout with CompuBox lows, bro. Embarrassing, pathetic. And like I
Hey,
said,
hey,
William Skull, that was the biggest fight of his career, bro. You're supposed to leave it all in there. It don't even
Yes,
matter.
sir.
Just
huh?
leave it in there. He
hey,
didn't. He
go.
That
left.
Hey,
He
hey,
definitely
left
wasn't the
80% on the
biggest fight.
table.
That wasn't the biggest
Skull,
fight of his
Skull,
career.
Skull. William Skull's career.
Oh, okay. Okay, I got
hey,
you.
William
Bro, we
Skull's
The
already know.
career.
Sheik, the
Skull,
Sheik
That
look,
I'm
told him
talking
take
about.
it easy on
But think
Canelo.
about it. Think about it. If it was
I
your
believe,
biggest fight, would you leave it like would you not leave it in the ring? We can at least we can respect Berlanga. Berlanga banged it out with Canelo. He tried his
Berlanga
Man,
best.
shout out to Belanga, man. Shout out to Belanga.
Berlanga
He
really
tried his
didn't start
best.
fighting to the 12th round though. He could have did
you,
more in that fight, but he
No, he
wasn't willing
fought
to get
hella
paid enough.
cautious. He fought hella cautious in the earlier
Yeah.
rounds, respected Canelo's power. But he engaged with Canelo. What happened was he
Hey,
gassed out and slowed down and got caught with
they
that
was
counter. And even when he got rocked, he punched his gloves together and got back up and was fighting.
Hey,
He
hey,
left it in the
Oh
Blaze.
ring
my
though.
God!
Hey,
so
Blaze.
what?
Let me
But
Dr.
what they
let,
got
Edgar
to do?
Berlanga
What they got to do with Bud?
serenade,
What
man.
Skull got to do with Bud?
hey, let me. I want
No,
to
I'm
address
talking about
Brody.
leaving it in the
he
ring with
is.
Skull, didn't leave it in the ring. I was comparing Berlanga to Skull. I wasn't comparing him to Bud.
Okay, so let
Berlanga
me say
didn't
this.
leave it
Let
in
me
the
say
ring
this.
either.
Let me say
Berlanga
this
didn't
real
leave it
quick.
in the ring.
Let me say this real quick. So this is what I really have a problem wrapping my mind around, right? Like we understand that in a way is a cold boxer, right? Getting knockouts like a motherfucker. But if he went up to 40 and fought Devin Haney would probably box the jaws off of anyway. It wouldn't even be close.
No,
Because we
no, that's
understand.
not. We got to see the fight. It
That's
ain't no
Okay.
for
Well, most
sure
people
thing.
who
that's
know
that's
boxing know that
that's
that is a
that's
mismatch
completely
on Devin
different.
Haney's behalf.
That's
But anyway,
completely different
let, I
dimension of
didn't even get to
fighting.
finish my point. This is how I know. This is how I know y'all trying to convince yourself. Y'all won't even listen to what I got to say. If you
Go ahead,
already
bro.
responded,
That's a bad
you definitely not
comparison,
being
bro.
receptive. So
That's a
anyway,
bad comparison.
so Charlo, whenever Charlo was about to fight um Canelo, he was in the crowd. You remember that? And Bud grabbed his crotch and told him, "You next, hoe ass nigga," something like that, something to that effect, right?
Yeah.
So that fight during that time, we really wanted to see that fight. We would rather have seen the Mel versus Bud fight versus the Mel versus Canelo fight, which means that they were 50-50 or around the same realm of type of fighter where it would be an exciting fight. Canelo went in
Oh,
there, drugged that
let me
dude
ask you
up,
something.
and beat it. Hold on, let me finish. And beat his ass at 68, right? Bud's last fight was at 54. He hasn't been in the ring in a year. And he's going to 68 the same way Mel did. And y'all are making all the same arguments that the Mel fans made before the
It's not.
Canelo Alvarez
That's
Yeah.
what
fight.
I
It's
want to
not.
ask
It's
you,
not
That's
the
bro.
another
same.
atrocious
It's not
analogy.
the same.
That's
It's
what
not
I
That's
the
want to
another
same,
ask you,
brother.
bro.
atrocious. That's one of the
Okay, I
worst
see how
analogies
you
of
playing this, Scholar.
2025.
Oh, you
Crawford,
you
It's
coming
not
Crawford,
the
cooking what I
same.
know you, man.
You
Crawford
It's
comparing
wasn't
not
this
the
man to
same.
born.
Jamel Charlo is disrespectful, man.
Yeah. Hey, mind you.
Okay,
How
let
wait,
me
wait,
ask you.
how
You
did
think
disrespect?
Jamel better than
That's a former
Crawford?
Hey,
undisputed champion.
hold on.
Hey,
Let's
look,
not
But
forget.
That's a former
Hold on.
undisputed
Let me
champion.
get.
hold
Let me
on,
get
Yeah.
one
Blaze,
point
hold
in. Let me
on,
get
hey,
Blaze.
one
whenever
point.
I
One
get my
point. Okay.
I explain when he's done.
I mean, I just wanted to know, was Jamel better than Crawford in with your statement? And another thing, I heard something about a payday that Bud's supposed to be getting, but he brought the money to Canelo. We always talk about a payday, but he had to bring the check to Canelo so Canelo will
Fact.
fight him.
Bro, if you don't
That's
stop,
facts, man.
if
That's
you
facts
do
all
not
day.
stop, bro,
Hold
Wait,
on,
wait, what are we
hold on,
saying?
hold on. Hey,
he
let me
brought the
say.
check to Canelo.
Listen,
Man,
yeah,
y'all
he
niggas
did.
crazy,
He
man, with
did.
that shit. I
That's
don't know.
Why ain't
Canelo's
get
highest
why ain't get
payday.
Crawford knew
150 for
Turkey Allah
Belanga
Sheep
then?
before
That's
Canelo.
Canelo's highest payday. What y'all talking
Yeah,
about?
It's only
150
Oh
because
my
million.
Turkey
god.
Al Sheed is involved,
Okay, let me
bro.
ask you this.
That's
Let me
because
ask
Yeah,
you
of
this. Let
because
me
Bud.
ask you
Bud knew
this.
He's
Let
Turkey
me
Allah
ask.
involved
Sheep.
because of Bud. He's involved because of
Let me
Bud.
ask you this. Let me ask you this. Who getting paid more in this fight?
Canelo.
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 Oh, okay. All
So
right.
how
But
so how
he
the A
wouldn't be
side? How you
he
bring money to
wouldn't
the
be
A
getting
side
that
then?
he wouldn't be getting
No,
that amount of money if it wasn't
because
for Bud. And
He
another
brought
Bro,
the
thing
ain't
fight
that
to
y'all
what
said,
Spence
Canelo.
said? Yeah, bro, y'all have turned into the Spence fan. Spence said when they
what
was
are you
looking,
talking
I
about?
brought
How
you to
we
big
turn into
time boxing.
Spence?
I'm responsible for making this fight. You're literally making the same argument
Listen,
right now,
but
bro.
Spence,
Crawford
no,
did
but
the same
hold
thing
on.
for
But
Spence, man.
Crawford gave Spence his biggest payday. Spence was
Yep,
gonna get cheated
Oh
by
my
Al Haymon
god.
You
with
This
missing
not
nigga
even
you
was
he
missing what
wasn't
I'm
sure
even finna
saying.
did.
You
get
missing
he wasn't
you
even
missing
finna
what I'm
get
saying.
no
Okay,
guaranteed
hold on.
money.
Hear me out. I need you to listen. Just listen to me. Whenever the fight happened, now, mind you, I wasn't in any of X's reels, right? So you know where I stood on Spence versus Bud. 5 years, I said there's no version of Spence that could be Bud, right? But whenever they was facing off, you remember Spence said, "I'm responsible for making this fight." You remember that?
He is.
You're
He is.
literally
Look,
making the same
he
argument for
That's
Bud and
because of
Canelo,
Al
he's
bro.
Heyman, bro.
responsible.
That's
He's
not the same
responsible
thing.
for going against PBC for making the fight, but Bud is responsible for them getting paid. Spence was finna
Okay,
get
now the
less
point that
money for that
to
fight.
you is people grasp onto wins that ain't real wins where they don't think their fighter could win because Spence didn't think could beat
Bud had 50
Bud.
million for them to get the fight. Remember that? That was Turkey Al Sheik.
Hands.
And another thing when y'all
Correct.
said, hold on, let me say that. I want to address this real quick. Y'all saying that um that Bud won a payday. Bud wanted the winner of Charlo. Hold on, Bud wanted the winner of Charlo and Canelo. He didn't just want Canelo. He wanted the winner of the fight. Canelo wanted
That's not what he
exactly who
said.
he wanted to
He,
fight.
he did an interview and he said that he wasn't interested in the fight until everybody was saying that Spence should go after the fight when he beats Bud and
It
go
don't
fight
matter if he.
Canelo.
It don't matter why he
Okay,
went
see now
after
he
the
don't want
fight.
the
He went
facts to be
after
out
it.
there. See what I
That
mean?
was Bill.
No,
That was
Bill Haney
Bill
told
Haney
him that.
said that.
Bill
Bill
Haney.
Haney also, but when he did the interview with Coach Malachi, he said specifically, he said everybody was trying to give Spence the fight, if he beat me, and I'm looking at it like, why shouldn't I get the fight? So he's aware that it's a lottery ticket. It's going to be the biggest
But
payday of his
but
career.
Yeah,
listen,
But
how
tall
Canelo had
glass of
already
is it a
beat
hypocrisy.
lottery
Charlo.
ticket when
That
he
was a
wanted
tall glass of
Charlo?
hypocrisy when it came to Spence,
If
because a
Charlo
lot
would
of
have
a lot of
won,
y'all was
go
talking
ahead.
about Spence should move up to 168 and
160.
fight Canelo. You
It
know,
ain't one
Spence.
Spence fan on
That
this
was
on this
before
panel.
that was before
If Charlo would have won the fight, he'd be fighting Charlo right now. So it
Hey,
ain't
hey, let
about
that
me
was
payday.
before he even fought Crawford. And he was up there telling people he wanted to fight Canelo was a bigger fight. You
hey,
know,
I
and
got I
fans was
got
out
I
here talking
got
about,
one
yeah, I
thing to
want to
say.
see that fight.
I got one thing to say about Charlo. Let's be very clear. When Bud was holding his nuts in that ring and whooping on Spence while he was talking to Charlo, if you look at the all access, I think maybe through go to Showtime or whatever, YouTube, look at the all access and look at what he said. Because Charlo was ringside with James Harden, and James Harden was like, he want to fight you. He's like, oh, he's not even in my weight division. That's the bitch
I
ass
don't
Right.
shit
know what
Charlo
that
said.
nigga
Hold on, hold on,
talking
hold
He
on, hold
about.
on,
said,
hold
That
on.
fight
Wait,
ain't
Listen,
yeah,
hold on,
no,
hold
he
on.
what?
Listen
did
to me.
beat
Yo,
Hold on, hold on,
Charlo,
hold on,
dude.
hold on.
y'all,
Played
Listen, listen,
68.
listen to me.
Yes, he wasn't
Listen to me.
lying though.
Listen to
PBC,
y'all
me. That's the
tripping, man.
listen,
Y'all,
PBC
listen.
that's
No,
put
no, no, no,
tripping.
no,
Charlo in
no.
place
Uh,
to
Listen,
hate on the Bud fight, just like they put
check this out.
Fundora and Spence in place to hate on Bud. That's what they
Listen,
did, bro.
all I'm saying is we ain't comparing no Charlo to no Bud. Work
Exactly.
ethic
Correct.
Why not?
wise,
They were
none of
compared
that.
when they wanted
bro,
them to
No,
fight.
what? Yo,
no,
You know
y'all
why
is
no,
we ain't
Bro,
crazy,
bro,
comparing
no,
them,
bro.
man?
Charlo
no,
got
Charlo,
more. Bro, we
he
talk
was put
about
up
Yo,
first.
resumes.
Canelo
no.
said
Bud
Bud
got
beat
one belt
everybody
in a fight that he
47 to
did not look
54.
impressive
But
at
bro, you
54,
already
bro.
said
Charlo
that.
was
That's old
undisputed,
news,
bro.
man.
Listen,
But
Canelo
wait,
Jamel
wait,
said
Charlo
Bud
hold
had
beat
up,
everybody from
hold up,
47 to
hold up.
54. That's before
Hold
the
up.
Canelo
fight started.
Canelo
Let me
got
get the mic. Let me get
undisputed
the mic.
in a fight he ain't
Hold
look
on. Let me get the
impressive
mic.
in.
Let me get the mic. Let me get the mic. Let me get the mic. Right. I completely understand. Charlo and the performance that he had against Canelo. A lot of people lost respect for him, bro. A lot of people lost respect for him in that fight. Right. right? But I'm not gonna sit here and listen to y'all act like this man ain't shit. Like him accomplishing what he accomplished at 154 ain't shit. and like he ran from Terence Crawford to fight Canelo, because that don't even make sense in my head.
Bro, he
No,
said he
I'm
was
talking about
busy.
what he
He said he
said.
was
Hold up. No,
busy, man.
listen to me. Listen to me. No. We're not going to rewrite history for this man in real time. When Bud was whooping
Jamel
Spence
said
ass in
that
that
though.
ring, listen though. When Bud was whooping Spence ass in that ring and taunting Charlo and holding his nuts, he literally told James Harden, "Oh, what is he talking about? We're
He
not
was
even
already
in the
about to
same weight
fight
class."
Canelo, bro. What was he
I don't
supposed
Why
to
see
was
do?
it.
Say,
both
all right,
these?
I'm
Hey,
gonna fight him
don't.
tomorrow.
What I'm trying to tell you is look, listen. When the last time Jermell Charlo fought? When the
A
last time he
year.
fought?
Over a lot over a year
Probably,
ago,
And,
actually.
you know,
and
it's probably
before
been about
When
the
the last
same
time he
time as
fought?
Bud been out the ring.
When the
and
Probably
last?
about a
before he
year.
No,
fought
It,
no,
before
no,
he
it
no,
No,
wasn't
fought
the
no, it's
same
longer than
Canelo.
that.
time.
no,
Almost 2
It was
years,
no,
nearly 2 years,
September.
nearly 2
It was
years.
yeah.
September 2023.
He ain't fought
Yeah,
since he
oh,
fought
2 years.
Canelo, right? He ain't fought since he fought Canelo, right?
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
His twin brother talking about that Canelo money hit different, right?
yeah.
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 So then what are we talking about then? Like he's not even active. Like listen to me, I'm not trying to hear none of that. He's been off two plus
Bro, but
years.
you're looking in hindsight, bro.
Yeah,
We're
I'm
not
not
definitely.
gonna sit
looking
up
at
here and act
hindsight.
like,
No, but
yes,
Because what
you
if the same,
are.
because what, hold on, because what if the same thing happened to Bud? He lose and he take his money off into the sunset.
Bud
listen,
ain't
that's not. I'm
losing,
talking about
bro.
what happening now, though. No, we
Bud
ain't
ain't
talking about no
losing.
Yeah,
hypothetical.
that's
What I'm
hindsight.
We all
That's what
talking
he's
know
about,
saying. It's
clearly
what I'm
hindsight.
Jamel
talking about,
Charlo
You
what I'm
talking to
talking about.
hindsight.
No, I'm not
Jamel
talking
Charlo
hindsight.
resigned.
I'm talking about
Jamel
what I
Charlo
seen.
resigned, man. He got off the belts. He lost his WBO time he faced Canelo. So he resigned to even consider entertaining Crawford. He didn't want none of that. He said, the light boy's coming up, trying to come up from 147 and fight me. He showed no attention
He
to Crawford.
sold out for that money. He sold
Man,
Charlo,
out for
see,
it.
yeah,
He
this why
sold
this
his
Charlo,
what I
career
mean
for
by
that
y'all
Charlo,
money.
rewrite history.
Charlo is the
First
one
off,
who
they
fought for a payday. Charlo wanted
they
the payday.
they
And he
Bud,
got
marketed
it.
that
Bud
fight
wants
as
to.
And ain't been
undisputed
back
versus
He
since.
said,
undisputed,
why don't he
and then
go fight
told
that
him
tall, lanky
It
motherfucker that's
wasn't
up there at
undisputed
54?
versus
That's what he
Hold
undisputed.
said.
up,
okay,
one
I'm
mic,
about to.
one mic, one mic, one mic.
They marketed that fight as undisputed versus undisputed. Then told Mel if he step inside the ring, they was gonna strip him, which didn't make
So,
no sense. That
so it
makes no
wasn't.
Yeah,
sense.
they
So it
did do
wasn't
that.
Bro,
undisputed.
he ain't defended none of the other three belts since, bro. Like, what are we
Correct.
talking about here?
And Bud
None
had
of
Like,
two
them.
Bro, but this
belts.
is
what are
what
we
we
talking
trying
about
to tell
here?
you, bro. See, what you're trying to say is because you got the benefit of hindsight. Oh, he a bum. He never is compared. Bro,
I
you
didn't
can't
say he
take
was a
away.
bum.
This
Nobody
man
I
is
didn't
called
more
say
him
he
a
ain't
bum.
better than Bud.
154 than Bud is.
Hey,
So
He's
we,
not.
bro,
hey,
this
hey, bro,
He
what's
wasn't.
your
Bud
name,
only had
bro?
one fight at 154.
Hey, what's your name, bro? At the bottom.
who me,
Yeah.
the boxing scholar.
Oh, okay. Yeah. What else for to say? No, Charlo fought for a payday, bro. He was
That's it.
literally. That's it. He didn't go in there to. It wasn't for legacy for him, bro. He didn't even go in there and put up an effort. He ran around the ring.
Ooh,
Bud is fighting for his biggest payday, bro. That's why, bro.
Yeah.
Bud said he
man.
wasn't even. He was ready to retire, bro, before he got the fight with Spence. He said, you know, he had
No, he
lost his
wasn't. He
desire.
never said that, bro. You
All
No,
right,
tripping?
bro.
he
All right,
wasn't
Hey,
bro.
ready to
man.
retire, dog.
All
Come
right, bro.
on, man.
You tripping,
Ain't no
He
bro?
might,
losing.
Look,
There's
can I,
no
he might
winning
be
with
able.
y'all,
Bud,
bro.
y'all
He
look,
might
I,
have
I
that
want
sense of
money ain't
look,
for
pluck.
legacy.
y'all
He
better,
might,
y'all
he might
better
be
hope,
ready to retire after he whoop on
hold
Canelo
on,
in September.
y'all better, I'm telling you, I'm really hoping Bud Crawford fights the way I think he gonna fight, because y'all saying this about Charlo, it'll be very interesting if he
Hey,
go in
No, it
there and look
won't,
Listen,
man.
similar to
Charlo is
It'll be
Charlo.
the
I
same, bro.
expect
Canelo.
to, I expect Bud to fight how he been fighting. We never seen him tuck
Yeah,
tail.
we never
We
seen
ain't never
Charlo
seen him
tuck his
tuck
tail. We
tail.
never seen
Hey,
Charlo tuck his tail until he did.
Canelo said Bud beat
And you
everybody
gonna
from
put that on Bud because
47
he's a
to
bitch ass nigga that they
look.
let people
Bro,
slap him. They let
like
grown
what do
men
you
slap him.
hold on,
Hey, did
hold
Dang,
up. You getting
why are
you
you
getting
so angry?
hold up. You getting too excited, bro. I'm saying why is it not a possibility that he can do it? If I'm saying
No,
we
no,
never
no,
hold up,
because
let me talk. I
go ahead. I'm
said,
gonna respond.
I said we never seen Charlo do it. I didn't. Who expected that from him?
No,
Man,
Exactly.
none
I,
of us
I
We're
expect
no,
it.
no,
not.
no,
None
Hold
of
no,
up.
us.
no.
A lot of us
None
are
of
not
us.
expecting that from
Oh,
Crawford. I'm not, but I'm
you
saying what if. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying he's gonna
you
do that.
didn't let me respond because like I told you with me, and I'm gonna be respectful with my language. But hey, bro, they've been pulling coward moves before that fight. I
Mm,
heard slap one of them between the other one. And
mm,
Caleb, and then, like I said, he was over there talking that weak stuff on ringside when Bud called him out, whether he had
yeah.
a fight with Canelo or not. Because if he was real, he say I'll fight Canelo and then I'll come back and defend my belts against Bud. I'm not trying to hear nothing with no defense about no Charlo. He's not built like
mm.
that. And so when
And
we trying to compare Bud to 4 division champion, undefeated, to undisputed, come on, man, no split decisions. No, No, it's not no comparison, bro. Straight up.
Okay,
No.
well,
Just
Blaze,
because they both come
look,
from 154 to 168 to fight Canelo, you think there's a
that's
comparison.
it.
There ain't no
Yes,
comparison.
there's
That's it. That's
definitely
where
a
it stops
comparison.
and
and
ends.
hold on,
That's
and
where it stops and ends.
hold on, Blaze. Look, and Canelo said before he fought Charlo. He said Bud beat everybody from 47 to 54, but he still fought Charlo, and he was trying his hardest not to fight Bud. But he finally took the fight because Bud brought the bag. That's the only reason he taking this fight. He
Well, let me
gonna
ask you
say
this. Let
it.
me ask you this. If Masvidal fought Mel tomorrow, who win in that fight? And how's it going to end?
If who?
Masvidal and Mel fought.
Madrimov fight who?
Mel.
Charlo.
You talking about the Madrimov that came off of
Bro,
Virgil Ortiz loss? He's on 2 straight losses, like the
Hey,
Delorme
he ain't
was
been
when
in
he
the
fought
ring.
Jerron
hey,
Ennis.
check
If
this
they
out.
fought next,
I
what
mean,
happened?
god dang,
I
man,
got
that's
it. I got it. Check this out, because I'm not even, like I said with Charlo. He been out the ring 2+ years. I think Madrimov will still give him a run. Like real talk. Like I'm not. He don't get no respect for no inactivity, bro. And the shenanigans that he pulled. No,
Bud
Why
took
does
his
why
belt
does
and he didn't
Masvidal get
come back
respect,
for
bro?
it.
What has he
he's
done to get respect?
because he's been inactive 2.5 years, bro. You're not gonna say, oh, throw him back and he's like
No, no, listen, no, no,
top guy
no.
at
Hear me out. Hear me out.
154.
Listen to me. What I'm saying
2
is,
years.
if you're gonna disrespect Mel for that, why does Masvidal deserve respect? What did he actually do to deserve respect from you?
he's
What
been
did
in
he
there
did
with
to
2
actually do
top
respect?
names back to back.
Yeah,
Yeah.
He
back to
took two
back.
tough
He's been there
He's
with 2 top
active.
names back to
He's
back, bro.
active. That's what good
So will
respect
we?
he gets
So will
from me.
we?
He's active.
So will we consider Bud being active?
Yeah.
Bud been
Bud,
fighting how he
Bud,
been fighting though.
Bud is sticking along. Bud is being consistent with
That's
his
not answering the
frequency.
question.
Once a
No.
year, once a year.
No,
But
That's
he's
his
Bud,
definitely
frequency.
That's not
Bud,
active.
he's
That's
not
not
active,
Bud,
active.
James.
listen,
That's
That's
man,
what
He
he
not
hear
is
me
said.
active.
out.
active.
Check this
Hey,
out.
hey, hey. He
Bud has
never
been
went
fighting
above.
See, that's what
champions.
I'm saying.
He
We
never
biasing
went
him.
beyond. Look, Bud has never been on list as being an inactive fighter. That's why he fought Avanesian. So he would not go into
Exactly.
inactive status. He ain't never
Exactly.
been in no inactive status. So
And
come on,
y'all
bro.
people
Bro, we
criticize
talking
him for
about
taking
ring.
that
So hold on, let me
Avenesian
ask y'all
fight.
this: is ring rust the
Charlo
real
is
thing?
inactive right now. He's an
Hold on,
inactive
I'm
fighter.
just gonna
Look
tell
it
me
up.
everything I need to know. Is ring rust real?
Yeah, absolutely. Ring rust is real.
Will Bud have
No,
ring
no,
rust for
not for
sitting out a
certain
year?
fighters. Not for
Okay,
No.
certain
so
fighters.
Oh my God!
relatively,
So now,
but listen,
all right.
no, no. We ain't gonna even play these games because it's an obvious question. Bud got probably more ring rust than if he fought 6 months ago. Come on, man, what are we talking about? But
You
he's
So
been
don't
Bud got
know
active,
ring
man. He's
that.
rust.
been fighting high
He's
level
already a slow
competition.
starter.
You're talking
He's
about a
fighting a
fighter who
dude that's
lives the
potentially
fighter's
on
discipline.
steroids. He's never fought at the weight. He ain't even stopped at 160. If Bud was ready for the fight should have happened theoretically 3 months after he fought. He had to get ready for the
He
fight.
been chasing
It
Canelo.
don't
What do you mean?
listen,
He
bro.
been begging
Hold on,
him
but, no,
for a fight for the
but
last
y'all
2 years.
listen. He been chasing Canelo, bro. I can't.
Yes,
I
since he
can't
Yeah,
with
he
beat
you,
was
bro.
Spence,
chasing
he's been
Canelo.
calling out
He's
Canelo.
not,
What are you talking
bro.
about?
He
How is
was
he
locking
chasing
him.
the guy and he ain't got one
Look,
fight at
Errol
68?
Spence.
Canelo
Errol
Man,
didn't want
Spence
to
listen.
fight
wasted his
Bud, bro.
time. Errol Spence
Wait,
wasted
can
his
I?
Eric
time by
wasted his
enacting the
time. Yeah.
rematch clause, knowing he
Wait.
wasn't
Who
gonna fight
said?
the dude.
Wait. So y'all saying that Terence Crawford been chasing Canelo like immediately since he beat Errol Spence?
Listen, man, since
No,
he
That's a
fought
lie.
when he fought Spence, he been calling for that fight. When it
Man,
once
come on,
he
man. He
listen,
was
no,
waiting for a rematch,
listen to me.
bro.
Yeah, after the rematch, after Spence pump faked
He
him and
hasn't
he had to
even fought.
wait.
He hadn't even fought at 54 yet, bro.
Yeah, and he was calling for it.
he
That's
was
why
calling
There
everybody's
for
was a
saying he's
Canelo at
rematch.
crazy.
There was a
Bro,
rematch
listen,
with no
no,
Spence. You
Hold
hey,
up,
remember
bro,
that?
don't
hold
rewrite
up.
history, bro. We all know there was like
I'm
three weight
just
divisions, Skip,
I'm
that's crazy. Now it's
I'm
two. What the
just
fuck is we talking about? Like
I'm
he
just trying to
wasn't calling for it
understand.
when he was at 147.
I'm
Like,
just trying to
nah, bro.
understand.
Like, you guys is like, this shit ain't on
I'm
the internet.
I'm just trying to understand, when was he calling for the Canelo fight? Was it after he beat Spence? Was it
After
No,
he
like
beat
no,
Spence,
it
hey, listen,
wasn't. No,
after he
look,
beat Spence and got waited out on the rematch, once the
right.
rematch clause was complete, he was calling Canelo's name.
And hold
okay?
on,
All right.
So a
He
year
was
after
calling
the
for
Spence
Canelo before
fight,
he fought
because
Majornov. He was
after
they
he
calling for
that
him
was
before
a
he fought
year.
Majornov.
after he beat Spence, EJ had him waiting for damn near a whole year for the rematch. Then he
Yeah.
pulled out. Then Bud tried to fight Fundora. He tried to fight
Correct.
Tim Tszyu. He wanted to fight the winner of that fight. They both ducked Bud, so he ended up fighting Madrimov, but he was calling for Canelo
He
right
Wait,
called
around
for
the
so wait a
Canelo
right.
minute.
before he fought
So he was at
Majornov, bro.
54 and
Right.
people was ducking him there,
He was
and
calling for
Canelo
He
was up at
Fundora,
called
bro.
68
Canelo's
ducking him
name
in.
out before
Bro,
he
y'all
fought
can't
Look,
Majornov.
make this up, bro.
he was gonna fight at 54, then he was calling for Canelo next. He was calling for Canelo next before he even fought at
Man,
54.
He
Got
was
him turning
calling
to
for
the face
Canelo
last night.
before he fought
Yeah, this
Madrimov,
shit
bro.
is
Like I'm
crazy,
not making
man.
this up.
Oh
Like
man.
real talk, you guys is crazy if you don't remember this shit. If you guys ain't
We
keeping
can
up
we
with this
can we
shit,
can we could
So you
Google
think
that shit.
y'all
Canelo
don't
was
remember?
ducking Bud, bro? Just for clarity, you
No,
think
no, I
Canelo
didn't
was
say nothing about no ducking. I said Bud was chasing him. I didn't say nothing about no duck because think about it.
Canelo,
You
can,
can't duck nobody that ain't in your weight class, homie. So ain't nobody calling no Canelo no fucking duck. But
look,
what I'm telling
Canelo,
you is that when Spence stopped pump faking that fucking rematch, he starts saying Canelo's name. And the whole narrative was, ain't no way. 3 weight classes, 21 pounds. It's impossible. That's what the narrative was when he first started saying Canelo's name. Ain't nobody making this shit up to win an argument.
Canelo,
Like real talk.
Canelo, Canelo definitely was avoiding Bud, which is why he put an astronomical number up to fight Bud. 150 million for Bud and
So
150
one of y'all
million. I'll
saying he
fight him.
did duck. One of
Let me
y'all
finish.
saying he
Let me
didn't.
finish, bro. Let me finish. 200 million for Benavidez, who we know he don't want to fight, and only 50 million less to fight Bud. You telling me he wasn't trying to avoid Bud, but he took it because he's a smaller fighter. He believed in his skills to beat Bud more than
I believe he
Benavidez.
seen him fight
But
Madrimov and was like, you know
but
what?
yeah,
He ain't that much as a challenge as I
exactly.
thought. Run the play.
It was the Madrimov fight that got him thinking he could beat Bud. Exactly.
You know what?
But
I can knock him out. Run the play.
he still said 150 million. So of course he was trying to avoid him. He didn't think he was
But
gonna
what I'm
get that.
saying is like I'm not gonna talk about no ducks and avoiding when Bud was down at 147 talking about fighting him. Because you gotta look at it from Canelo's perspective. It's like what 147? Like you ain't even came up nowhere near here. That ain't even a real fight. Like come on, please. He's too small. He don't offer nothing. Yeah, I need 150 million just to entertain this bullshit.
So
But that's
so
not
so
ducking
so
though.
how's it BS when boxing doesn't have
Okay.
any type of rules and policies saying you cannot move, you can only move up one division at a time? Boxing
Who
doesn't
said
say
that?
that.
Who says
I
that?
said boxing doesn't have that type of paperwork in place.
I
So
know,
just
but we're
because you
talking
feel
about
some type of
accusing
way about
people.
it with the name
We
and the
didn't say he
fighter
was
and where
ducking. We
they at,
said
No. What I'm
that
avoiding
means
saying is,
nothing. That means
What I'm
nothing,
saying
bro.
is,
from
what
ducking.
I'm saying is, and I'm a Bud fan. I'm not gonna put the duck on Canelo when somebody's at 147 and he's up here reigning at
We
168,
didn't
talking
say
about they want to
ducking.
fight
No,
me.
We
we didn't
said
say
he was
Canelo was
Yo,
avoiding
ducking.
yo,
him.
I
X.
don't
You
think
know what's
Skill.
crazy?
anybody.
You know what's crazy, X?
What's good, man?
He said that he was watching the match and he seen Bud struggle against Masvidal. He said, "Oh, I got him."
See, there you go.
Yeah,
Before he pulled
exactly.
Charlo up, Charlo was coming off a knockout against Castano. What are you, bro? Come on, bro.
Mm.
If we
Yeah.
got weight classes for a reason,
He
and you
said
got to
Bud would
respect the
beat
weight
Charlo
classes,
though. He said Bud
huh?
would beat Charlo though, regardless if he had a knockout before he
Bro, but
fought
that kills your
Canelo.
theory of him wanting the easy fight. So this what you saying? He seen Bud at 47, was like, I ain't fucking with that dude. Even though he's smaller than me, I ain't fucking with him at
Yeah,
47.
he
But
was
then he
avoiding
went to
No,
Bud
no,
though.
54.
no.
So you telling me $150 million is not trying to avoid a fighter? Nobody
No,
ever
that's
got paid. Nobody ever
but
got paid that much in boxing history.
what I'm telling you is he didn't think the shit was like a real fucking conversation, bro. It's 3 weight divisions, bro. Like real talk. You got to think at it from his perspective. And somebody's coming at you like, "Hey, fight Bud. We want to fight next." And it's like, "What? Fight? He's all the way down here. Like, what do I win out of this? If I beat him, they're
So
gonna
so
say he
so he
undersized
said
and he here. If I
150
lose, they're gonna
million.
Somebody trying to
give
So
me
you
figure out.
trying
150
to
million.
say you trying to say he didn't take it serious, but he said 150 million for Bud and then 200 million for Benavidez. So he didn't
I
take
think
both
he's
of those
pricing
fights
himself.
serious.
I think he priced himself out with Benavidez. I think he was pricing
And
himself out,
Bud.
but not really
Come on,
caring
he did
about
the
Bud.
same thing for both
What?
fighters,
But
man.
I
That
Come
think
is
it was
on.
2
crazy,
different
bro.
reasons, though. Here's my point. I think it was 2
Man's
different
two
reasons.
different
I think he's.
reasons, man. Come
I,
on, bro.
no, listen to me. I can have my own opinion. What are you talking about? I'm not him,
You
and I'm not
can, big
nobody else.
dog. I
Listen to me.
mean, we
Check
having
this
a
out.
boxing debate, bro. I
But check
mean,
this
come on
out.
now.
Check this out. Benavidez is in his division. He's right there. That means if Benavidez stay there, he can be mandatory for one of them fucking Bell's purse bids and some more shit. And you can really call him a duck. He's right there. But when we're seeing Bud from 147 come up to 168 and talk about he want to fight, it's like, hey, I don't know if Canelo's actually taking him that serious. That's my opinion.
But
We don't
look,
know. We all speculating.
he chose to fight Charlo for way less money, and he said Bud Crawford beats everybody from 47 to 54. That includes Charlo, but he still fought Charlo
X, you
without
got somebody
150
Because he
backstage,
million.
thought
bro.
he was a cherry pick because he thought
Okay, he knew.
All right.
a weaker opponent.
He knew.
That's what I'm
Okay,
Yo,
saying.
look. So
X, I'm gonna give
by Crawford being a tougher opponent, he was trying to avoid the fight by asking for 150 million, not a duck
I mean,
Hold
the
up,
fight's
y'all.
made now, so
Hold up. We got a brother on the panel. What's good, man? You've been trying to get on for a minute. What's good?
Yo, what's up, man?
What's up? What you got on this, man?
Yeah, man, it's funny because a lot of people are arguing with this crap. Yeah, I mean, they're picking Canelo Alvarez to win. I think if you're picking Canelo Alvarez to win, I think you're on drugs. I think you have a low IQ level, and I think you hate. I think if you're a black guy, you're a black American,
Mm.
and you're picking Canelo to win, I think it's because you hate yourself or you hate.
God damn
Or you
it.
hate
Yeah,
That's
bro,
funny.
you're going. You're going. You're going.
Yo,
You're
what
going.
happened when we used that logic with Wilder on Black in Black History Month against Tyson Fury? So this is what I wanted to say. I think you got somebody else backstage too, X. I think so. But this is what I want to say, man. I want to say this, bro. Resumes don't count for shit. And I said the same thing when Errol Spence was fit by Bud, bro. Because the resumes is for the fans. That's why people will go to Mexico and fight 10 people in a day and knock them all out. So everybody, oh my God, remember Deontay Wilder? The power is so real. Resumes are for fans
Nah,
that don't know how to look at the science of boxing, bro.
you can't
So
add
with that,
Wilder to that list, bro. He had 43 knockouts,
What
bro.
Deontay have to
he
do
had
with Mexico, man? You
Wilder
all
Man,
had
over the place,
100.
we
man.
losing the plot.
Wilder
We
at one
losing
time
the
had
Man, put
plot.
the whiskey down
100%
and back away from the
knockout
table, man.
ratio. Wilder had 100% knockout ratio at one time. That's for
Exactly.
the fans to argue. Wilder fans were saying he's gonna retire undefeated because anybody that he touches, he's gonna put to sleep until he met Tyson Fury. The only thing that resumes are for is for fans that don't know how to articulate themselves through the science of boxing, bro. And what I want
So
to
how
say
do
is
they?
this:
Answer me this?
y'all never let me finish
How
the
do
statement.
they?
That's how I know you're not listening to me.
How is it that what you just said? They're incapable of articulating themselves to the sweet signs when it takes more than just from the outside looking in. Don't you have to kind of like be closer to fights, kind of know what's going on in the gym, you know? Else you'd be
Well, I'll say
just like
this:
any other media segue
Larry
out here.
Merchant, Larry
Just
Merchant
listen to
called
third
fights for over
party.
20
Just
years
listen to
and didn't know what the
third
fuck he was
party
looking at.
information, bro. Like, why
Larry
everybody
Merchant,
tend to use Deontay Wilder and not Beterbiev? Virgil Ortiz at one point in time had 100%
Exactly.
knockout
Exactly.
ratio. Y'all just always use Deontay Wilder as a default when you know he clearly knocked out Fury the first fight.
Exactly. I was gonna
see,
say
it's
that.
the
facts.
names that get y'all triggered. That's why y'all don't let me finish the statement, bro.
And every time you
Who's
It's
mention
the
triggered?
name.
Wilder, you
Look,
gonna
We've
look,
mention
been
look, look,
Tyson.
look, look,
conversing
look,
with
look,
each
look.
other, man.
Look, I don't even, Scott, I don't even know why you brought Wild up. I have no desire to
For
talk about
real,
No,
that,
right?
man.
I was
I
bringing
don't.
them up. I was bringing up the same way Jake Paul. The Top Rank has a machine that does that. Richard Torres, he's fighting no hopers, bro. In boxing, they will throw you up against no hopers. When
When you're defending the title, you can't fight. You can't fight no hopers. They got to be in a certain rank to defend the
bro,
title.
this is what
Big
I'm trying
title
to tell you,
defenders.
bro. The
So what you
machine
talking
at
about,
Top
bro?
Rank exists because they know fans don't have a high IQ when it comes to boxing, bro. So what they will do, they will throw them in there with no hopers
Wilder
and
wasn't
get
with
them
Top Rank.
100% knockout ratios or get them looking like monsters so that fans will say, oh my God, this guy is a monster. And it
So
works
look,
100% of
who
the time. When
who
Errol
else?
Spence was about to fight Bud, everybody said, who did Bud fight? Errol Spence had the better resume. And I told him the resumes are not going to get in the ring and fight for you. And the result of that was almost a second round fucking stoppage because
Hey,
resumes did not matter on the night. Both
who
fighters
on
start off the fight
who?
0-0.
Listen,
That's what they start the fight off of.
Who
So
on
what
Top
happened to
Rank had
Lomachenko
42
then since you
knockouts
said
in
it's
a row?
100%?
Who on Top Rank had 42 knockouts? Anywhere
Bro,
close to it?
what the?
Nobody.
I can't
Nobody.
even
Nobody.
follow your
Hold up,
logic.
y'all.
What
Hold
is
up, hold up, hold up, hold up. Let me get this brother on the pen. I ain't even address him. What you got in this, brother? You there?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, I was listening in. Blaze, you crazy, man. It's crazy that like Canelo himself, he was willing to fight Spence while Spence was at 47.
Exactly.
Spence was at 47, and that was supposed to be part of that 3 fight deal if he came out of that victorious. There was going to be a Charlo,
I
a
forgot
Spence, and
about
possible
that.
to
Oh
Benavidez
yeah,
fight.
that's in-house PBC work too,
And
though.
and
Let's keep
and
in
Exactly,
hold
mind.
on, and
Let's
hold on,
keep in
hold on,
exactly.
mind.
hold on,
It
hold on.
don't
Give me
matter.
one more second, y'all. One more second. I'm about to put another brother up. I'm gonna take myself off. This Slick 50 TV. Yo, Slick 50. Yo, let them know what you
yo?
guys say, bro.
I drop down. I drop down
Nah, nah,
next.
nah. Stay up, stay up, stay up, stay up. Cause I'm trying to find a way for myself back. Go ahead, stay up.
Go ahead,
Hey,
finish cooking.
Athletic, you
Go
sure
ahead,
you
brother.
can't
Finish your
do
statement.
10 people? Because it said 10
All
people
right.
when I joined.
Can you hear me?
No, I was saying like
Finish cooking,
as
bro.
far as Bud, making this fight, even after he beat Spence at 147, they was throwing out Canelo's name, and he brought up the weight classes that he respect the weight classes, but
Hmm.
it was still an option. It was still something that everybody was looking at for that reason that he was willing to fight Spence, who was a 147 pound. and he knew Spence was a shell of himself. That's why he threw that name out there and even was considering it. He didn't want to fight no prime Spence. Canelo was not talking about fighting no prime Earl Spence before the crashes and all of that.
I personally think he would have grinded him up. But hold on, let's go to the homie that just got here. We ain't let him talk. Go ahead, bro.
What's good, everybody?
What's up, bro?
What's good, bro?
Peace, OG.
I've been listening for a while, man. Y'all been having some good boxing talk up here, man. Who saw y'all? But I was trying to get up here. My computer was acting up. But the whole thing about, and I'm gonna start. I am a Bud fan. All right, first and foremost, and I do want to say a couple of things. I mean, people argue the point about these 2 weight classes and ring rust and all of that. I mean, here lately, I mean, shit. If you fight once a year, technically you're not inactive. You know what I'm saying? That's been the go around for technically everybody, anybody that's headlining, right? And then another thing about the whole Bud thing, y'all said so much, but like the Charlo thing, right? When he called him out in the crowd or whatnot, right? That fight could have easily been made. Charlo didn't want none of that, right? And also, it was a point when he did try to do it or thought he was gonna do it, and Earl told, "Fuck, no, if you do, he fight me first." If y'all remember that, and that's documented. I think that's on Ellie Setback.
Yeah, I remember that.
All right. So he had his shot to do it after the Earl fight, and he still didn't pull the trigger to do it. So that fight was never gonna happen. Another point that y'all had brought up, I think it was Bud was supposed to fight. What's my tall guy name? Fundora. All right, yeah, that was no duck, none of that. Bud actually stepped aside for that. If y'all remember, that was during the time when Earl was being put back in the rankings, and they was like, how the fuck he in the rankings coming off that loss like that so high? And they was trying to make him and Earl fight. Bud said, okay, well, I'll step aside then. If that's what the fuck y'all gonna do, I'm gonna move the fuck on, because they were trying to stall him out anyways. If you remember, Fundora called out Bud after that fight he had, and they looked at him, Samson looked at him like, is you fucking crazy? Fuck no.
Right,
and then they announced that he fighting Earl. And then when they talked to the belt, I forgot what belt it was. You can go look it up. They were like, well, they have to put an injunction in. They put the paperwork in, and they had to have a good reason for it. And then they said Bud had to be okay. If you go look at it, Bud said, fuck it, y'all go ahead and do y'all thing. They said, but Bud, if you choose to fight anybody else besides the winner of this fight, you lose. You lose out on your status. So that's how that part actually went or whatnot. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But for him calling out Canelo, y'all got the timeline right, but like in a mix. Bud wasn't calling him out at first. At first, Bud was adamant about a Charlo. Charlo didn't fucking happen. Then the rematch fell through. People were asking Bud about that fight, because y'all remember, they was trying to give how originally was supposed to be. It was supposed to be not. I get the Charlo boys mixed up, but the Charlo that had the mental problems, he was supposed to fight. It wasn't supposed to be his brother. His brother was a filler. That was supposed to be a 3-fight deal for Canelo, and PBC couldn't deliver that. It was Earl was supposed to fight Charlo.
It was supposed to be Charlo, Benavidez, and Spence. Right,
and they couldn't deliver on that, or whatnot the case may be. And they kept asking, but would you fight? Would you fight? He was like, hell no. No. This weight class for a reason. I ain't fighting that boy. And he was saying that for a while. And then he came out and said, the more he said it, the more Bill was telling him, like, yo, man, you could take that motherfucker. What the fuck you mean you can't take him? You know what I'm saying? And he's like, why not? Like, fuck it. And I think that in this day and age, like, people give a lot of credit to the names that we call stars. Like, pretty much if you're headlining in the fans of today that you a star or whatnot, but that just because you a star don't make you a great fighter. You get what I'm saying? And the ones that do prove themselves to be great fighters off of what you see in the skill set and how they dismantling these cats, they are the stars. But it's like reverse now. So you take a Bud and you watch how he came up and got it out the mud. Go forward. Now people want to question the resume. Nobody was questioning his resume at 140. Nobody. They were saying he was a dog. It was only till he got close enough to fuck up Earl. The minute he got closer to Earl was the minute they knew that was his adversary. That was the minute they start turning down Bud. Once he got done with Earl, they was like, that nigga ain't shit. Earl this, Earl that, he was hurt, blase, so on and so forth. We know the story. But to say that Bud can't take out a Canelo, man, I'm going to tell you, it's a hard feat, right? It's a hard feat. Jumping 2 weight classes, and I have to say it like I said about the Bivol fight. If Canelo beat Bivol, that's not an upset. You see what I'm saying? I mean, if Bivol beat Canelo, that's not an upset. That was supposed to happen. You walked in that man's house. He's the champ. He should beat your ass, right? If Bud go up and dare to be great and Canelo win, so be it. He walked in that man's house. He should beat your ass, right? but it doesn't say that it can't happen. If you saying it can't happen with a for sure heart, that's like saying Sugar Ray Leonard should never be hackled.
Right. And
Like
then
this has happened before. Like if you go through history, motherfuckers jumped from all the way from goddamn lightweight to damn near heavyweight.
Sugar Ray Leonard went to 175 and locked out Lonnie
Shit,
Devine.
Hands of Stone started where? Anybody know where Hands of Stone started?
35.
All right, then where'd he end his career? So skipping weight classes, where you stop at weight classes or none of that. If you got skills to pay the bills, man, I'm just saying, bro. Like, and
Yeah, but he stopped at a lot of weight classes.
Stopping, I get that, but stopping, but you gotta understand, stopping and skipping is like down there one of the same. If I have listen, you gotta listen. It's all about the approach. Bud got a year to get acclimated to this weight, bro. It's not like that he had it like how for instance, Hands of Stone had what was it, 3 months to lose all of that weight to fight in the second match against Sugar Ray Leonard.
Yeah, that's his.
It's not like that. That's why he got destroyed. It wasn't that. It's not like that. He got a year, and then if you go back to what's my guy? Not Gamboa. What's the other guy that Bud fought? He already like you go on his Instagram. Damn, what's my dude name, man? What's the other name that they bring up for Bud? You got
Gamboa.
Gamboa. Who else?
Mean Machine.
Kavalauskas.
It was one of them. No, it wasn't Mean Machine. I know it wasn't Mean Machine. It was early on, but he had took the same picture he took where it said like he was 186. Back then, he took a picture where he was 177. So this is not out of reach. You know what I'm saying? And I've been around Bud. I got pictures of Bud. Bud in between fights, dude, he's not fat. He's athletic, but he's not as small as people seem. You see what I'm saying? He's just a fighter that's disciplined that chooses to stick around close enough to his way he's fighting at. But it doesn't mean that that's him. That's his solid weight. You get what I'm saying?
I think it's going to be a dominating performance because it is up in this weight. It's going to be more of his natural walk around weight, like him making that cut from 180 to 168. Like
so what fighters outside of heavyweights fight around they walk around weight?
Say what now?
They walk around weight is normally them being fat.
No, I know. No, that's what I'm saying. There's a difference. I just had this conversation yesterday. There is a difference being around your fight weight.
Drop off for you to come on.
There is a difference between your fight weight and your everyday walk around weight, right? And the ones who are not disciplined and they come in chubby and they're trying to fight around a weight, and I call them kind of weight bullies because you shouldn't be there. But the ones who it's not draining them, for instance, like when you saw Frank Martin up there and he looked like an Oscar trophy nigga, you not supposed to be there, bro.
Right.
You're not. You're hurting yourself. When you saw Devin Haney draining all the way to that's come on, bro. You couldn't even pinch them. You understand what I'm saying? But you take a guy like Tank when he fought Fonseca and shit like that, and he coming in blowed up like that. He's a big guy, but that wasn't his walk. That wasn't his natural fighting weight. Because now you see he's disciplined now, and you see how he looks when he come his way, and he look regular. You get what I mean?
I'll drop off in a second. I want to address though that whoever was saying that Spence was a shell of himself because of car wreck and all that.
Yeah, that's bullshit.
Who said that?
I said that.
If Spence was a shell of himself, why did he have one of the best performances of his career against Ugas? Where he got a whole nickname from it, the Eye Collector.
And he watched Danny Garcia before that.
Right.
Bro, let's be real. That's all in-house PBC. We was just talking about like the stars that the business be building, and then the real true fighters like a Terence Crawford that got to get it out the mud. The PBC didn't want him to fight Crawford for a reason. Even though it was at that time, Spence knew that he was done. He couldn't fight nobody else. If you go back and look at that Ugas fight, because Ugas beat Spence in the amateurs. If you go back and watch that fight, in the first couple rounds, Spence could not do nothing with that man. That man showed him that he's going to throw the fight, but you can't touch me if I don't want you to. In the first couple rounds, Spence could not touch that man. Spence usually be stopping people. Danny Garcia didn't want to fight Spence before that car crash. Mikey Garcia jumped up to fight Spence.
I got a question for you.
Go ahead.
He still was who he is.
Right. In the manner you're thinking, you think the fights was rigged over there at PBC to keep him relevant, is what you're saying.
Basically is what he's saying.
Absolutely. Like
okay,
they be building.
So you don't think
even with Tank, like that's like Tank, he be having the rehydration clause, and a lot of them dudes be coming in dehydrated afterwards. But when you fought Roach came from 130. So that rehydration clause didn't affect him as much, and we seen the type of performance that he had.
Tank only had one rehydration clause in his whole career. What you talking about?
So
Tank rigged the draw, huh?
He only had one rehydration clause against Ryan Garcia. That's it. So what you?
Well, I'm just saying this. He's saying that PBC's is rigging things. Then, at that case, then they would never have took that fight. They still took the fight. What about before that? What about before the wreck? You don't think that style? What I'm saying is, you don't think that style was just tailor made for Bud? The double jab, the triple jab. Spence wanted to be in the inside. Would you argue that? Would you argue that Earl's best fight, that was the most entertaining fight, was with Sean Porter?
Absolutely, and he was supposed to run that back. He was supposed to run it back.
Right. Hold on.
Let
me land the plane. You right. I'm not going against you in this. My point is this though. Why was that fight so entertaining? Because Earl fight like a Mexican, bro.
You talking about the Porter fight?
Sean Porter, and Earl. Because
they was familiar with each other. You asked the question,
not just familiar. Earl fights like a Mexican, bro. Earl wants to be in the inside.
So does Sean Porter though.
Exactly.
And that's what made for an entertaining fight.
He gave him his want. He gave him what he wanted.
Listen. Hold on. Because it was that fight where I lost respect for Earl Spence.
Listen. So you take that style of fight and you apply it to a boxer. You don't think that style was just tailor made for Bud? Especially when he don't fight no southpaws. Especially he gonna do a double jab, triple jab, trying to get the inside.
Y'all getting off track. What they got to do with Canelo?
Well, I was answering this question. I was going through a slew of questions. I apologize. I was going through a slew of questions I just heard.
Wow. So this is what I want y'all to do. This is what I want y'all to do, because this is what I'm used to, man. I'm not used to.
Hold on, before you go, bro. I want to say peace to y'all, man. Good talking to you. I'm gonna hop off so somebody else can hop on. This boy gonna stop Canelo. Salute though, man. Good talking to y'all.
Peace, brother. Peace, brother.
I'm gonna listen in though.
Salutes, man.
Well, this is what I was gonna say.
That's a good topic. I'm gonna be in the chat too.
I'm used to having conversations with people who could articulate through boxing science. Because what's one of the most overused terms in boxing is styles make fights. Ain't nobody told me stylistic why a man gonna beat somebody who already his opponent's already down three. Okay, well, let me say this and then you say, all right. His opponents are already down 3 rounds because he's the golden child, right? Remember, Floyd Mayweather got a draw and he dominated Canelo. So that's the kind of dude that you're up against, possibly on steroids, fighting at 168. Potentially a smaller ring. We don't know yet what the size of the ring is going to be. Bud is giving him everything and not making Canelo sacrifice nothing. So he's giving him all the benefits and all the everything. How is he going to beat a guy like that? A bigger guy. I just break that down to me. How does he win the fight?
Okay. If for one, people like choose talking points, and for the longest, the people were saying Canelo's went up. He's fighting up with bigger guys, right?
Yeah.
Ain't that what they were saying? Canelo went up once and he was fighting nothing but bigger guys. He even just said it himself.
168 guy, yeah.
He's a smaller 168. So to say that, the same thing would apply then, right?
Bro, but he's fighting at 68. He's fighting bigger guys at 68.
Canelo
has no fights at 68.
But I understand that. Once upon a time, Canelo didn't either. But he been dominating.
Bro,
and then on top of that, hold on. And then
Canelo didn't start his career off at 68 at what, 37, 38 years old?
I didn't say that he started there. But here's the thing though. So you saying this level of Canelo, where if you can keep him occupied, I mean, hell, Bivol showed you that. Bivol just showed that if you keep Canelo occupied, you're not gonna do nothing. He freezes up, bro. Did you watch the William Skull fight? How many times Canelo had him dead to rights?
Hold up, y'all. I need to make this announcement right quick. If y'all want to sub to this channel, y'all can do that. But I really want y'all to sub to my Boxaholic channel, man. Go over there and sub to that one as well, man. I'm gonna show y'all that intro for that so y'all can see how the logo is, so y'all know which one it is. So give me a moment here. I'll play it right quick, and then hold the thought that you got, Slick 50.
Gotcha.
Finding those levels too. Look at that 4-punch combination. Crawford has just stopped Sean Porter.
This fight is over. What an impressive knockout victory for the Monster.
Errol Spence Jr. has done it. The truth hurts. Oh my! A monstrous shot by Davis.
Yeah, y'all go over there and sub to that one. But go ahead, Slick.
No, I forgot what it was, but I'm just saying that the same boxing logic got applied whether if the stops is there. I'm just not a person believing the stops like that. If you believe that stops is going to constitute a man's whole career, I don't see that. Like I said, through history, like people define certain things that happen through history and act like it never happened. But in this instance, like I said, if you go to that man's house, I stick with it. If you go in that man's house, you should get your ass whooped. But I'm not going to sit here and say Bud can't beat him. If you watch William Skull fight, he had William Skulls on pinned on the ropes and didn't do nothing. I just think this level of this version of Canelo is very beatable, bro.
But your breakdown was just based on what Canelo didn't do to another opponent who's been fighting at 68.
No, you missed it. You missed
way
it.
up to get a title
You
shot.
missed the part where I said if you keep him occupied. If Bivol showed you, if you keep him occupied and be disciplined, you can get through that fight. Okay, go back to the Bivol fight. How many times saw Bivol get him on the ropes and he didn't fall for the bait? He stayed there. You kept him occupied.
So let's stay there. Let's stay there. So you sound a little bit older, so I know you're familiar with I think I could beat Mike Tyson, Will Smith. Mm-hmm. You remember when Will Smith was on the couch, man? You gotta slip and dip and do it. That shit look easier from the couch than it is in the ring, bro. And I want to say, when have you ever seen a fight where Bud has showed a ton of activity with his hands at the higher weights, not the lower weight, not the lower weights, at the higher weights, and even at 47 where he was getting knockouts? Show me a fight where Bud was just super duper busy and keeping his opponent at bay and doing all this other stuff.
Well, you can go through a bunch of Bud fights, but you got a point there. But I mean, it's based on the opponent that he's fighting, though. He didn't fight everybody. He fought Earl Spence. He didn't fight everybody saying he fought Earl Spence or
my brother. If he didn't do it at the lower weights, he's not going to be able to do it at the higher weights at a weight he's never fought before. He's going to be slower. Even if he's not slow, his hands are going to be slower because he's carrying weight that he hasn't been acclimated to, and he's an older guy.
Well, we don't know what he was doing. He's been doing in the background either. I mean, like I say, he about to have a whole year to get acclimated to the weight. He has.
And he only got to be faster than Canelo. He only has to have
the rest of the bro. So that's the only thing I have on it. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that Bud is going to dominate. I'm saying that he has a chance to win. People think when people say Bud going to win, like he going to knock Canelo out. Fuck no, he not Canelo out, bro. I don't believe that.
But brother, I got a chance to win the lottery. I still play the lottery, but I'm realistic about my chances of winning, brother.
But people still play it.
Exactly. That's the point I'm making. I think y'all are on the people that still play it. Y'all like Dumb and Dumber. So you're telling me there's a chance. Listen, bro.
So there's people ain't never won the lotto. But see, now you contradict yourself. So you saying people ain't never won the lotto? There's not a chance then.
Yeah, so but this ain't
Have you looked at the odds to win the lottery?
This is not. Listen. This is not lotto odds. Listen, we're banking on Bud's professionalism and him showing up at a high level.
Yeah.
You know? So it's
okay,
not,
well, give me a breakdown
for every fight. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'll give you a simple breakdown. My simple breakdown is this: in Bud's entire career, he ain't never lost on a scale. He ain't never gassed out in the fight. He ain't never had a split decision. So when he's moving up to 168 and putting that weight on, I'll expect him to be doing it professionally. He don't got to be super fast. All he has to do is be faster than Canelo and bring some power up there. And I'm taking my chances with Bud as a Bud fan up there because one thing that's underrated is Bud's power all throughout his career. He's been stopping cats. If he catch Canelo with a 2-1 behind the ear like he caught Spence, Canelo will be behind the rest of the fight too.
Yeah.
So what are we talking about?
He finna do something that Bivol couldn't do. Bivol had better beef days. He never had Canelo, the smaller guy.
Bivol hasn't been he's been a boxer his whole career. Let's look up his KO ratio. Yeah, he ain't been knocking people out. He ain't been known for power. Did he
hurt better beef? Did Bivol hurt better beef?
He's been known for boxing people, not hurting people, homie. Let's look at his record. Go pull his box record.
Why you can't process what I'm saying? Did he hurt better beef?
No, I don't think so. Not in the two fights I've seen him. I didn't really see him.
Days better be.
I think he
I seen one or two moments, but I didn't see where it was like Bitter B was like in super trouble at risk of being stopped. I didn't see that.
Did you see Canelo
stunned him though, bro? He definitely stunned him though.
Yeah, he stunned him. He caught him.
But he wasn't hurt. It wasn't like, oh my God.
Did he buzz Canelo?
Who?
I don't recall.
No, I don't think he. No,
I don't recall.
No.
So how Bud gonna stop him?
Well,
because I believe Bud, like I told you, I think Bud got more power than Bivol, bro. That's what.
Oh my God!
Listen,
my God!
Listen, check this out. Check this out. Y'all laugh. Y'all laugh.
Listen to me.
Listen to me.
Now we get into
Check this
another
out. Check
territory,
this
bro.
out.
Yo, this
No,
shit.
no,
Hey, let me throw
no.
this monkey
Hey,
wrench
hold
in
on,
there,
What
hold
though.
on,
the
hold
fuck
on.
are we
Hey, let me
No.
throw this monkey
Hey,
wrench in there,
listen.
though.
No. Let me complete my thought
All
while
right, go
y'all
ahead,
over
go
here
ahead, go ahead, go
giggling
ahead, go
Go.
ahead.
and
Go
giggling.
ahead, go
This
ahead.
is why I believe. Listen, like I said, Bud's been stopping people. It was at a lower weight class, mind you, but he's been stopping people his entire career with that power. Now you don't claim it's big power because it ain't been at 168 or whatever, right? But that's why I'm telling you where I'm saying in comparison to Bivol, Bivol been outboxing people. He has a lower KO ratio at that high, at that weight class. That's the question of this fight is will Bud have power like he had at the lower weight division? Because he's
But
had power all
Yeah.
throughout his career. That's the point I'm trying to make. So when you laugh, I'm like, look, what I'm telling you is he's more of a power
what
puncher at those lower weight classes. That's the question of the fight.
I got two things.
Is will his power translate and will he come with that type of power at 168? Because
I,
Charlo
but
went up and didn't have it.
you're ultimately assuming he will because you just say he hits harder than
I
Bivol.
know I'm rooting as a
You
Bud
just
fan.
said
No, I
that.
said
No, you just
relatively.
said
I'm
that.
talking about no. Listen, yeah. Well, then let me qualify it.
All
Relatively
right.
for his as he fights, he
Mm-hmm.
fights relatively with more power in his weight division than Bivol does at his weight division.
Mm-hmm.
now,
That's
But
the point I'm trying to make. He's more of a
but
power
that
puncher. Yeah,
but you
yeah.
are
So
saying
that's
that
clear then.
but you are saying that doesn't definitively say he hits harder than Bivol. We will find out though. That's what you're saying.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. Yeah,
okay.
because I don't know what Bud punches like at 168. Nobody does. That's the biggest question mark. See, at the end of the day, I'm a Bud fan, but I can't debate when people's like, hey, he's moving up 2 weight classes.
Yeah.
Hey, he's moving up technically 3. He only had 1 at 54. Hey, what does his power look like? What does his speed look like? Mind you, he's putting on, remember, in his prime, let's go back. I'm gonna give you all the argument about Madrimov and it was so-called sloppy. He didn't wait, okay? 21 more pounds, bro. We don't know what that looks like. As a Bud fan, I don't know what that looks like. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Wait a minute.
You
Wait a
feel me?
minute. So I agree with you. I just don't agree with you the logic. So this is what you said. We don't know, but we do know this: that the knockout streak was ended at 54 by Masvidal, and he's moving up 2 more weight classes after that. So one would conclude that his power is not going to carry up to 68 because it didn't at 54.
Yeah, real quick, let me respond to that real quick. The thing is
Yeah.
that he had went up to 154 on shoulder notice, then he's going up to 158, 168. Let's remember he was stuck waiting on a rematch for Spence. Then he moved up to 154 and then fought Madrimov. He's had a whole year to get used to the weight. He was at 154 and then he's
But
been running
power is
around at
power, isn't
180.
it? What that got to do with his
No,
power?
That's the last thing to
no,
go.
Well, well,
but that's what I'm so that's you're proving my point. So if he has been had power, what I'm trying to tell you is he did not lose he did not have power against Madrimov. He boxed Madrimov cautiously because Madrimov showed him something that wasn't on tape when he got into the ring.
that's a
So
fact.
he boxed
That was
Madrimov.
that
He
was,
didn't you
yeah.
can't say he didn't have
I was
power because
shocked.
he didn't use it. You see what I'm saying? That's because he had 2 double uppercuts. He was stopping Madrimov in his tracks at certain points. So you can't say he did not have power. You're just saying he didn't have power because he didn't stop him. There's 2 different things, bro.
And I
2 different
want
things.
to add to that. I'll add to that
But he
too. Though.
stopped
It's just 2
everybody at
fighters in a
47.
ring. It's 2 fighters in a ring. If you know Russian fighters, they don't. You know, like for them, they train to box. That's their thing. Box. So to say that, but at the same time though, to say Bivol ain't got no power, he got enough power to make Canelo not rush in on that ass. He got some on it. He had some on the end of them motherfucking punches where he started trying to go to tricks on
Can
the
I
ropes and all
respond
that.
to?
You
I
know,
didn't say Bivol didn't have power.
No, he's talking about me. I'm not saying he didn't have power. I'm just saying relatively to how Bud fights, Bud's more of a power puncher than Bivol is. Like I
all right.
said, I ain't seen him fight at
I
168.
disagree.
I
I
got you.
disagree, man. I mean, I'm not really disagreeing with. I just disagree
What's
with
up,
you on the
WCS?
Bivol. But the only thing I wanted to say about Bud, when people say his power didn't resonate up to 154, I mean, how many times we got to hear Styles make fights, right? And let's not act like he didn't go 12 rounds with Jose Benavidez, who was shot in the leg. I mean, he went to the last freaking minute or something like that in the 12th round of Benavidez. So Styles, it determines a lot on how a fighter approaches that fighter.
Yeah.
So
And
he
remember,
only
Jose
had
was a
one
longer
fight.
fighter too. Was a way tall,
Yeah,
bigger fighter. That's the biggest
yeah, he was a
fighter.
taller
That was the
fighter.
biggest differentiate. That was the biggest size differential in a Bud fight. I can recall.
Yeah,
Is
he
with
don't.
Jose
But hold on,
Benavidez.
y'all are telling me Styles make fights, but he's going into the fight with a bigger fighter, and he's probably more than likely going to be down 3 rounds because it's Canelo, and he's a
But
notoriously slow starter. So is that stylistically a good matchup for him?
Well, see,
It
I think
depends how
you
you approach it.
exaggerating. I think
It
you're
depends how you
exaggerating when
approach
you
it.
say notorious. Come on, man. You're
Yeah.
acting like he's a notorious slow fighter, slow starting fighter, like it affected him in his fights. I mean, what fight affected him? Kell Brook, he was fighting orthodox, and then he switched to southpaw. Fight was over. I mean,
Yeah.
he didn't have a consistency
But Bud is a
with
slow
freaking slow
starter.
starters
No,
affecting his
see,
He
performance.
definitely is a slow starter.
that's the
You
talking
don't
point
think
from
Bud's a slow
commentators,
starter?
bro. Look, that's
I
the
don't
talking.
think
That
that's
slow starting shit
consistently.
started with commentators, bro. He's not a slow starter.
Let's
Okay, if he's a
let's
slow
just go
starter,
with 47. He did not start the same every single fight from Jeff Horn
right?
all the way to
So
Sean
so
Porter.
why did they say he was down? Why did his corner tell him he was down in the Porter fight then?
No. Let me educate you,
Masvidal
brother.
fight.
Let me educate you, brother. Timothy Bradley told him that. His corner didn't tell him that. Timothy Bradley told him that.
Why would they have
On
to
the
mention it to
on
Bud?
the unofficial
Why is the narrative out
scorecards,
there that when Bud got that dog in him, and when you tell him that he down, he got to go out there?
you
You
don't
wouldn't
want to
have to
hear
tell
it.
the
You
guy
just
that.
said
But
his corner told him he was behind in the
Listen,
fight, but Timothy
but
Bradley did.
hold on, listen to me. The argument y'all make is Bud got that dog. Anytime he's down in a fight, he gonna come out the corner fighting. All this good stuff, right? But why would you have to tell a fighter that if he's not notoriously a slow starter? He wouldn't have to hear that a lot, right? If he wasn't a slow starter.
You trying to say Bud
he
has to
said
hear that he has that
one
dog
fight.
in him?
No, he has to hear that he's down or the fight is close.
No.
No.
You're talking about
All right,
one
peace,
single
y'all. I'm
That
fight,
fight
stepping
had
away.
a
man.
lot.
Come on, brother.
Peace, y'all. I gotta go.
You put your own cliff
The
notes to
fight
this
with
conversation
Benavidez,
now.
the
That
fight with
fight,
Porter, the fight with Masvidal. You can keep going.
he didn't even want to fight Porter, bro. Like that's his friend,
Hey,
bro. Like
now
it
you
was a
going
lot.
to
It was
another
a lot.
argument.
It was a
You
lot
spending
to go into
So
that
they
fight.
told
No,
him
that's
he was
part of
behind
the
in the
fight.
fight
The
with
fight
Sean
that you're
Porter.
quoting, the fight that you're quoting it was a lot going into that fight. He didn't even want that fight.
There was a lot going
I
into
John
the
don't know
Sean
what that
Porter
posted his
has to
way
fight.
do
into
with
that
him being
fight.
a slow starter, brother.
So yeah,
It's
what do they
going
got to
off
do with him being a
off the
slow
rails.
starter though, man?
Now to what's your
No, hold
icon
up,
is on?
brother.
What's your
Hold
name?
up, man. They said he was behind on the scorecards with Sean Porter, which was a lie.
That was not a
They was
lie.
pushing this narrative through
That was not a
YTC talking
lie,
about
bro.
Bud was behind on the scorecards. And you look
If
at the
you look at the
scorecards, he
fight,
wasn't.
if you
The,
look
the point is, it was a
at
close
bro, if
fight.
you look at the fight, he was down the first 6 rounds. He was actually
You
down the
said
first 6 rounds.
look on the fight or what the scorecard said.
Both. I mean, like if you look at the fight, he was actually
No,
losing
you're
that
looking at
fight.
the
He
fight,
wasn't.
you're gonna go with everybody else's narrative on the
I
social
watched
media
the
rather than
fight,
looking at
brother.
the scorecard.
Listen,
Oh, so you don't trust the
Sean Porter.
scorecards?
Listen, Sean Porter is used to fighting a certain type of style. That's what Bud was waiting on. Him coming in the way that he does. He didn't fight that way. Sean Porter said it himself. He went with a different strategy to actually try to box Crawford in that
So the
fight.
traditional way of 3 judges outside the apron scoring the fight, you don't want to hear none of that. You just saying you watched the fight and he was down the first 6 rounds. That's what you're
I could
saying, right?
believe that he was down in the first 6 rounds.
But you don't want to you don't want to view the documentation called the scorecards to prove that wasn't true.
I believe if Bud was not told that and he continued to fight that way, we don't know what the cards was until after the fight was over.
That's what I'm saying. Those official scorecards. I ain't talking
But
about the
Timothy Bradley
unofficial.
would have a good insight.
Yeah, Timothy Bradley no boxer, but this is what I want to say.
To throw that out there, he messed with Bud. To throw that out there and give him that, like you actually down on the cards right.
Well, let me ask you this: how many fights does Terence Crawford have?
41, man. Come on now.
How many first round knockouts do he got?
Man, who knows? I know he undefeated. He about to
slow
have
starter. That's
another
the point that
knockout
I'm
come
making.
September, bro.
So a first round knockout constitutes you being a fast starter.
When you fighting bums and no hopers, you get them out of there fast, especially a fighter as great as Bud.
I mean, when you say bums, nobody believe what you're saying when you say bums.
A slow starter,
like Bud has like 9 undefeated fighters, 9 or 10 undefeated
I'm not
fighters on his resume.
I'm not talking about the champion Bud.
What's your name?
Everybody starts off with bums, bro.
Champions.
Everybody gets fed bums at the beginning, bro.
Yeah, we know that. Just like Canelo got fed.
So that's where a lot of people get they
Taco Stromboli over there in Mexico for over 30 fights, right?
Listen, yeah, and don't most people with a high knockout ratio start slow? This is part of a style to let the other guy open up. They don't be starting slow. They want to let that dude.
Mike Tyson started slow.
No.
Does Tank start slow? Tank, look, hey, does Tank start slow? Depending on who in front of him, right? He has legitimate vicious power.
That's what
but he doesn't come out there trying to knock out Rolly. He knew
Tank
Rolly
is
had
not a
power
slow
too.
starter. Tank just waits for one big punch, and normally the opponents give it to him when they're tired and more mentally fatigued. They make the mistake that he needs.
So Tanks is a strategy, but Bud's not.
Huh?
So
You
Tank's
saying
opponent
Tank
this week
has a
got you.
strategy and Bud doesn't?
No, bro. All I said was Bud was a slow start. I don't know why that was controversial, bro.
And you
If
can't
Because
it's
give us
that's
three
style-based
that's
fights
consistent
started with
and
fights,
fighters
TV,
man.
have
bro. If you
styles,
okay,
he's
you
not
say
a fast starter.
you
That's
saying
not
that you watch
debatable,
fights.
bro.
Okay, check this out. It's very debatable. So you say you watch fights, right? So if you go back and watch Bud fights, what is he doing in the first round? Pretty much throwing feints, seeing how you gonna react to certain things and shit like that, right?
What slow starters do, brother.
No, that's
They
Yeah,
not,
he
man.
did the
That's
download.
same thing
building your
against
They
Spence,
strategy on
homie.
what to do.
brother. They
Okay, if that's
download.
the case,
Yes,
okay, hold on, hold
they
on.
want to see what you do,
Nah,
brother. They gon'
that's
they gon'
boxing though, bro. You trying to say that's
yes.
not
Most
boxing? That's
boxers are
boxing.
slow starters, bro.
That doesn't make you a slow
Thank you for
starter unless
proving
you're a
my
Mexican
point.
or go fight. You understand?
Man's
Okay,
most
so what
boxers are
happened?
slow
What? Okay, if he
starters.
was such a slow starter, then what happened when Earl tried to bull rush his ass in that second round? Was he such a slow starter then? The way Bud fights is the way you come at him, bro. That's just how, that's the
Bro,
style of fight.
so
You
did I
just
That's
miss
saying
what
you
that's
something?
just
Did he
said if
that's what
stop?
somebody
that's what
had a
makes
game
Did
that's
he?
plan,
what
he
makes
Hold
does
on.
it.
Canelo the perfect matchup for him too, though.
Like, come on, bro. Like you
Did
gotta
I miss
understand the
something? Did
thing.
Bud stop Canelo in the first round? I mean, excuse me, Spence in the first round?
No, I didn't say that, bro. I
He
said
stopped him in
based
the
on
second.
how Earl came out in that second round, where you talking, like you said, 4 rounds and all this shit, right? He a slow starter. The way Earl came at him in that second round, he ain't wait no 4 fucking round. He was on his ass like
Exactly.
white on rice. Like it's
He
Yep.
based
didn't,
on the way that
brother.
fighter fights him. The
Did he
one point.
stop him
Now I'm
early,
gonna
bro,
throw
or
you a
not?
bone. Your argument is he's not gonna beat Canelo, right? But the thing is that, like,
Absolutely
I'm not
not.
here to argue that Bud is the greatest. I'm just saying this. Now I'm about to throw you a bone. The only thing I see a problem with Bud in this Canelo fight, the one thing that's consistent across the board with Bud, and it's the only thing. Once you touch Bud, Bud wants to fucking fight.
Yep.
And that's the only thing I'm afraid of. Can he stay disciplined enough? Because he's gonna catch a punch for Canelo. When he catch that fucking punch, can he say, all right, you got that one? Or he gonna try to go get his cookies back? You see what I'm saying? That's the only thing. You can go through. It's notorious that he gonna catch it right. It's notorious.
And when the last time we seen Canelo in a fight?
So I'm that's the only thing
Really?
I have with that fight. That's the only problem.
I think we're
Listen,
gonna
I
actually
guarantee
see
you
him in
this.
a fight in September. Because like the brother said, when Crawford gets hit, people complain about him throwing out the game plan and getting
Right.
that dog to work. So we'll see what happened when
Is that
Canelo
going to
touched
benefit him
Crawford.
against Canelo? No.
Look, hey, I hear you. We'll see what happens when both fighters connect with power punches and see who has the attrition. We'll
For
see who
real.
has that attrition rate, man.
Um, Look, I think a lot is being misunderstood here. In conversations like this where, we going with one fight or the other, a lot of things get misinterpreted, misunderstood, or taken out of context. I don't think anybody here is trying to discredit Terence Crawford. I don't think anybody here is trying to discredit Canelo. Hold on, give me a minute. What I do think is that we're all trying to come to understanding, right? Understand what each other is saying, and it may come across like we, discredit one fighter, but we all trying to put everything on the table to make it make sense on why we got a certain fighter winning this fight. So certain things gonna come up that to your ear may not sound like, oh, he discredited him, but it's not really that. It may come across as that, and each time that I have this discussion about this fight, my fan, I don't want to say fandom, but me being a fan of Terence Crawford is being questioned and all of this. And I'm tired of even going through, I'm a Buff fan, I'm a Buff fan. I just got Canelo winning. This is my reasons why. And I
Mm-hmm.
have to go into criticizing certain things about Terence Crawford's fights or what have you to make my argument on why I think Canelo's going to win.
Mm-hmm.
And people coming out of that with, oh, you hating on Butter. And I'm just like, it's getting tiring, bro. At
Hey,
the end
bro,
of the day.
you
I
have to
feel you. I don't
understand
think
in
it's no
this
hate
in this
nowhere. I'm
social
just
media
over it.
community, everybody has a different level of maturity when it comes to having a conversation, especially a conversation when it's not fitting a narrative. Like I go
Mm-hmm.
for Crawford, you go for Canelo, but I'm not gonna get angry with you because you're telling me certain fights that you don't see Crawford, excelled in, or you see the deficiencies. That all
Mm-hmm.
goes with the lay of the land, man. When you're talking this type of talk, man.
Yeah. It's just boxing conversation. I don't think nobody is trying to say, oh, you wrong for thinking what you think. You know what I'm saying? Like I just said, I'm a Bud fan, but my thing is his discipline that worries me. If he get hit, he gonna want to fucking fight, and that scares me. Being a Bud
That's
fan,
that's that's
you know what I
It,
mean?
that's like
it shouldn't scare you though
that's
when
what
they
makes
when they celebrate Mexican fights. Like they celebrate the Mexican, hey, the Mexican style, the Mexican style. Why is it not celebrated when it comes to black fighters? Why is it a
That's
problem?
what make Crawford
Well,
dangerous too,
for
though.
me, it's a bigger fighter. That's why I'm saying. If this was somebody, like say relatively, say 147, where he's been at, he's fighting that
Gotta
and this
know
and the
that.
third, I wouldn't be tripping off of it. It's a bigger fighter, and I expect Canelo to have a bigger punch if he's gonna stand in the fire with him. That's what I'm saying. You know what I mean?
Facts.
That's what makes Crawford dangerous, though, is that he can do both. Is that he can box and he can fight. And when he does choose to fight is when he stops guys. When he was boxing and he was boxing Gamboa, one of the things that gave him a challenge with Gamboa, like he said, and Bomac said, was his feet. He had quick feet that matched his hands. And that's going to be the reason that he beats Canelo. Bomac had said it early on when he was still at 47 that he could beat Canelo because Canelo, his feet be in the mud. He has to
Right.
be set to throw them power punches. Crawford can move. Crawford can stick and jab, and he can hurt you. He gonna hurt him to the body. He gonna take some power off of that because Canelo ain't that. As far as Canelo boxing and moving with his feet, it ain't gonna be the same type of
Canelo's got
power.
the
I think
best
Bud can
body shot in
withstand that type of
boxing.
power. If Canelo
I
gets
was just gonna
planted and
say
gets
that.
to throw them hooks from Mexico City, yeah, it'll definitely probably hurt. But usually when a smaller guy comes up and fought Canelo and he hits him with one of those, he puts him out. I don't think he's gonna get a chance to hit Bud like that. Bud
But
has
he
been
didn't. He
able to.
didn't put out his last 5 opponents though, man. They got a
Did they come
complimentary
up? Did
knockdown
they
from
come up?
Starbucks, bro.
Did
So
they come up and wait to fight him?
hold up. Here's why I gotta stop you. And now you say you don't think this is gonna happen, right? I watched, and take this how I want it at this point. I watched Terence Crawford absolutely cook Errol Spence, simmer this nigga, right? And
Mhm.
Errol Spence was still able to land some bullshit overhand from the parking lot
Yeah,
shots on him, bro.
he was. Yep.
Right?
That,
So
okay,
y'all telling me that Canelo not
that was part of the strategy. You seen what you seen in the
Huh?
seventh round when he
what?
went
The strategy is to
he
hit
knew
it, not
exactly
get
what
hit.
Huh?
Spence does when he gets
That's
a
the
guy up against the ropes, that double jab, that crazy overhand. So he timed that in the seventh round. I don't know how Spence got up from that uppercut. It was
Yeah.
like from the camera angle that we seen it live. We didn't even see what he get hit with until
No,
they
no, no.
replayed it.
That wasn't the only time he hit him with it. He hit him with it multiple times. That wasn't the
you
only
don't you
time he
don't
hit him with
take
But
it.
he
I was
solid
set that
gonna
one
say the
punches
up.
as
same
He
part of
thing.
set
this.
that one up. That's what I'm saying. And
You
then
don't take
the amount
solid
of time
punches as
that he's
part of the
had
game
to
plan, brother.
the amount of that was part of the game plan. He know what he
You
do
don't,
when Spence
brother. The
gets a
sweet
guy up
science is
against
to
the
hit and
ropes.
not get hit. Not hit
But
and let me
when you
hit you.
set traps, you knowing what the other guy likes to do, his tendencies. That's how you end
But
up
when you
setting the
set
trap.
traps, bro, you don't get hit. You create the opening, you create the illusion, and then you hit them with the punch. You don't
Listen.
take a solid punch.
That's the best time. Listen, Crawford likes to fight that way, and that's the best time to hit a guy. He's most open when he's thrown.
In your weight division.
Yeah,
Not
this is
not
But
not
this
bro,
is
it's
168.
he's already hit you by the time. Like you're saying, okay,
Exactly.
get to the
Crawford has
throw.
already hit you by the time you've landed that shot because he's
No, no,
setting it
no.
up.
Errol Spence had already hit him with the solid punch, bro. Like when you set a trap, if you catch them while they're punching, you create the illusion that there's an opening that there's not. They throw the punch and you hit them while they're trying to hit you. You don't take a solid shot, bro. That's not the science of boxing.
it's not the right. What he's
Listen,
trying to say is not what you're saying is not the same thing.
we talking that same situation. That overhand right, and that uppercut that put Spence down in the seventh round.
No,
That was
no.
okay.
He's saying that shot has happened. If you go watch a fight, Bud took multiple of them shots.
Bud talked about it on the Breakfast Club. Like Mayweather talked about it. When you get in there with a fighter that's known to have some power, the only way to really know about it is to get hit with something and see what it's hitting for.
Bro, what? Bro,
Come on, man.
let me say this.
Come
Let me
on,
say this.
man.
I watched the interview with Nazim Richardson, right? And he said he was getting Sugar Shane Mosley ready for Manny Pacquiao, right? And he said Shane Mosley was saying, hey, I want to see what he got. I want to let him hit me. And he said his eyes got big, and he said, Shane, he said Manny Pacquiao has never been hit by you, but you've never been hit by nobody like Manny Pacquiao. So you might not want to go in there and take no punches from Manny Pacquiao. Well, he went in there and got hit. I know y'all seen the epilogue where he wanted to quit
Yeah,
in the corner because of the blister.
yeah.
You're gonna get
Man,
hit in a fight though. You're
you
gonna
gonna
get hit
get
in a
hit,
fight.
but like you don't just willingly get hit, is what we saying. He didn't willingly get hit, bro. He didn't willingly get
Listen,
hit.
Yeah, Errol Spence hit him
like
a
you
lot.
standing in the pocket to feel somebody's power is something like that's gonna happen. That's gonna happen. You know what I'm saying? Like you would rather stand in the pocket and see what that power is like in an exchange early rather than trying not to get hit and then get hit something when you try not to
So
get
you
hit.
want him to stand in the pocket with Canelo?
Honestly, I think he can swim and not get wet against Canelo.
At
It'll be in the
168.
mid to late rounds. I've seen Crawford. I've seen some that he's working on where he's parrying with his left hand on his right side, throwing a hook to the body. This is for
Nah,
Canelo's
bro.
wild ass hooks that he be
You sound
throwing.
like Mikey Garcia. I see some.
This is nah, bro.
Mm-hmm.
No, they see something. No, Bo Mack and Terence Crawford, they in their game plan and in their strategy. The man ain't throwing no power shots. Like we seen it in his last fight against Skull. If his feet ain't set, he can't do nothing. He couldn't cut the ring off or nothing. We seen that's what he's working on. With Crawford can do all of that, and he can get busy and freestyling.
What's Canelo? Okay, let me ask you this: what is
Canelo?
Canelo's weakness? And out of all his opponents, what's been his weakness?
You asking everybody or just him?
I would say his footwork.
No, it's his boxers.
You asked me my opinion.
The man should be boxed. He should box, bro. He should stand there and try to fight Canelo. He should box, bro.
You said that Canelo's weakness is his boxing.
No, boxers. Who his opponents? Out of all his opponents, the people who gave him trouble. Maybe I said it wrong, but the people who gave him trouble was boxers.
Yeah, like Laura.
Yeah, boxers. He should box, bro. And one thing that he good with, you said was right, is his feet, right? And he could fight going backwards. We didn't watch him knock motherfuckers out walking backwards. And I don't know if he's gonna knock Canelo out, but he could box his ass off. And I think he should box. I think he should box. I don't think he should stand there. Now he could take some chances. He could dart in and get out. You know what I'm saying? But not no stand there and slug with no fun. I just don't see it, bro.
No, that's how I see it starting out. Like he's gonna start out boxing. He definitely gonna start out with his jab. He's gonna start out jabbing and stabbing, guaranteed.
There's one thing.
Go ahead. I heard y'all earlier talking about his wrestling. I believe like in the fourth round, he gonna.
My guy was trying to get a word in. He was trying to let him get a. Go ahead, bro.
It's gonna play a little part in the fight. It's not gonna play a big part in the fight.
Yeah, that's strength. That's just showing he got strength, bro. I think we all could agree in the Earl fight when he pushed Earl back, we knew the fight was over.
Listen, I be seeing online, I be seeing Bud doing the deadlift with all his weight, and I be seeing him wrestling people, bro. And I believe it now. I believe it then. I believe it for the rest of the time. It's not about strength, bro. It's about technique. George Foreman was stronger than Ali, bro. George Foreman got pictures of him carrying fucking baby cows on his back, bro. It's the technique. It's not the strength. When he fought Muhammad Ali was bending him over like he was a kid, bro. And I know George Foreman's stronger than Muhammad Ali, but he was playing with because of the technique, bro. It's the time. And like, you ever seen somebody going for a clinch, but they overshoot it and they end up getting uppercutted? It's time. It's everything plays a part. It's not just strength. So when people bring up Bud's wrestling, I can't see how it's going to transfer over to Canelo. I know y'all seen Canelo pick Berlanga up and just throw him when they was in the not Berlanga with a skull.
Bivol.
Bivol too. He do it in a lot of fights when he get frustrated. He'll pick him up and nobody talk about Canelo's strength.
That's what I'm saying. Everyone's talking about Bud.
Well, strength come in too when you ain't close to though. You know, you need that little space. You shove him back a bit. You know what I'm saying? You know, it does play a part. And Bud is good for that. Get inside, give that shove, and he got enough space to get some punches off. But I ain't saying like it's gonna play a part where like you know what I mean. Like I don't think wrestling has either though.
Everyone keeps talking about Bud's a wrestler. This ain't UFC.
Yeah, I don't think wrestling has to do with that.
Like this ain't
wrestling is a different type of strength, bro. That's the only reason why that gets thrown in there because it is a different type of strength.
Yeah, but how strong is Canelo though?
It's a different type of strength. What I'm trying to tell you, wrestling it's with your whole body.
I seen Bud wrestling Muhammad Ali's grandson, and I seen the comments, and they were like, "We told you." I'm like, "Bro, he's lighter than Bud.
He's little." Yeah, I said the same thing, dude. He's tall and little, bro.
Oh my God, bro! They get carried away, bro. Like even with that being said, okay, let's say Bud does got a wrestling background, which I don't know how serious he took it, but I mean he's strong for his side. Nobody would doubt that. But they think, oh my man, look at what he did to Jarrell Miller. Like, bro, they were joking around, bro. Jarrell Miller his intent wasn't to hurt. Bud Crawford, you would have seen a different type of strength out of him. But that's them to prove what they believe. If you want to believe Bud is gonna win, hey, by any means believe it, bro. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't like Canelo. I think Canelo is a cherry picker. I think Canelo's not going to give us the fight. I'd rather see Canelo versus Benavidez. I think Canelo should walk away into the sunset because he's not going to give us the fights we want, but he's going to say, hey, man, I only fight the best. Bro, your signature was on a piece of paper to fight Jake Paul. I don't want to hear this
Yeah.
fight the best bullshit, bro.
Facts.
You can never sell that to me. But if I'm using my logical brain, bro, it's just too much, bro. I'm
And,
like, if
and,
Bud
and
would have tried
But
this when he was like 33, I would have said, okay, I'm riding with Bud. I
but
think he got a good action at this fight.
I
But the
agree.
fact that he's doing it older, I'm like, fighters don't
and
get
then
better the older they
But
get.
I
and then
agree.
look at this. Hold up. And then look at this. Let me jump in right quick. Look at this. If Canelo is to beat Bud, man, gonna have people, and I want y'all to prepare for this. You're gonna have people gonna say, "Well, Canelo be the pound for pound fighter. That means he got to
Yeah,
move up." That shit
they
gonna
gonna say.
happen. This is what Terence Crawford opened up, bro. Cause Terence Crawford, he not trying to be on some shit like, "Oh yeah, this Canelo's bigger than me." He's not trying to make it to where there's no this. Like he's ignoring the disadvantages himself. So if he's putting that out there, you're gonna have people who's listening to that. You know what I'm saying? They'll be like, "Well, it was a fair fight." You know, Canelo beat him, so that means Canelo beat a pound for pound fighter. So that means we move on.
True.
And that's just not what I'm on. I'm not doing that because
But
I think he's
what?
gonna lose.
But what?
I gotta give you some pushback on that. The man asked for the ass woman.
Yeah.
He
Yeah,
asked
I
for the
say
ass
if
woman.
Canelo
It's not
wins,
if
I think
Canelo
it'll
brung
really
him up.
make him great.
If Canelo called him up and be like, "Come on," then I'll be with you on that. Bud asked for this ass woman, so
Wait, how do
if
you
Canelo win, I'm be like, "Good win, Canelo." Shit,
wait? How do
goddamn
you
me,
guys think Bud's gonna win this fight?
because they give it. Think about it.
By
He had.
stoppage, I don't think it can go 12. I think he has to
Y-
stop Canelo.
Yeah, that
I
makes
think he
sense.
boxed him for 12 rounds. That's what I think. He gonna
But
box him.
I I
If if
respect.
if he has to stop Canelo to win, then he's not winning, bro. I'm not gonna lie. I don't even understand how
Yeah,
that makes sense in your
well,
head,
I
Hold on.
listen,
Why does that not make sense?
bro. So here we go
He
again.
bro.
said it
Canelo's
himself.
So
Bud
bro.
said
Come
I
on,
ain't say
man.
Bud
knock
said
him
he's
out.
not
I
going to
said
try to
Come
stop
on,
stop him.
man.
Canelo, bro. I
so
mean,
he's
that's kind
gonna
of the
he's
same
so
thing,
Canelo's
bro.
gonna be so overwhelmed. The ref gonna jump in. Is what you're saying?
That's how I think. That's how I see
if it
Crawford winning.
happens, man, I'm with it. I don't know.
I believe
Oh
Bud.
my goodness,
I believe that Bud is one of the greatest fighters of this
definitely.
generation. One of the
That,
greatest fighters
no,
who's
he is.
essentially
He's
not.
the.
Yeah. I agree. I believe Bud is one of the greatest fighters we've ever seen. But there's one myth that I think everyone says, "Oh, Bud is gonna beat Canelo how Floyd beat Canelo." Bud ain't
Oh,
nowhere
absolutely
near.
not.
Nah,
Bud ain't
nah.
nowhere near the defensive fighter that
He's
Floyd
not
is.
defensively
What
sound
what
as
what people
Mayweather, bro.
don't what people tend to not realize is Bud gets hit with a lot of shots. Watch back the Mean Machine fight. Watch back the Gamboa fight. Bud is a guy who is defensively responsible, but he's not as good as defensively as people think he is. And Canelo is one of the best counter punchers in boxing.
Uh,
But I do,
catch and shoot. Not he
yeah,
used to be the counter puncher, but he
yeah,
more catch and shoot now.
yeah, but that's why I think Bud has a very good chance of winning this fight because I feel like Canelo's best performances, we will all say that is probably Daniel Jacobs. That version of Canelo was gone. that version of Canelo is gone. So I feel like this version of
Danny Jacobs
Canelo
was old
is
at that time too.
Daniel Jacob was, I think he was 34, I believe. And if you watch that fight, Daniel Jacobs had the height advantage, the reach advantage, and was bigger than Canelo. So I feel like people do try to diminish Canelo's record, but this fight is closer than I originally thought because Canelo is just not the same fighter that he once was. So yeah. But respect to both
So,
fighters, they're both
so
all-time greats.
what you just said, bro, so it is. If there was any time that Bud was gonna beat Canelo, and
Is now.
Canelo was like right for the pick, it's now. But
It's
you gotta
now.
look at it on the flip side,
100%.
like Bud is aging as well. He didn't look good his last fight, so you just like I can't give him the advantage there because it's like okay, judge it. If we, because in
Hold on.
fighting,
Why
you
he
only
didn't
just
look good his last fight against Madrimov? Why that
Okay,
did
you
bro.
he
know
We're not
what?
even gonna debate that,
I,
bro. So look,
Okay,
no.
in
Like,
boxing, you're
let's really
only as
talk
good
about
as
it.
your last fight, right?
okay, this,
I
So
don't
Bro,
believe that.
trainers,
listen.
So
Hold on,
that mean
Scott. I'm tired of y'all.
Canelo ain't
I don't
nothing.
believe that.
Look. We're not gonna do this, bro. We're not gonna do this. Them niggas both didn't look good in their last performance. We
Right.
could debate. We could debate about who looked worse or whatever at a later time. They didn't look good, bro. That's it. This wow, this and that. Let's just stop with that, bro. They didn't look good. Let's not make excuses about it.
okay, look,
Well,
I
Hold
we
on.
can't
So hold on. Let
compare
me
it. We
ask. Let
can't
me
okay,
ask
compare
you this.
Madrimov
How many?
fight to Skull
okay,
fight,
Okay, go ahead.
man.
I am a Canelo fan and I do respect Canelo, but I'm also a Bud fan. But what I would say is I don't think Bud fought. I think Canelo was horrible against William Skull. Even though William Skull ran, Canelo just looked slow. and sluggish. Bud, I don't think Bud looked his very best against Majimov, but he still showed qualities in terms of in terms of the way how he controlled the fight. I don't think there was ever a time where Bud was in trouble. So I think Bud had a better performance than Canelo, but both of them weren't at their best. So I feel like both of them, they're both out of their primes. So we're never going to get the best version of Canelo and Bud in this fight. It's kind of two guys that are just out of their primes. So yeah, it's probably like a 50-50 fight, to be honest.
Hey, so do you think Canelo was in his prime when he fought Floyd Mayweather?
No, but the thing about that is, I think Floyd beats every version of Canelo. I just think he's a bad matchup for Canelo. I think whatever version of Canelo Floyd beats, because he's just better. Same way how I think Floyd beats Manny Pacquiao any version. But
I
So
think
this
Floyd
this
was
kind of like the
smart
same
enough.
scenario, right? He fought Floyd. They say he was too young, even though Floyd was in his 30s. Now he fighting another fighter. Canelo has had several years to get ready.
yeah,
Now he's about to step in there with a fighter that's almost the same age as Floyd when he fought Canelo the first time. And now Canelo is past his prime. Hmm.
no,
So
but
this what I say. This why I say
there's a
today.
difference, bro. There's a difference. But think about it like this: Canelo is how old is Canelo?
I think 33, 34.
Okay, cool. Canelo is 33. He's not a regular 33. He started professional boxing at the age of 15. He's not a regular 33-year-old. He name me boxers that's active right now, apart from Manny Pacquiao, that's got 65 plus fights. He's basically an old man in this sport. That's what I think people forget. People always say, oh, Canelo is 3 years younger than Bud or 4 years younger than Bud. Bud's got 41 fights and he's never really been tested because he's better than everyone he fights. Canelo, what people don't realize, if I go in 3 fights versus Golovkin, I'm going to have a lot of wear and tear. Golovkin, a guy that breaks people. You know what I mean? Canelo's had 67 fights. Bud hasn't even had 50.
So you're counting the fights that was relatively easy for him to fight in Mexico, which is like over 30, which is half his resume almost. And
Yeah.
then you say Bud Crawford has never been tested. That's being disingenuous
No, when I
because
say
if he
Bud
look,
is
hear me out though.
go on, yeah.
If he's never been tested, why there's so much criticism towards his resume, and then why do they continue to bring up Gamble and Green Machine if he's never been tested?
Okay, when I say he hasn't been tested, I mean he's fought great. I think he's fought some good fighters, but I mean in the sense he's just been better than everyone. I mean in terms of in the ring, they haven't tested him. Errol Spence was supposed to be his biggest test, and that's probably his easiest fight. So that wasn't a test. On paper, that was a test because Errol Spence is a pound for pound, but Bud was just levels above Errol Spence. People can
Masvidal
say,
was a test.
huh?
Masvidal was a test.
But that's what I'm saying. No one really thought Majimov was going to be a test because Majimov had 10 fights. People always talk.
This is what I wanted to say to your point earlier, bro. You said that it's a different situation with Floyd, and I tell you why. So Floyd, defensive minded people, they have a certain mindset, right? A
Yeah.
temperament, as Customato would call it, right? Floyd Mayweather was not only defensive in the ring, he was defensive outside the ring. I tell you what I mean when I say that, right? Floyd Mayweather, all this rematch and hydration stuff that Tank be doing, where y'all think that shit come from? Floyd Mayweather pulled Canelo down. He didn't fight him at 68. Bud is giving up all the fucking the stuff that Mayweather would make him compromise on from being the A side. That's where all that A side, B side talk came from. Floyd Mayweather. People wasn't even talking
100%.
about persons until Floyd came in the game. But the point that I'm making is this: Floyd Mayweather was smart enough to know that I'm gonna get Canelo when he's young, and then I'm gonna make him come down and wait. You know what I mean? And I'm gonna put him on the stage that he's never been on before. I'm gonna beat the shit out of him. Bud is not doing that to Canelo. He's meeting Canelo
Why
at
he was
68, a weight he's never fought at.
Yeah. But another thing that I want to say as well is I believe Bud is an amazing fighter, but I feel like some people that are fans of Bud, I don't think they watch Bud because a lot of boxers, obviously I've talked about this before, but a lot of boxers say Bud's gonna do Canelo the way Floyd did. Bud doesn't fight like Floyd. So how can Floyd is a defensive genius. Everyone knows Floyd is one of the best defensive fighters ever. Bud is not that. Bud is a great boxer, a great switch hitter.
Bud is
But
one of the greatest offensive
yeah.
fighters of all.
There you go.
Exactly. He's a great offensive fighter. He's not gonna do
And he's a
Canelo.
solid defensive fighter, not an
Yeah, he's
all-time
yeah.
great defensive
See,
fighter.
you're right. See, he's a great offense. He's one of the greatest offensive fighters we've ever seen. But defensive fighter, Bud's not better defensive fighter than Canelo. He ain't. But he's a better offensive fighter than Canelo. So if he's to beat Canelo, he's gonna have to bring it to Canelo. And I can see Bud doing that because Bud is one of the greatest offensively. But everyone talking about Bud is going to make Canelo miss, swim without getting wet. Bud doesn't do that. The last time I think Bud swam without getting wet was against probably Victor Postal, because Sean Porter was tagging him, Majimov was tagging him, Errol Spence tagged him, but it
Those were
didn't hurt.
tests, right?
Well, they were tests, but Bud is just too elite for these guys. This Errol Spence, I said to my dad, my pops, I said, yeah, Errol Spence is a good fighter. He's a great fighter, but Bud is just too good. He's one of the greatest we've ever seen. These guys ain't on his level. This guy he's fighting, Canelo, is another all-time great. So when usually when Bud brings the fight to people, they can't handle it. Canelo is a guy that can handle the pressure. That's why this is going to be a fun fight to see how Bud reacts to a guy that's not fazed by his power, by his strength. This is another strong guy that goes up in weight and bullies other people. So it's going to be fun to see how Bud reacts to another guy that's on the same level as him, or as greatness. But I think Bud can get it done.
Oh no, I remember Eddie Reynoso like talking about this fight that it's gonna be Canelo's hardest fight. That this guy, Eddie Reynoso gave Bud a lot of praise and a lot of credit, almost as if he didn't want him to take this fight. This isn't one of those PBC type of matchups where he's favored it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Eddie
Like
Eddie made
a
it
lot
clear
of.
he didn't.
But do you say Eddie
Said what?
Reynoso?
Yeah, he didn't. And when they
Wait,
asked him
say
why he won't fight black fighter, he said black fighter's too slick.
say
That's
that.
why he
What
wasn't
did
doing it.
Eddie Reynoso say about Crawford?
So you
No,
think
What'd
with
you say?
Eddie Reynoso's freaking fighters testing dirty?
Wait, what did
I
Eddie say
mean,
about Crawford?
he said he didn't want
He
him to
gave him a
fight
lot of praise.
Bud.
Like this is gonna be.
Yeah.
He said this is gonna be
I
his
hope
toughest.
Crawford put
This is gonna be
Canelo on the
Canelo's
freaking
toughest
Olympic style
challenge right
testing.
here.
But okay, what some people need to realize is Eddie Reynoso saying, "Oh, this is Bud's toughest fight. I mean, this is Canelo's toughest fight," and Canelo saying stuff like, "Bud is greater than Floyd." What they're trying to do, I think somebody previously in the call said this, and I agree with them. What they're trying to do, what Canelo's gonna do, if he is to win this fight, he's gonna make it seem like, yes, this was my second chance at beating Floyd. This is they're bigging up the win from the start. Them saying, "Oh, this is," they believe this is easy money. I don't think this is
I
easy
will
money.
agree with that, but Eddie Reynoso said out of his own mouth when they was catching him trying to run out. This was a minute ago, back when they was saying Canelo won't fight no black fighters. They asked Eddie Reynoso about it. He said they don't choose him because he don't do well against black slick fighters. They're too slick. That
He
came out of
also
his mouth.
he also said
That was way before Bud was even mentioned. Like,
For sure.
I mean,
Reynoso
so I
also,
gotta get respect on that. Like, he know what this fighter is good against. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, true.
Reynoso also said Floyd is a top five all time great.
Yeah.
But who's
But
your
I
all-time
wanted
great?
to correct somebody. I think it was the boxing scholar. De La Hoya started the A side, B side stuff. It wasn't Floyd.
Yeah.
Floyd got that from him. He gave
Right.
him a 90-10 split. He picked the gloves and all type of other stuff.
He picked everything.
Yeah, so that's where Floyd got it from. Once he took over, got the the flag from De La Hoya. He started doing it, but he got that from De La Hoya.
MK
Yeah.
47, right?
Do
Eloy
y'all
did
take in
want him.
consideration that Bomac said they've been studying Canelo for years?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. I
Mm-hmm.
think that's kind of what I've been saying too. Like with the time that Crawford has had off, he fought last August, the Majimov fight. Like and it's gonna be over a year when he has this fight in September. And that whole time he's been focused on Canelo. Even before that, he's been the cash cow, so everybody's been looking at him. Even before he was at 154, Bomac had mentioned like that'll be easy work because Canelo's his feet. When we talk about styles make fights, you're only as good as your feet. You know what I'm saying? If you can't move, if your feet aren't set properly, you're not going to be able to throw a punch. It don't matter how that
Oh,
punch lands. Like with
wait,
Crawford, that's
You gotta keep him off balance. That's where boxing
did
comes. That's what he talking about.
did Bomac say he's
Standing there
been
and
watching?
fighting him ain't gonna get it.
Did
that's
Bomac
what
say he's
Bivol
been
did. He
watching
kept him
Canelo
off
for
balance.
years?
Yeah,
You said what?
Did Bomac say he's been watching Canelo for years?
the last 2 years.
Everybody's been watching Canelo for years because
Because
he's
I
the
don't,
cash cow.
because I don't think Bud has been watching Canelo
But
for years.
everybody ain't. You know, they may watch Canelo for years, but if you know, you know, if you a student of the game, and Bomac has proven that, you know, especially with the Errol Spence fight, that they study film. Unlike Derrick James, a person who learned the hard way, he wasn't a person who studied film like that.
And y'all was talking about the uppercut that Bud hit Spence with off the ropes. His Mexican trainer, I forgot his name. He told him to do that before the seventh round. You could see him in the corner telling him to do that, and he went in there and dropped him with that. So they strategy is down pat. They know what's up, and Bud know how to execute. So
That they knew they was
Oh,
going to dominate Spence based on his footwork. Bomac talked about it. His stance being too wide, and just like he's got a good jab, but his stance is too wide, and he fought flat footed too.
I wanted to ask a question to the panel. Um, do you guys believe Errol Spence is a one-dimensional fighter?
yeah,
Yes.
Okay, so Errol Spence is a one-dimensional fighter. Do you believe Canelo is a one-dimensional fighter?
At the
nah,
moment.
he was once elusive, but he's not as elusive as he was once before. And he only throwing one or two punches at a time now.
Yeah,
And his head movement, it comes with a lack of offense because he can't execute anything when he uses head movement. So it's just he duck and dodge when he does use it, not as much as before, but
yeah,
he's not in position to fire back, so he got to reset and then go at it again.
yeah. I agree.
Facts.
100%. I agree 100% with everything you guys have said. But one thing I do find weird. That's why I say some like people hit like you guys. I respect everything you all you guys' views, but there's some things that Bud fans say that I have to just just not listen to because it makes no sense. Like I've heard certain Bud fans, like I've heard Bud fans tell me Bud's gonna go up and beat Bivol, like Bud is God. It's
No.
weird. It's weird. I'm gonna
I
be
don't
honest.
know about that for.
I've always seen Bud as an all-time great. This guy's one of the greatest fighters. But the way people talk about Bud is like we've never seen this ever
Yeah, he's
in real.
becoming the myth now. I see what you're
Hold on,
saying.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
hold on. Can we talk about that though? Because I'm
He's
one of them
weird.
fans, and like if listen, the reason why is because of the business of boxing. The business of boxing has cheated us of the greatest fighters being at the top.
Yeah,
For years, we had to watch Canelo cherry pick and watch fights with Canelo that we didn't care to watch or want to watch. Since Riyadh season has come, it has exposed some of these built up
Ducks.
fighters that they built to be stars, but they're not really equipped. There's guys that are in the background that should get an opportunity that might be some of the top fighters in the world, but because of whatever the way the business is going or however they want to sign, they don't get the shine
yeah.
that they really
But
deserve. Crawford has been one of those guys. When they talk about his resume, it takes two to make the fight. The only way he got the Earl Spence fight is with him and Earl talking. The business
yeah,
of
Yeah,
boxing
a
did not
hundred
want him to fight Terence Bud Crawford. They know
facts.
about that man. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I
Like
believe.
sometimes these fighters get an opportunity when they get to
damn.
fill in for somebody. And
But what?
Can I ask y'all something, man?
Yeah.
So how many people in here got Bud winning?
I got Bud.
I
I
got
got
Bud.
Bud.
So pretty much everybody up here, right?
I
So if
got
Canelo,
Canelo.
so if Canelo is to win, will I
Mhm.
give Canelo full credit for it?
I
Yes.
will.
Yeah, I'm gonna
I
give him
will.
Absolutely.
credit for it.
I would think this would be like this would put the stamp on Canelo with all the cherry picking and him losing or having to
Bruh,
draw with Triple
bruh,
G and
He the
losing to
best
Nah,
bruh,
it
Bivol.
ain't got
elusive
nothing to do
bruh,
with
elusive.
cherry picking. For me, it's
bruh,
because Bud asked for that.
bruh,
Asked for it. That's why I
bruh,
will.
bruh. If he beat this man, now this is me because I got Canelo winning. If Canelo beat this man, he shouldn't get no credit for it, bro. Because
Why?
if what I am saying is true and how this fight is gonna go, why should he get credit if he's the bigger man, right? For one, and the way I think the fight is gonna go, if it goes that way, he let's say that it's just not. Let's just say he wins comfortably. Let's just say it like that. He wins comfortably. It's not really much Bud is doing. He wins comfortably, right?
Yeah.
Why would I give him credit if that's just me
Okay.
now? If I'm
So
saying he's
okay.
gonna beat him and
But
he's
So
you
supposed to
giving
beat
the
him.
you giving the
okay.
least route
I
of
understand what.
resistance. You're giving the
Yeah.
lesser route of resistance to your scenario. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, nobody on this panel believe that Canelo is going to just have an easy go at
Yeah.
Bud, just like
Crawford.
Bud is
Right.
not going to have an easy
Okay.
go at Canelo,
Okay.
man.
Okay.
Facts.
I agree. I agree. I understand what he's trying to say, but I believe you need to give Canelo credit. It's because first of all, Buddy has got all-time great skills. That's one.
Bro,
And
he
two.
never had one fight at 168. Why am I giving him credit?
No, but the
But
reason why
hold
I'm
on. Let me
giving
ask the
okay,
host.
the
Host,
reason
do you believe
wait, the reason
that
why
Bud's pound for pound #1 right now?
yeah, no, it's
You
not
said
even.
what? You said what?
I said, do you believe that
Do you
Bud is
believe
pound for
Bud
pound number
pound for
one?
pound number one?
I think that's arguable. I think that pound for pound
It
number
is
one right now is
arguable.
arguable.
No, I got
I don't.
Usyk.
But
I
I'm
mean,
I
you
asking
got
you, do
should.
Usyk.
you think so?
That's fair. You
Everybody else,
should feel that way.
like even the boxing community, you know what I'm saying? Like,
But I believe that if let okay, let's look at the odds for example. Watch all the videos there are. I believe, bro, Bud is probably the favorite if we're gonna be honest. From people's predictions, I've been struggling to find people that saying Canelo's gonna win. Everyone's saying that Bud is gonna win. So if
Nah,
Canelo, yes,
I see, and a lot of people,
I
even
don't
No,
hear that
Canelo
it's
here.
fans,
split, man.
saying they want Bud to fight Benavidez. So that's mean they assuming Bud gonna win.
yeah,
But
there's a lot
come on,
of
man.
people that
Nobody want
think
to see that.
Bud is the
Yeah,
favorite.
a lot, yeah, but it's not like you saying it like
hey,
the overall consensus says that Bud gonna win. No, that ain't there yet. It'll
But
never be there.
I
Not
feel
the
gotta
like Bud.
Mexican fan base don't play like that, man.
Yeah, but I'm saying what's shocking is that Bud is slight favorite in terms of what people. I think is because obviously after the Errol Spence fight, um, they think Bud just goes anywhere and just beats whoever he's in the ring with. But they a lot of people believe Bud is gonna win. So due to the odds, if Canelo was to win, that's gonna be a surprise to some people. So I do think Canelo does deserve some credit because some people say it's a 50-50 fight. So if it's a 50-50 fight
Bro,
in some people's eyes, you deserve credit for winning.
yeah. Hey, what's
bro.
your name, bro?
Oh, Shay.
Shay. Yeah. I got like about 50 clips of people picking Canelo. So it's
Yeah, I
like,
need to see that because I've been trying to find them.
But I ain't
yeah.
gonna lie, bro. This shit is a shame that this nigga this is what I'm saying. This is such a shame that this nigga Canelo is tricky y'all so much that y'all go give him credit for something he's supposed to do, bro. He's supposed to beat the little man. Why don't
Right.
give him
I
credit for
said
that?
But
that.
that
I
little
So
said
why
that.
man,
But the
keep
difference
saying
that
is
the
little man has been top
the
man?
little
four,
man is
top.
asking him. The little man is asking
Nah, that don't
him.
mean I gotta give him credit. Nah, that don't mean
This
that though.
this
That don't
this
mean
little
I
that.
man
didn't
has
say
been on the
you. I
pound for
said that's
pound
why
list
I'm gonna
longer than
give it to him. But
Canelo.
I agree with you. The bigger man should win. I stated that. But if the little man is asking for it, I
The
mean,
only
How
person that
many
gonna get
times?
credit if they win is Terence, but Crawford.
How
Facts.
many
That's for
times
me.
Okay,
have Bud been the
I
little
agree
But
with
man
you, but
though?
I
I think
believe.
that the size thing is being like super inflated because we seen them in the like in the
Bro, that
face off
yo.
Listen though.
like and
Oh
him
my
getting
fucking god.
How
This
many
shit
times?
again.
How many times have Bud been a little man though and won a fight? He got his first belt moving up to a weight class. He
Wait,
wasn't
wait,
even
yeah,
in.
hasn't
that's a
Canelo
myth.
been the little man and be beating the
But that
bigger dude?
that's a biff. That's a
So
myth.
so
little man
so
have be bigger dudes.
so
Floyd?
Canelo and Bud are the same size.
No,
No,
they're
no, no.
not.
Canelo and Bud are not the same
Floyd
Who are you
size.
beat
talking about?
That's
Canelo.
Size
Like
difference?
I believe they the same size. This is why Like Crawford was calling him out. He
Oh
ain't calling out
god.
Benavidez. Benavidez is way too
I
big for
mean,
him.
they similar in size, but they not the same size.
yeah,
Canelo is
yeah. They're
still a big
similar in
man.
size. Yeah,
Stature and size is different.
Thank
Two
yeah,
you.
yeah.
different
Thank
things.
you.
Bone,
Thank you.
bone density and all that is
Thank
totally
you.
different, bro.
Thank you.
When he
Thank you.
fought
But
Jake
You can
Paul,
be
With
weighed the
bone
same,
density and
different weight
muscle
is same,
mass,
but
we
it's
gonna
it
muscle
see
is
when
works
they
out
different.
the
really face
same way
off.
that y'all saying it's going to be a deficiency for Bud. You saying Bud picking up this weight, the same goes for Canelo. He has to make sure he don't gain too much weight in
Facts.
trying to predict, how he's going to go in here with a fight plan with
That's
Bud,
fact.
because he comes in a little bit too heavy. He might gas out when he should be on the gas.
and
And
they
he be
said
That's a
he
good
gassing
point.
That's
out.
that's facts. That's
they
facts.
Wait,
they
what is the reach of Bud and Canelo?
74 and 70. Bud got the 4 inch
Yeah,
reach.
he got the 4 inch.
But why does no one talk about Bud's reach?
We
I
we
mean,
do.
we
We
do.
do.
We do.
We do talk about it.
So that's so even stuff like that. Okay, we all know Bud is obviously an inch taller than Canelo, and he's got a 4-inch reach of Canelo. So that's another reason why I would give Canelo some credit of that fight. Canelo isn't a huge 168 pounder. Canelo, what weight did Canelo start in his career?
I think he had one fight at 140. 140.
Okay, he fought at 140 at like 20.
Yeah, like one fight at 140.
Okay. We know he fought at 154. Okay. He's a guy that we all know is not a natural 168. He's grown into that weight, but he's not a natural 168 or 175. So if Canelo, okay, let's say for example, Munguia. I don't think Munguia would beat Bud, but let's say in hindsight, Munguia should beat Bud because Munguia is so much bigger than Bud. Canelo is not even a natural 168 pounder. He's a natural 160, I'd say.
Yeah, that's what he said. He said he was
let's not forget why he moved up to 168. He was running from the Charlo boys.
Nah, he wasn't running from no one.
He was running.
Yeah, he applied for
He
that
did.
damn
He became franchise champion, so Charlo wouldn't be his mandatory.
Right.
He petitioned the franchise belt. He was the first franchise belt holder from the WBC.
That's not debatable. He sure did do that.
But I'm a fan of all you guys because obviously I love the country of America. I'm from England, but I'm a fan of all you guys. I'm a fan of the accent, the culture. But one thing that I don't like about America is you guys always say this fighter's scared. These guys are gladiators. They're warriors. They're not scared. Cause
bro. Hold up. Here's the myth, right? So I've been around fighters. I participated in the sport and everything, bro. These niggas get scared, bro. So let's stop that narrative. Just because you in boxing, you not scared, bro.
No,
that's not true. That's not true.
Frank Martin was scared of Tank, bro, and niggas was scared of Mike Tyson for years. So that's not true.
Yeah. Okay. That's a good point. But Mike Tyson's an anomaly. He's just
especially that post Floyd Mayweather era where nobody wanted to lose their O. Yeah.
Wait. So what you're
Charlo was scared of Bud, bro. I ain't gonna cap. He was scared of Bud, bro.
Wait. So are you trying to say that Canelo was scared of Charlo? Was scared of Charlo at 160?
He ducked him. He took a franchise belt in order not to fight him.
Yeah, he didn't want to fight him.
And then Charlo said, "Nah, I want the franchise belt," and he moved up.
You know there was an interview.
I don't know if he was scared, but he didn't want to fight him.
He also said they don't like fighting black fighters, and them boys were in their prime at that time, especially Jamal Charlo.
I don't know if you guys know, but there was an interview.
One thing I wanted to say though, like they said, Bud was too small for Jeff Horn.
Bud is bigger than Jeff. Bud is bigger than Jeff.
Jeff Horn. He wanted to fight Keith Thurman. Keith Thurman said, "You ain't fought nobody. At least fight Amir Khan." He fought Amir Khan, stopped him, and then
they put him on a PVC plane. That's what they did.
Yeah, they all avoided. Thurman avoided Bud.
Jeff Horn is not bigger than Bud, man.
Danny Garcia avoided Bud.
When he fought Jeff Horn was big in that ring, bro.
Yeah.
Jeff Horn was big in that ring.
Okay, cool.
He was knocking them all around too. And Porter, he didn't really want to fight Bud, but he did it. Spence avoided him for 5 years because PBC didn't want him to fight him. That's what happened in the negotiations, and then he finally just went against it, and then made the.
They was trying to get Earl to fight Thurman.
Yeah, exactly. All of a sudden.
And Earl said, "Fuck that, he wasn't fighting him."
Yeah.
Okay, I've just
They didn't want Crawford to be great, because Earl was supposed to fight Pacquiao. He was supposed to fight Pacquiao and had the injury.
In the Bud fight against Jeff Horn, Bud weighed 147 pounds and Jeff Horn weighed 147.5. That's nothing.
Say that again? I ain't hear you.
Bud in that fight against Jeff Horn, Bud weighed 147 pounds and Jeff Horn
That's
weighed
the weigh-in. When they was in that ring, if you go look at that fight, you can't tell me Jeff Horn wasn't way bigger than Bud, bro.
That was his
in
first
that
fight
ring.
at
He was huge, bro.
Yeah.
Jeff Horn.
That was his first fight at 147 too.
Yeah, they definitely rehydrated, and we know who rehydrated.
Real,
definitely,
bro, on life, that dude was big, bro.
But the thing is, okay, even though Canelo is my favorite fighter, I give credit where credit's due. There's another myth that I have to debunk about Bud's resume being trash. That's cap as well. Bud's resume isn't trash.
That's Right. We
Jeff
don't say
Horn.
that of us.
I believe Jeff Horn is trash. I feel like there's always a boxer in every generation that beats an elite fighter, like, but doesn't mean that they're great. Sometimes upsets happen. He beat Manny Pacquiao.
Cambosos.
Exactly, beating Teofimo. He can't do that again. He can't do that
I
again.
hope not. Well,
Cambosis is
I hope so. Actually,
Cambosis is food for everyone. I think all of us can beat Cambosis right now. Cambosis ain't good. Let's be honest. Cambosis ain't good, but he shocked Teo. He ain't that good. Same
So
thing with
Bud beat. I mean, actually, so Bud
He
beat Jeff
beat
Horn
Tio
wasn't a good
twice
win.
though.
I think
Right, that's
he's
what I'm saying. It wasn't a good win. We ain't saying he was an elite fighter, but it wasn't a good win.
I think it
He
was a
did.
decent.
He beat him better than Pacquiao did.
No, but come on, like
I'm asking. I'm not saying that. I'm not
no,
saying
it's not.
is it a good win?
It's not.
I
It's
believe it is a decent win.
it's all right.
That's
So all right. So why do you think it's a good win? I
I'm
mean,
just
he
saying.
worked.
No, I'm asking a question. I'm asking.
I
Is it a
don't
good win?
really
Do
think
y'all
so.
think it's a
No,
good
It's a
win?
I don't think
decent win.
so.
It's a okay. It's a decent okay. Apart from Manny Pacquiao, name me who Jeff Horn beat.
No, I'm just saying that was him coming off
I
of
mean,
that.
that's a hell of
But
an A
Bud
and
was
B. Even though I
remember.
don't think he beat
So
him.
if y'all
You
remember
know.
back then, the reason Jeff Horn took place because he was chasing before Earl came about. He was chasing Pacquiao, and
You're
so he
okay,
fought Jeff Horn. And after he got the belt, he said, "Pacquiao, come get your belt." And that's when Bob said he didn't want his friend to get hurt, and it never happened.
but that's Bob. That's Bob. Bob Arum is known for ducking. And
I
Manny
get that.
Pacquiao.
So at the time, him going to beat Jeff Horn for me, the way he did to try to get that fight was a good win. Not overall through his
Okay,
career, but at that
okay.
time, it was.
I hear
It
what you're
was the
saying.
right way to go.
It was definitely a statement win. But
No,
Yeah, it
welcome
was
to
the
the
right way to
division.
go to try to get because you most time in boxing you want to get that like opponent and
yeah,
outdo
I
them
like the
the way they did them. You know what I'm saying?
I like the way you worded that. That's true. But what I would say is, let's be honest here. Jeff Horn's skill set is not that great.
Oh
If we're
yeah,
gonna,
yeah, facts.
that's why I don't put that much stock into that
And
win.
what was the odds of that fight too?
I don't
Well,
know.
I'm not sure, but we know Crawford wanted to fight Keith Thurman when he first came to the division, but he wouldn't give him the fight. So he had to fight Jeff Horn, just like he
Jeff
had to
Horn
fight
is
Well, it was
Oh,
Masvidal.
Pacquiao first. No, it was
hold
Pacquiao
up,
first.
y'all.
It was
Hold up.
Pacquiao first.
Is it
And
anybody
Thurman.
willing to jump off? Cause another brother want to come up.
Yeah, I could jump
Yeah, I'll
off. I
jump off. I'll
appreciate you
let
having up.
TGB up.
All right.
I'll jump off.
Like so Spence didn't want to fight him. He told him to get a belt. He got a belt.
Appreciate
He
you.
still ain't
Appreciate you.
fight him. And then he wanted to fight Keith Thurman. Keith Thurman ain't want to fight him. So it's like,
Yep.
what is he supposed to do? He ended up fighting uh Jeff Horn, who he had to fight. Just like when he went to 54, Tim Tszyu and Fundora was both trying to get out of the fight with Crawford. So he ended up having to fight Majimov because the other champions didn't want to fight him.
TGB was good.
What's good, family? Salute to the panel. Salute to the chat.
It was good.
I just wanted to say right quick,
Oh,
right?
that's Tough
As
Blood.
far
What's up, bro?
what's good, man? What's good? As far as this resume thing, I get it. I'm a big Bud fan, right? Throughout his career, he hasn't fought the best, but here's the thing.
No, he fought the best. They just not big names.
Right? No, he fought good fighters, right? He fought the best that was available to
Yeah,
him.
exactly.
He
Yeah.
didn't
There you
fight the
go.
big names, but the reason that is because every time he was in a position to fight those names, they either moved up a division or just flat out ducked him. They came up with all of these excuses about him being on the other side of the street and all of these other excuses. We can't overlook that. He always was running toward the smoke because he was always one of those fighters that wanted his just due.
I
But
That's a
agree.
it's just
fact.
that he was signed with Top Rank, and a lot of people saying, "Well, why he didn't sign with the PBC?" Look, at the end of the day, these are prize fighters, right? What you got to understand is what he was making with Top Rank. He wasn't about to just go over to the PBC and get that.
Right.
Even when he signed to re-signed to Top Rank, he was already making more than what they was paying them PBC fighters because they was doing all of this
Yep.
back end shit and everything like that. He was already getting a bag. So why would he go to a company, that's going to pay him less money, right? And then probably not even give him the fights that he really wants.
Exactly, but that's why I say, even though I'm a Canelo fan, I give credit where credit's due. Bud's resume isn't trash. He's got a good resume.
Right.
I don't think he ain't got all-time resume, but he's
Like
got a
nobody counts the gold medalists, the Olympians. You know what I'm
He make
saying? Shit like
he
that.
make fighters
No,
look like nobodies.
but that's okay. That's one thing that Americans say as well. They always say, "Oh, Bud, he's beat some Olympians. That doesn't mean it means something. But okay, do you or any of you guys obviously know Artem, the guy that Shakur fought?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's an
Yeah.
Olympic medalist.
Right.
He ain't no great. He ain't no great fighter.
No, but we over here because that's usually the ones who get picked to be projected to be, you know what I'm saying? And then some come from other countries, they just don't get that type of shine. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, 100.
It determines really a good fighter though, because when you think about the people that we wanted Bud to fight that he didn't fight, it's not like they were so much of elite fighters as that they had that elite marketing.
That's the word I have a problem with, bro. That's the word I have. That elite shit is bullshit.
Right now, Jake Paul is one of the biggest names in boxing right now. One of the
There
most
you go. There you
boxing
go.
right now, and he ain't really that.
I feel you knocking now. That's why I have a problem with the word elite, because the elite shit come from fans, bro. At the end of the day, if you got a belt, you a fucking elite, bro. And if I fucking beat you, goddamn it, I just beat an elite fighter. That's how I look at it. You had the fucking belt, and I'll be damn, I'm gonna say, oh, he not an elite fighter, so I don't even want a chance at the belt. How the fuck dumb does that sound?
And Danny Garcia didn't do
it's
nothing.
marketing.
He just got the machine behind him. He didn't do nothing at 147.
Yeah, Danny Garcia ran from Crawford at 140.
At 140, right.
As soon as Crawford came up to 140, Danny was gone.
And Keith Thurman, when Danny got to the 147, he said, "I'll welcome him to the division." But when it came
Yo,
to
this
Crawford,
nigga
he
Charles
wasn't willing
D,
to do
man.
the same.
Well, Crawford, he flat out said he was trying to discredit Crawford. I saw that interview. I even played it on an old video I did because I ain't made content in a while, right? But Keith Thurman, he flat out said, "I have no interest in fighting Bud." He flat out said that.
We don't even respect the WBO.
Well, first he said, "Why I fight that boy? He ain't got no weight. Bet what I'm fight that boy? He ain't my division." He was talking this shit.
At least fight a mere time.
That shit was right. That shit was funny, bro.
But listen, let me chime in on this Canelo thing right now. This is the thing. I'm a massive Bud fan, first of all, right? I really respect the dude. I think he's a throwback fighter. I definitely got him. If he beats Canelo, going down as one of the best to ever do it. But here's the reality of the situation from being a real boxing fan and not just a fanboy, right? I think this is going to be Bud's toughest fight, right? And not only that, this is the most he's been up against. Now, there's certain reasons for that. Now, there's certain reasons why I say that, right? While Bud, I think, has the better IQ, I do think he have more skills. I mean, he has more in his arsenal, right? Like he has more tools in his tool set and all of the above. Now, what we forgetting about Canelo is, as of lately, Canelo hasn't been looking like his old self, like, back when he used to slip punches and do all of that, because he's been fighting competition that he never really had to do that against. We keep saying for Canelo flat-footed, and let's not forget that first Triple G fight that I thought he lost, right? And he was on his feet. He had good feet. His feet was immaculate. He was on Floyd Mayweather.
I think he lost as well. I think he lost as well.
So when Canelo wants to, he can move around that ring.
Nah, that shit over now.
Oh, you think it's
done? I think he's over with that. Yeah, I think he's just a
he not
plotter.
moving like that.
Yeah, he ain't moving like that.
But in this situation, he don't have to. But I think that I can't just give Bud the win, right? Because number one, Canelo is the much bigger guy. Number two, Canelo has the power to make the difference, and not just on some knockout shit, but just on some damage him shit. Canelo like to do sneaky things like punch the arms. I mean, you got Biffle, who was a weight fighter. He busted his bicep.
Thank you, Pete. Thank you.
So the thing is, while Crawford does have all of this and he can get out the way, Canelo's gonna be trying to punish that body now.
I don't think that was Bavard. I think that was Colin Smith. He did that too.
No, it was both.
He definitely had what's his name? Callum Smith. His shit was off the bone. But Bivol, he did bruise his up too.
He bruised it up. He busted though. Yeah, and because I remember Bivol said after the fight that they was training for that, they knew he was going to be trying to hit him in the arms and all of that.
Because that's what takes away the jab,
right?
At least in his mind, right? So my thing is, Crawford does have that to contend with. However, with Bomac and his team, the way they study fights and break down fighters, I do believe they're going to have a game plan. I do believe Bud is going to stay disciplined when he fought Madrimov, there was times when he almost got out of pocket and then he caught himself and got back in there, and I saw one time when he got hit and he went to get his get back right away, and he kind of pulled his punch back like, let me calm down for a second. You know what I'm saying? And regroup, and then he got back on his game plan. Now the thing I give Bud is a lot of things that Bud can do can beat Canelo. Like number one, he's gonna have to beat up Canelo's body, is what I was saying, and he's great at doing that. But Canelo already has a shitty gas tank, so if he can get Canelo to the eighth
Mm-hmm.
round, Canelo's gonna be frustrated. Canelo's gonna be
That's how you beat
tired.
him.
And when he gets
Frustration.
frustrated and he gets tired, he gets predictable and he gets routine. He does the same thing over and over again. He's not trying to figure out no puzzles and trying to come with no new strategy or IQ. You know, it's no leap in IQ for Canelo. Once he hit that
It's
certain
just
point,
big punches.
and then
It's just
like
big
levels
punches.
out there, right?
Yep.
Yeah, true.
So he's
Heavy
gonna have to
punches.
he's gonna have to count on his power, you know, more so than anything in the late rounds. And I think that Bud with his stamina, well, then again, that's even questionable because we don't know how this weight is gonna play on Bud.
Mm-hmm.
That's a
Mm-hmm.
fact too.
Thing too. So I
Mm-hmm.
can't. That's why, as much as I love Bud, I can't just give it to him. Now I'm rooting for him. I want him to win. I'm not betting against him, but I'm just like I can't sit here and say that Bud is gonna do this, and even Bomac saying that Bud is gonna stop Canelo. I'm like, that's even
Nah.
far fetched. Is it possible? Hell yeah. You know, anything is possible, right? But I just don't see
Hey,
him
hey,
stopping
you
Canelo.
cooking, brother? You
Bro,
cooking, brother?
Damn right.
I don't see.
Hey, brother. Hey,
if
brother.
it,
Hey,
Can I
hold on,
can I
hold on.
interject?
Let me get a brother credit right quick, man. Brother, you cooking, man. What's your name, brother?
John,
bro,
tough
you're
love.
That's
the
Yeah.
tough
best
glove boxing.
Crawford.
Man, you
Tough glove
cooking,
boxing.
man.
You're the
Damn right.
best Crawford fan there is. I can't lie.
We see eye to eye, bro. Damn right.
Tough
Can I
glove
You laid
say
it
boxing
out
is
something,
good.
one of
fellas?
the main supporters against the Spence fight, man.
Go
He's
ahead.
tough.
Who want to jump in? Go ahead.
Rick the Ruler.
Go ahead,
To
man.
piggyback off of what Dude was just saying, I think a lot of times, what Canelo's biggest thing is that he invests in the body. So although he does gas out, like he gassed out against Bivol and other things, other fighters, a lot of times, so by the time he gasses out, because he laid so much work on body work, when they should be cooking him, they don't have anything on their punches, and I think that's the biggest thing that Bud's going to do. He's going to jab. He's definitely going to give a stern jab, but he's also going to invest a lot of body work. So by the time Canelo starts fading, and so I think he'll get hit, but he won't really exchange with Canelo until later rounds after he is invested in the body work. So by the time when he does exchange with him and he gets hit with a quote unquote body shot or power punch that everybody keeps thinking Canelo is going to throw, because he has to squat for those. So it's not like Bud's going to be like, oh yeah, you squatted, let me get hit. He's going to have a plan for those, but because he's going to invest in the body work early, by like maybe ninth or 10th round when he starts exchanging with them, those power punches that quote unquote that Canelo's going to hit him with, they won't have the same power, and that's when you see
But
that's when
but
you'll see Bud to start to that's
but
when you see Bud start to actually accelerate and put his foot on the gas. I don't believe he's gonna knock him out, but
I,
I can't see a stoppage if Canelo is not responding because he's gassed and Bud is starting to tee off on him.
but
So
what
I still got Bud by decision, possible stoppage. I don't see by knockout, but possible
um
stoppage
but I
because
what I go on.
That's
Yeah.
of the fact that I just think that uh Bud's team, their conditioning, everything else, they're going to change angles on him, make him, and they're going to hit him with the stab jab of top. If they have to clinch, they will. But more importantly, just keep moving and don't be there for the body shots, because that's the money shot for Canelo. That left body shot, that
they
left
going
hook to the body.
and they're
There
gonna take that
is
away. They're gonna take that away from him.
there is a 2% chance this fight ends in the TKO in favor of Terence Crawford, bro. Why are we
Yeah,
playing?
I
Why we
think I do
playing, bro?
too as well.
Right.
Look,
Why we playing, bro?
Okay.
when
The reason why I'm
Canelo,
saying that, the reason why I'm saying that is because nobody thought Spence was going to do whatever. Everybody he got all this body work, all he
yep,
got these power
I knew
shots,
Spence was
everything
going
else.
down.
But
And
yep.
Spence ain't
I did too.
Canelo,
I did too, but because I thought he was predictable. Just like I feel like Canelo's is predictable as
bro.
far
Spence
as
ain't Canelo, bro.
we say Canelo's a good fighter, but don't act like Canelo can't fight off the back foot. That's not
Right.
Canelo's normally a
No,
stalker.
no,
He
you're
never
right.
been backed up
You're
except
right, but
Bivol.
you're right. But Errol Spence blocks punches with his face, bro.
No,
Well,
no.
look, nobody
Wait,
thought
wait,
Spence.
wait, wait.
No, what you mean though?
Let's don't disrespect Errol Spence now.
No,
Oh
no,
He got beat up
no.
by
Spence, Spence,
Crawford.
Hey, look,
There it
man!
is.
Let's
no,
don't disrespect
Oh
Spence.
shit!
Crawford
Errol
Spence been
Spence,
We
beating
got one,
Spence been beating
fellas.
There it
everybody
is.
before then.
We got one.
hey,
bro.
Crawford, the first
Oh
person to
man.
stop Gamboa, He the first person to stop Delorme. He the first person to stop Kavalauskas. He the first and only person to drop and stop Jose Benavidez to this day, even at 164. He the only person to stop Sean Porter. He the only person to stop Errol Spence. Stop playing with
Mm-hmm.
Bud, bro. It ain't gonna
Okay,
Mm-hmm.
happen.
but okay. First of all, yeah, Gamboa. It's we
Now
all
let me
know.
ask you. Hold on. Before you go, let me ask you. Which one of the niggas is Canelo Alvarez?
None of them, but look, all I'm saying is
Hey,
a lot
hold
of
up, hold
niggas
up, hold
who
up,
never
and
been
hold
stopped
up.
got
Which
stopped.
one? Hold up. Which one of the niggas got the chin of Canelo Alvarez?
Thank
None
you,
of them,
bro.
none of them.
Thank you.
But what I'm saying is,
Okay.
it
All
can be done. He could. I'm not thinking he gonna knock him out, but he gonna TKO Canelo because when he
right.
gas out,
Exactly.
Gov gonna invest into the body. He gonna be catching him
So
when
he
he
gonna
don't
tire
see it.
out, but Bud not gonna tire out.
Bud got his own angle,
Bud
so he
has better
punch from
conditioning.
different angles. He
When,
don't
when the
got.
You,
last time you seen Bud? When the last time
You
Bud?
know.
yeah, but
Hold up, hold
When's
up,
the
Canelo.
hold
last
up,
time you
hold
seen
up,
Bud
hold
Canelo.
up,
not
hold
out
up,
there
hold
gas
up,
out?
hold up, hold up, buddy, hold up, buddy. You know it's a new weight, right? You assuming that he going not gas out?
Exactly. It's a new
Nah,
weight,
he ain't
bro.
gonna gas out, bro.
Yeah,
No.
that's an assumption. I don't know. I don't know if he is or if he not. That's an.
Right,
But
we
we
don't know
assuming.
for
Y'all
sure.
assuming that he not gonna gas out, adding that new
Uh-huh.
weight.
Yeah, we
But
assuming that.
Okay, okay, so
this is
we've seen Canelo gas out, but we haven't seen Bud gas out. If you don't think that Bomac and his trainers, they're not going to be conditioning, yeah, he's bulking up and everything else, but they're also going to be having him running miles and everything else.
Mm-hmm.
And trust me, he's not. By the time when you think he should be breaking down, whatever, he gonna be fresh. Like you said, he's training for 15 rounds. He's not training for
Yeah.
10 rounds. He's training for 15, maybe 20 rounds. In the later rounds, he's gonna still be fresh because he hasn't been getting
Mm-hmm.
hit with those big shots like everybody
And
keeps
look,
predicting.
you
They
don't
great
think
at getting
Bomac
Bud in condition. They great at
Canelo
that.
Yeah.
best punch.
These
Canelo best punch is the left hook to the body.
oh my god.
You don't think Bomac and the team gonna take that away from him? They gonna take that
Exactly.
away, bro.
If I can
bro.
see it, I can
What
see it.
So
I
yeah.
can see it.
All right. Hold up.
what you
So
just think? Wait.
here's the funny part. So let me get this straight, right? So Bo Mack and them was the only one coming up with this great, terrific game plan. What about Canelo and his team?
Exactly.
They don't come up with game plans
Oh, they
like
don't
that.
come.
Okay.
They
Nah,
oh,
that's
so
not
they,
true.
Okay.
They didn't
so they're
do it.
not gonna come up. So I'm sure, right? I'm sure because
Okay.
we said this before that some fighters don't get up for certain fights. I don't think Crawford necessarily did that for the last fight, and Canelo, that nigga that he fought, we probably won't
Right.
ever see him again,
We
right?
throw both of them away.
Hold up.
Skull and Magnemar.
I know one thing for sure, two things for certain. Both of these teams are gonna come up with great game plans for this fight.
Yeah.
For this
Canelo,
fight. So let's
Can-
stop.
look,
Exact.
Canelo do
But
the same thing over and over, bro. He got one
So
style.
then, all right. So you're
He
saying they're
got to
not
do
gonna come up with
something
a good game
different.
plan?
Right. He got
Nah,
this
Hey,
is
I
why.
guarantee you, Canelo throw 1 and 2 punch combos the whole fight.
All
he
right.
go.
No,
Okay,
but
Nah,
so
they
so,
they
so
All
they
here's the
gonna
right.
thing
finish
here's
that
about
why.
fight.
Canelo. The
He
thing
don't
Here's
about
even
why.
Bud
Canelo
got
use.
weaknesses too, though. Bud got weaknesses too, but he
You
just
have to
ain't never
say
been in there
he
where
has a
nobody's
great
strong
chin.
enough to exploit them.
Yeah,
And,
He
and
don't
this
even
Canelo
use
has a
his
What?
great
jab.
chin and he invests in
But
the body. So therefore, yeah,
weakness
he's
is his
getting hit.
discipline, bro. In
Canelo
that
gets hit
ring,
a
he
lot,
wants to fight.
but the thing about it is that he invests in the body work on a lot of fighters. So therefore, when he
And,
gassed, like I said before,
Canelo
in the
doesn't
later
get hit a lot,
rounds,
bro.
the the
and, and,
the, the fighters have nothing left in the tank because he's
Canelo
getting
doesn't
beaten
get
up in
hit a
the
lot.
body.
and then let me ask you this also.
Bud
Let me
gets
ask
hit a
you this
lot.
also, right? And let me see where I'm on at is with this. Who do y'all think is the best work for Canelo to bring in?
Boots.
Ugh.
Boots.
Okay.
yeah,
Do y'all think that'll help him?
No. No.
Yeah.
Nah, you
You
can't
see,
even game plan for
Boots don't
Bud, bro.
move like him though. Like really?
no.
Yeah,
He'll
What
deal
I'm
with. I
saying
don't know
is,
who's gonna.
that's the best work he could get. That's damn good work
Oh,
too.
probably the
okay. You
best
saying the
work.
best?
Yeah,
The
that's
best.
Yeah,
probably the
that's
best
damn
work.
good
Okay.
work too.
Okay.
Now
yeah.
Yeah,
on
If
That's
you want
not.
to talk about movers, though, Shaqy Foster, if he just gonna be in there like working on how to cut off the ring against fighters who move, or Shaqy Foster
I
be a
don't
Nah, he
really
too
good.
small. You talking
Yeah.
about
Yeah.
against
I mean,
Canelo?
but just for sparring
No.
though,
Nah,
for
nah.
practice
That
sparring.
ain't even
Nah.
gonna work. He too small.
Nah.
He way too small.
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah,
What
Boots
you were
will be the
saying,
closest
Atlantic?
thing he can
I'm
get.
about to get off the phone, fellas, but I got this fight. I'm thinking, like I said before, Bud by UD, possible stoppage, kind of like Usyk versus
Oh
Fury.
my god.
I'm telling you now.
Man, y'all brothers is y'all losing the plot, man.
But
No,
but
Y'all
you,
losing the
but
plot,
guys,
bro.
look,
If it
look.
this is
goes 12,
Y'all
if it
losing
goes
the plot.
12, it's gonna
but
be a
this is
split
what I
decision.
but this is what I say about like Bud fans. Yeah, I'm a guy that respects Bud, and and I think Bud is a great fighter. But Bud fans, they have this delusion in their head where they think
Some
Bud
of
can.
them.
where they think Bud can just walk on water like
I
he
think,
did with
yeah, I
It's
think,
sounding like
bro,
that now.
yeah,
It really
bro.
is.
I
Listen,
think
It
us
really
So,
is.
what do you
listen.
think
as
about Canelo?
fans,
You,
Athletic
you act
minds,
like
have we
Canelo had a
turned
loss.
into Spence fans?
You act
Right.
like
Bro,
you act
as
like
bro,
Canelo
Bro,
never
as
no,
lost.
no,
who
no, no.
said that? Who said that?
You act like
Here's why I'm
Canelo never
at, bro.
lost.
Here's why I'm at. Here's why I'm at, right?
Not the new Spence fans, bro.
I don't think there's nobody at 168 that's gonna be Canelo. I think that if he goes to 175, which he avoided, there's
Look,
multiple guys that'll beat him, including the guy that he ducked at 168, a guy who I want to see him fight rather than this fight right here.
He's not
That's
fighting
the fight he
Benavidez.
should be having.
Canelo fans got every excuse for him every time he don't show up. They got an excuse he's too green for Mayweather,
wait.
even though he
When
had
did
42 fights. They got an excuse for Bivol. Oh, he was hurt. He went up too far in weight, but he knocked out
when
Kovalev
did
at that weight class.
wait. Name me the excuses for Canelo.
I just named him. They said he was too green with Floyd, even though he had 42 fights. That's two more fights than Floyd had. So
Floyd
Okay,
was 38
okay,
too,
cool,
right?
cool,
How
cool,
old
cool,
was
cool,
Floyd?
cool.
And Floyd was older, and
Older too.
he
Cool.
still
Let me say,
smoked him every round. And
okay,
then
let
with
me,
Bivol, they say he was injured. Oh, he went up in too
okay,
high weight, but he
I
knocked
think
out
fans just need
Kovalev.
to realize that there is that
Look,
possibility, bro.
okay,
he knocked out
okay,
Kovalev, and look, even Canelo said his best performance was
Was
against
against Triple
Triple
G,
G.
okay.
But
Let me
look,
say
and
this.
he
he
Let
had
me
a
lost
say,
the
draw.
first one.
Hold
okay,
on, bro.
let
Let me
me,
just finish last thing. He had a draw in the first fight with Triple G, and he tested positive for that fight. So that's his best performance.
okay,
Bad fajita
cool,
meat.
okay. Let me say this here. Canelo, I do think Canelo lost against Triple G in the first fight, but what people tend to not talk about is how Canelo avenged that in the second fight.
But
That's
look,
that's
he tested positive, and he had a draw with Triple G.
okay. Look,
Arguably lost.
And let's
That's
talk
okay,
about the scorecards with Floyd. That was a split decision win
right.
no.
on
Floyd,
on a
Floyd
No,
beat.
that was a
scorecard.
No,
wash.
now
And he
Floyd
didn't
No,
beat
but
even
on the
win
Canelo.
one round. He
scorecards,
didn't.
that was a split decision.
Yeah, on
He
the
didn't win one
scorecard.
round in that fight.
But this is what I'm trying to say about Bud fans. Yeah, you see how Bud. Okay, you remember when Bud said, "Every time you stepped up, you lost."
Yeah, he
When
did.
Canelo fought Bivol.
That's a fact.
Okay. You guys think about this right now. Name me a 168 champion or a 168 champion that was 5'7" and had a 70-inch arm reach.
He still ducked the best fighters at 168. I give him credit for being
He
the
no
best
No,
no
at
he's
he he,
no,
168.
he
no,
ducked
that's not true.
Benavidez.
He
He
dug
Just
ducked
one.
Benavidez.
That's it.
That's
he
the
One.
only
ducked he
guy he
ducked
ducked
Just
in.
one.
he
Yeah.
ducked
Just one.
Morrell
Just
too
one.
because look,
No,
He
he
ducked
ducked
who?
Morel.
Berlanga had the
Bro,
belt
get
that
the fuck out of
bro.
here,
Listen.
bro. Get out of
Bro,
here
Berlanga
with that
look,
Morel.
shit,
Come
bro.
on, man.
Morrell
Stop,
had the
bro. This
same
shit is
belt.
getting ridiculous
Hold on.
now, bro.
Look,
Come on, he
Morrell
didn't
had
duck
the
Morel.
same belt
Like this
that
shit is ridiculous,
Bro,
bro.
he
hold on,
didn't
listen,
duck
bro.
Morel.
He
My
did not
bad.
duck
I'm
that
going with
dude,
you.
man.
We're gonna
Morrell
talk
had the
the
same
talks.
belt that
Bro,
Berlanga had, but soon as he moved up and Berlanga got that belt, he defended against him. He defended it. He was the mandatory for that belt, and he defended against Berlanga with only 16 fights, all bums, but he didn't fight Morrell. So how is
bro,
that not a
That's
bro.
duck?
true though. That's
Okay,
true.
cool. Okay, I understand what you're saying, but this is another thing. People like to say, "Oh, Canelo, he went up and lost to Bivol." Yes, he went up and lost to Bivol, one of the greatest fighters right now. Who's bigger than Canelo? Oh, he lost to Floyd. Yes, one of the greatest fighters we've ever seen. Oh, he lost to Golovkin in the first fight. Bro, it's Golovkin.
Nah, bro.
But
Golovkin
look,
Bro
he
has
lost
was
to
fight.
look. You keep
has
missing that
Crawford?
point. He lost to
Okay,
Golovkin on PEDs.
bro. No,
That's
but
even
bro,
worse.
no. Okay, I'm saying yeah. Has Crawford ever been in the ring with a Floyd or a Bivol or a Golovkin, bro?
Nah.
I mean,
So
look,
people try to
Bud been in the
diminish
ring with good fighters, bro.
Canelo's resume. This Canelo's in the ring with all-time
He
greats. Bud
lost
has
to
never
them
seen
though.
these
He
fighters.
don't get
How,
credit for
bro?
losing, bro.
Okay,
Canelo get diminished because we watched him bring up a lot of small fighters,
So
okay,
why you
move
don't get
around,
diminished in
moving
this
chess
fight?
pieces,
okay.
Because
because he
Bud is an
brung them up.
all-time
He
great.
asked for those fights.
Okay, but why
Spence,
He
people
Spence
asked
say
for
is
the smaller
so?
fighters to
So
come up. In this one, he didn't ask for the smaller
but
fighter to come
I
up. The
don't think
smaller
that
fighters asked
matters,
for his
man.
smoke.
but that's what I find funny though. People
He
say,
fighting them
oh
though.
no, but this is what I find funny. People say Canelo brings up small fighters. Yeah, prior to Errol Spence, Bud's
look.
best win in some people's eyes was Gamboa. Gamboa is way smaller than Bud.
Listen,
What do you mean?
Gamboa had the same amount of fights and the same amount of knockouts as Crawford had when they fought. He was a gold medalist.
Yeah,
He
go
was
right, go
definitely a
medalist.
threat.
bro,
They was calling him Little Mike Tyson.
And Philly Diaz, and he was
okay,
Gamboa,
supposed to
okay,
be
he was
okay,
next
off
you,
up.
for
okay,
like
okay,
14
you,
months though. Gamboa
okay,
was off for like
And,
14
and
months
look
or
though,
longer.
Errol
See,
Spence, he collected 3 belts one by one. So It ain't no excuse. That's a great fighter. He was pound for pound number 3 on
Okay,
ESPN
but
pound for pound list.
was a
bro,
beast.
but that's what I'm trying to say. You guys are saying Canelo brings up all these fighters, yeah. But prior to Errol Spence, Bud's best win to some people was Gamboa, who was smaller than him.
But no, you can't
So that
exclude Errol Spence to fit your narrative, bro. Errol Spence
what?
is included, so it's Errol Spence. You don't got to
Okay,
name Gamboa. It's Errol Spence.
Errol
Bud's best
Spence.
one was Sean Porter.
Errol
Postal
Spence.
was undefeated.
Errol Spence is Errol Spence bigger than Bud?
Just beating everybody.
Yeah.
Is Errol Spence bigger than Bud?
And Postal knocked out Matisse.
Okay. He knocked out Matisse, yeah. But who's Postal? Like, name me.
It's
Postal
nobody that at the end of the day, it's nobody that those quality of names that you're saying that Bud is face.
Right.
I mean,
and look,
it's two different weight classes. It was two different times. I mean, like, you know,
but look, you giving Canelo credit for fights. I don't care if he stepped up. Bud stepped up and demolished his opponent. His
he stepped up
Errol
against
Spence.
who? He stepped up
Right,
against
but you say that, but when Canelo stepped up, did he win?
Canelo lost to those fighters.
Bro,
Right.
you don't understand, bro. You know what you're talking about in boxing, but in this case, you're comparing Canelo jumping up. Like, people compare Canelo jumping up to fight Bivol from Bud jumping up to fight Madrimov. Bud's jumped up, of course he's jumped up, but
he won though.
Exactly, he's won because
look,
they're not as great as the fighters Canelo.
Listen,
won.
no, but this
how do you know
how
how Bud would
bro?
How do we know how Bud would be against
This how you know they just as great as a fighter, because Floyd was on a pound for pound list. Bivol was on a pound for pound list. Spence was on a pound for pound list number 3, and Bud smoked that nigga.
Exactly, I give Bud full credit, bro. I don't. When people talk about Errol Spence,
too.
Yeah, when people talk about Errol Spence had a car crash, the way how Errol Spence fought against Bud,
hear it, bro.
Yeah, I don't want to hear that. The way how Errol Spence fought against Bud, you know, we all know Spence lunges in and leaves himself open.
Yeah.
He fought the same way how he always fights.
Exactly.
Bud would have beat every version of Spence. But what I would say is, like, Spence, I still think Spence is an elite fighter. I give Bud full credit for that. But that's the best fighter on Bud's resume.
But look, Gamboa was also on a pound for pound list. Don't forget.
But this is a question I've asked loads of Bud fans and they can't answer me this. Name me Gamboa's resume.
Well, it's not even important. Man. He was on the pound for pound list.
Everyone always talks about how good Gamboa was. What's Gamboa's resume?
What's Bivol's resume, bro?
So now let me ask you this.
Bivol's
understand the logic in it,
he
though.
had Smith before he beat Canelo. He had Smith and he
Resumes don't win fights, man.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. I don't understand the logic in there, bro.
Okay, I know that. Okay, that logic about resumes don't win fights, I understand. But let's say, for example, I'm not talking about Crawford. I'm talking about, let's put us into this situation. Let's say you're used to fighting elite fighters, yeah, and I fight bums. And you're the first elite fighter I go up. I'm not gonna know how to deal with that because I'm not used to fighting someone that level, bro. You can't say resume. Resume helps you with experience, bro. It helps you with fighting against someone that's like you.
Crawford. The reason Crawford beat Errol Spence because of his resume. The fighters that he fought was tough fighters. Spence faced the same type of fighters, which is why his whole
toolbox.
whole thing is choreographed damn near. You know what I'm saying? He fought the same type of fighters. He fought like one southpaw, so he wasn't ready. But Bud don't have the names, but he fought good fighters. But
yeah. But
Canelo had a lot of questionable victories.
Against who?
Against Lara.
Okay. This is what I say about people. They always say Kern's got a lot of questionable victories.
Triple G.
I think.
How did he get a split decision win with Floyd Mayweather? Then can you explain that?
Wait. Say again.
Can you explain how Canelo got a split decision loss? Rather, how was that fight ruled a split decision? If what you're saying is true.
Okay, I'm saying.
Was that a majority decision?
Nah,
it was split. It was split.
It was split.
Somebody gave it.
Canelo. But bro, what I'm saying,
that's crazy.
Okay, we can all agree on this panel that Floyd absolutely schooled Canelo. Can we all agree with that?
Yeah.
No Floyd, no Canelo.
Yeah. But people always say, "Oh, look how Floyd skilled Canelo." It's Floyd, guys. It's Floyd.
But to that same argument, what you saying is about the building blocks and what's on resumes and all of that. The reason I just said that no Floyd, no Canelo, because after that fight, Canelo leveled his game up.
Because everyone keeps on talking
Because
about
Canelo was
Floyd.
fighting the same way before
Bro,
Floyd,
everyone
bro.
keeps on talking about Floyd like Floyd is just some normal fighter, bro.
But
Floyd
look,
is one of the greats ever.
people talk about Bud like he's some normal fighter. Look though, Floyd was number one on the pound for pound list, and Crawford is number one on the pound for pound list. So the pound for pound fighters that Canelo fought, he lost to. So what makes you think?
What do you mean?
Yes, he lost to him.
Golovkin was pound for pound, and he beat Golovkin.
Really? What?
Floyd didn't pass the torch to anybody. Somebody in the comment section said
He had a draw
Floyd
with
ain't passed the
Golovkin
torch.
on
Yeah, he
TV.
did not pass the torch.
Passing the torch is when the guy is getting the torch passed to him, he actually wins the fight.
Right.
Exactly. So he lost. He fought 3. I mean, we could say Triple G is pound for pound, but the niggas he knocked out really wasn't on nothing. But we could say that. But he had a draw on PBs against him the first fight, and he arguably lost.
Didn't beat Kill or Prime Kill Triple G.
Look though, you said he lost the first fight to Triple G, right?
Yeah, I believe he lost the first fight, but he avenged
so
the second
he
fight.
lost to all 3 pound for pound fighters that he fought. So what makes you think he won't lose to the fourth?
He lost, but he avenged it in the second fight.
Yeah, I mean, but
But I'm saying people be like, oh, all the big fights in Canelo is record or whatever, he lost. People just try to just take Canelo's resume down. People just try to rip. This is why I say Canelo. I'm a Canelo fan, but I believe Canelo outright ducked David Benavidez, one of the worst ducks we've ever seen.
Yeah.
But I believe boxing people just like to hate Canelo. I don't think like. I think people just choose. I think people just no. I don't. Canelo, since he ducked David Benavidez, people's forgotten how good this guy really is. People are talking about Bud's gonna go up and knock him out in the 5th round and stuff like that.
That shit is retarded. That shit is retarded, bro.
I remember. You guys all know this. I remember when there was a time where people were scared of Canelo, yeah, and no one really seen Canelo losing. After David Benavidez duck, Canelo's the biggest duck in boxing. Canelo wasn't that good to begin with.
No, but he earned that shit. He earned that shit.
No, that do make you the business.
Matter of fact, hold on. Time out. Let me get the mic right quick, bro. Right, because I'm so sad, bro, that Canelo is like manipulating the situation to where if he beats Crawford, like he could get credit for it. I'm still stuck on that, right? No. Also, no, I'm still on that. And also, right, that shit don't work on me. What he doing, bro? This man's supposed to be fighting Dave Benavidez, bro. He's absolutely. Let me tell you how cold. Hold on. Let me tell you how cold this nigga is, right? Let me tell you how cold this nigga is, right? He ducking the fight that we've been clamoring and screaming for however long, right? He ducking that fight, right? And now he's putting himself in a fight where he's supposed to win clearly, but you know a lot of people got their opinion about it because they think Bud gonna win, respectably, whatever, right? Being as though that's the case, that people think that Bud got a chance, right? People are making this up to be like, oh yeah, like you know, if Canelo win, yeah, we gonna give him credit, whatever the case. But if he go in there and dominate Crawford, allegedly, what are we gonna be saying, bro? I'm not giving that nigga credit for that shit. He's supposed to. Hold on, I'm almost done. Yeah. He's supposed to do that shit, bro. This nigga's supposed to really, bro. He's not even supposed to accept this fight with this man. I don't care if people, it's a dog. He's hold on. I'm almost done. He's supposed to fight David Benavidez, bro. This shit not even supposed to be a thing right now.
Let me ask a panel question. What fight would y'all rather see, Bud or David Benavidez?
Benavidez. I want to see Benavidez.
I think we all agree on that. That's what I'm saying. This is what we got. If they change that shit today, I'd be happy as fuck. You feel me? I would rather see that fight. You know what I mean?
But look, you know, Crawford gave Canelo the ultimate respect for his career and everything, and he only said what he said about his resume because Canelo just, you know what I'm saying, just really disrespected Crawford and his resume. That's why Crawford fired back at him with that you failed all the times you stepped up. That's why.
Yeah, but bro, that statement by Bud is trash, bro.
And hold up.
Every time Canelo stepped up, he lost, bro. That don't
hold up. Another thing. Canelo, he asked for some crazy amount of money to fight David Benavidez. It's probably money he getting right now to fight Bud. Crazy. Crazy,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, but
Crazy,
yeah,
right?
Mm-hmm.
But listen,
okay,
right? He hold up. He asked for that amount, and he know it was out the realm of possibility at that time or whatever. Cause he know that's duck talk. The money he was asking for.
yeah.
He ain't wanna fight him, bro.
See,
But this man is y'all know that he don't want to fight black fighters, but he is right now. Why I think that is? Cause he know he gonna win, bro.
but
That
He
but you
said
check
know
it's
what?
hard
gonna
to
He
be
know
pass
he
money.
up,
gonna
bro.
win, bro. Let's
But
stop acting like we
Look,
don't know what this is,
nah,
bro.
I think that check hard to pass up, bro.
how can
And
Like
that
for
too,
real.
and that too,
Canelo?
and that too, and that
Look,
too, and that too, and that too.
Canelo saying easy money, but his trainer is saying Bud top 5 of all time already.
Now, listen though, Canelo. The reason why I think Canelo, this is a win for Canelo, is because even though it may seem what it is to you, right, athletic mind, I give Bud a little more credit. But you're right, Canelo is technically on paper supposed to win this fight,
You're
hands
right.
down. I'm not even fronting. I'm not gonna
That's
front on that,
real.
okay? But when you think about it
He
from a
not though.
marketing perspective, this can be a win for Canelo because to Canelo fans, which
Mm-hmm.
is really who most people have a problem with, not so much Canelo, but
Mm-hmm.
for his fans, this is kind of like the doing of the Floyd Mayweather outcome.
That's a good. I
Yeah.
can see
but
that.
This is a
but yeah,
possibility for him
exactly.
to,
That's yeah.
because everybody's saying Bud is almost as good as Floyd or the next Floyd and all, on
Mm-hmm.
levels like that.
Even Canelo alluded to. Canelo said
Yeah.
that too.
So
Yeah.
Canelo
when he
said that
beat,
too.
if he beat Bud, then his fans can now
Yeah,
feel
his fans will do
They
that. Yeah, I
kind of
see what you're
yeah,
exhaust
saying.
him
they
from
can
that loss.
feel like
but
some type of redemption from what happened with
Yeah.
the
but
Floyd
this,
fight.
okay,
They've been
but
He
this,
traumatized
not
by that
beating
fight.
Bud though. He not beating Bud. Bud for the smoke that nigga, bro.
Mm-hmm.
but bro, this is what I'm trying to say. This is what I find funny. Yeah, Bud fans or people in general in boxing, they kind of they don't make sense because they will say in one hand
Somebody trying to get in athletic.
they will say in one mind that um Bud is the quicker fighter. Bud is obviously the more skilled fighter than Canelo. So
I'm gonna head out so
why
somebody
so
else will
why
come
should
through
Canelo
athletic.
why does should Canelo have to why should he have to beat Crawford if Crawford's just a way skilled fighter? That doesn't
Yeah,
make any sense. If you're the
he
way
get
skilled
to
fighter,
me.
your skills should
He get
translate.
the full credit for beating Bud. Bud is arguably not. We know he number one pound for pound. Um, he gonna get full
I
I
don't
credit,
know
bro,
that.
No,
but
I
he
he
I
not.
not.
flip,
He
bro.
He
not
not
I
number
don't
beating
know
one
him.
that.
pound for pound.
Bro,
How?
No, he
Don't
not.
speak for
bro,
me.
bro.
Who
I
was the
just
other
literally
pound for pound fighters? I bet you they said Bud number one.
yeah, but
Nah,
It's
Bud ain't
it's
fought nobody to
look.
be
Hold
number
up,
one. No.
hold up. Let me say this. If you don't think there's an argument for who's number one pound, if you just think it's definitively Bud, nigga, you're not watching boxing. You're not watching nothing
no,
that's going on.
It
Look though,
depends how you rate
what
your
do the
pound for
other
pound
two
list too,
fighters
though.
say? Who was pound for pound number one?
You said what?
What do the other two fighters that's pound for pound, arguably number one? What do they say? Who do they say the best?
I don't care what they say.
but bro,
Look,
okay,
you
but
because
I
what
you
don't
you
care
know
what they
Bud,
say.
okay,
bro.
but what you're
What I'm going off of, is what what the fighters are doing now, because that's how the shit goes. It don't go about what you did this time a couple months ago. No, it goes about who's recently doing what the criteria is of pound for
exactly
pound. That's how the shit goes.
We
yes.
we know
It's
Bud,
not if you beat if you beat this one nigga, that means forever you're pound for pound until you
but
retire.
look,
No, that's not how it go, my nigga.
Bud was supposed to rematch Spence. Spence the one held his career up for a year. It ain't Bud's fault. It's
Okay,
Spence'
okay.
fault.
What is he talking
Okay.
about?
You
You said
It
that
wasn't a
Spence
year.
held
It
up
wasn't
Bud
a year.
career.
Yeah, he held up
okay.
his career waiting on that rematch that he activated and didn't
No,
follow
bro.
That
through
No,
was
with.
you
3
got it all
months.
messed up. You got it all
Okay.
What?
messed up. That whole timeline
Tripping.
is off.
Okay.
Yeah, that was
You
only
say
3 months.
So
you
why did
say
he
yeah.
activate the rematch? They were supposed to fight in December. Why didn't they fight in
Bud
December?
didn't want to fight at
Yeah,
154.
yeah, Bud didn't want to fight
Come
154.
No,
on, man. Come
actually, that's
on,
not
bro.
true neither,
Come
though.
on, bro. That's
Bud had
cap.
put his paperwork in. Earl didn't put his paperwork in.
Yeah, that's
It was
cap.
supposed to be
Earl
written.
said
Bud
That's
said
on the
he was
154
website
willing.
too.
and Bud
Earl was
said
supposed
$147.
right,
Steven
but Bud
Espinosa
was gonna
said
fight him
Bud.
at 154 though,
Look,
and
How
he
Bud
didn't
gonna
put
fight
he
Spence
didn't
at
look,
put
140?
because
Listen,
they
how
had
Bud gonna
agreed, and
listen?
I'm telling you
Listen,
right now, if you go on the website, Bud,
no.
it
bro.
states that Bud they had to put a written formal agreement in that
But
they was
look,
gonna fight
How
but
can
154.
Bud
Earl didn't.
regardless of
how
that,
can
Steven
Bud put in
Espinosa.
paperwork for 147 when Spence can't even make the weight?
I'm just trying to tell you, bro, what it said on the website. The
Look, but
second fight
look,
was supposed to be at 154.
Yeah, but
Steven
Bud put it as
Espinosa said
147.
Bud was willing to do whatever it took to make the fight. That includes going to 154. I know you remember him saying that, bro. It's Spence the one. They said he wasn't ready. He's still injured because he decided to get surgery 7 months later. Even though he had 7 months to do it, He waited to activated the rematch, waited 7 months to get surgery, and he still wasn't ready. He still wasn't ready, but all of a sudden, a week later, he ready to fight Fandora. He ducked that smoke, and you know he can't beat Bud at 54.
He
That's
was
a
Yeah,
trying to
but
heavyweight
delay
title.
it
no, no,
This
no.
with
dude
He
the
tripping.
injury thing,
okay.
but
So
it
wait
was
a
pretty
minute. Are
much
you telling
later.
me that Spence was ducking Bud at 147 and 154?
Yeah,
Yes,
the
Spence is
rematch. He
still
didn't want to do the
retired to
rematch.
this day. He haven't had a fight to this day. How can you not think that?
You know why he
Yeah,
hasn't had a fight?
bro,
You know
Because he
because
why
got
he
his
hasn't had a
brains
he
beat
fight?
got
out.
beat
Because
up,
he got
bro.
his
Because he
brains
can't
beat
get
out.
medically cleared.
He got his eye collected, right? By the real eye collector. That's
Man,
exactly
he had
right.
eye surgery. How long was Sugar Ray Leonard out for before he went Sugar Ray Leonard had eye surgery too. He had attached retina. Sugar Ray was
So
out for 5 years.
Yeah, accident. Yeah,
come on, man.
but
Yeah, come on
Yeah,
with
Sugar
this.
Ray was out for 5 years from
but
that
the
So
surgery. That
real
is not an
spill is
easy
that it
surgery
was
to come
supposed to
back
take
from.
place in December. He didn't put the paper. He didn't put the paperwork in,
exactly.
bro.
So
He
was
couldn't
Earl
put the
did put the
paperwork in,
Was
paperwork
bro.
in.
Spence
Then he
gonna
came
beat
with the eye
Bud?
injury.
Was
Real
Spence
talk.
He
gonna beat
couldn't.
Bud in the rematch?
Ain't no way. Ain't no way Spence can fight Bud at 147 and 154 because Spence is medically, he's finished as a fighter.
Because
But
he
the eye
got his.
thing didn't
Because
come out till
Bud,
after
look,
that December
Bud.
though. It
What
was supposed
Bud
to be
did
put in
to him
before
is
that
Man,
December.
that
They were
eye
supposed
thing
to fight
came
that
up before
December.
he was supposed to fight Pacquiao in the Ugas fight. That came up in 2022 that he had a detached retina.
look, bro.
That's why the Pacquiao fight got
But
canceled,
he
and
still came
Ugas had
back.
to step in.
He still came back and smoked Danny
Listen,
Garcia
man,
and
if Bud was
Ugas
all what you saying he was,
after
he would have fought
surgery.
Spence in 2022.
So,
He would not
so
have waited Spence out for 16 months to fight him in 2023.
What? Listen, Spence had to go against his
Was
promotional
David? Did
company
he
to
not?
make
Did
Hey,
that
wait,
fight.
Dana
hold on,
fight
hold on,
David
hold up,
Alexander in
hold up, hold up,
2022?
hold up, hold up,
Cap.
hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up. Look, man, we gonna leave the Errol Spence talk. We gonna leave that.
yeah,
'Cause That
but
shit is over with, man.
That's Errol
bro,
Spence.
Let's get back
uh,
to this
yeah,
Canelo
yeah.
shit,
I
man.
don't know why we talk about Errol Spence. We all
Errol
know
Spence
that
is
talk.
cooked.
We
Let me
all
put the
know,
picture back up. Hold up.
Bud
we all know
Yeah, he
retired
that
is.
that
He's
nigga.
finished.
Hold on. This is Errol. This what happened to Errol Spence. So we not even going. This is
yeah.
over.
But
We
Crawford's
And
not
gonna
that's
get
what's
back.
going
going
to
to
happen to
Crawford's gonna
Bud
get.
on
move
September.
forward.
Bud gonna get destroyed.
All Errol Spence fans got Canelo.
Probably.
We
You
already
know,
know
I
that,
think
bro.
so, but
But
We
bro, that's
already
what.
all Errol Spence fans got Canelo. We know.
But
But
to
he
the
was
guy,
a duck.
okay.
He was this and that before he fought. Before he
Yo,
got lined up to
But
fight
to the
Crawford.
guy,
Cool.
but to the guy that said um Canelo shouldn't get any credit for Bud. The guy,
oh yeah, he gonna get credit.
yeah, but that's what I'm saying. The guy on the call, he just proved my point. He just said, Crawford's gonna whoop Canelo.
Well,
So
if Bud got credit for Gamboa, who was a featherweight, why wouldn't Canelo get credit for whooping
exactly,
Crawford,
bro.
who's coming up two
Exactly.
weights?
Wait. You said Bud got credit for beating Gamboa.
Gamboa was
Yeah,
a featherweight.
bro.
Yeah.
Oh my
Bro,
God, bro.
everyone,
Look, y'all
bro.
gotta
Come
discredit
on, man.
every Bud win, bro. The man had
That's
the
not to
same amount of
discredit. That's
fights.
the facts.
Bro,
He was
come
a
on, man.
featherweight. He won a
Bro,
title at
yeah.
126. He won
But
a
look,
title at 130.
but
That's
look,
what people fail to forget,
Bud moved up for his first fight against Delorme and won the belt. So I don't want to
bro.
hear that he
all right.
moved
So
No,
up
hold up,
because
hold
against
up,
Bud is
hold
a
up, hold up,
natural
hold up,
Delorme.
hold up, hold up.
135,
Wait,
140
Delorme?
So
fighter.
so 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 hold up. So before the Crawford fight, right? What Gamboa had not campaigned at 135. He ain't had no fights at 135 or nothing.
Yeah,
Gamboa was out for a whole year before he fought Crawford.
And what weight was
Look
he
that up.
fighting for? 130.
130.
And then he jumped in the ring and he fought Terence Crawford off the year left. He fought him at 135 and got smoked.
Correct.
And
yeah,
Terence Crawford got credit for that win.
Yep.
yeah.
That's crazy. That's
He
crazy. I
got
didn't
full
know
Okay,
that.
credit for it.
okay.
He got
I
Look,
didn't
credit
know
for it.
that. I didn't know that. I didn't know
Bud
that.
moved up to 140 for his first fight and fought Delorme. Delorme record was
Everybody said Bud was
25.
a killer at
Like
147. Bud get
his
credit for all
record
his
was
victories.
25-1 when he fought Delorme, and he didn't get stopped. But the first person to stop him, he moved up in
In
weight
that
to beat
case,
him.
hold up. In that case, that's something I didn't know. Right? That's something I didn't know. Right? In that case, I don't even understand how Bud got credit for that. If and it can sound however. I mean,
But
just based
bro,
off of me being consistent.
but
That's not
but
fair.
bro, that's what I
Because
said.
he was a
Yeah,
gold medalist. He was the same amount of knockouts
Here we
and the
go.
same amount of fights as Bud. Just like Bud
So
moved up and beat Delorme.
hold up. Oh yeah, I'm glad this came up. So y'all giving hold up. That's crazy.
yeah, bro.
Why? Wait, hold up. Why is it a problem when Tank do that shit? Because it's a problem. I'm gonna call it. Why is it a problem when he bring niggas up and beat them.
I
The
don't say
Leo
it's a
Santa
problem.
Cruz and all that shit.
I
Leo
don't.
Santa Cruz
He
is
went to
better than Gamrot.
130 for Santa Cruz though. I don't say it's a problem when Tank do it. If it's a
No,
good
it
fighter,
absolutely is a problem because that's purposely weight
who
bullying and
he
picking
brought
on smaller guys.
he brought up he brought up Lamont
He
Roach.
just did that shit with Lamar Roach and it went
Okay,
bad.
but who else did he
No, he
bring
didn't
up?
bring up.
Who
He
else
didn't
did he
bring up
bring
Lamont.
up?
He didn't bring up Lamont.
Who else
Yeah,
did he
yeah, yeah,
bring
he did.
up?
Because Lamont Roach is at 130. Yeah, he did.
Yeah, he was at
No, but
130.
no, but
Who
Yeah, he
else
brought
did
him up.
bro,
who else
it's
did he
been
bring up
but
though?
Lamont
Who else
fought
did he
at
bring up?
140. Lamont is not a
He brought up
145.
Leo Santa Cruz.
No, he didn't. He dropped down to 130 for Santa Cruz. That's how he won his titles, bro. He didn't bring him up.
Bro,
He
So
just
the,
Oh,
Lamont,
no,
okay,
no,
so
no,
you
no,
are
no.
you
Hold
are
up.
able
Here's
No,
to
the
he
truth.
was
say
Game.
already
that was a
there.
catchweight fight.
Leo Santa Cruz is a 126 pounder who I think he had like.
Yeah, he had
But he
both
had
belts.
one. He had one fight. He had one fight at 130. I think.
Yeah,
Did
yeah.
he?
but he
So
had
he
both
was
Yeah,
belts
at
in
one
his
fight
one.
hand.
130.
He was at 130 when he
And
fought.
then he went back down to 126. Had like
It,
3
but
fights.
look,
He
but
had
Tank.
a total of 2. He won one at 130 and went back down to his actual weight and
Okay,
never
Yeah,
so
came back to it.
he won a fight at
they fought
130,
because he
and
had both
then
belts.
Tank went down to fight him. So you can't call that weight bullying, bro.
I think Tank
Well,
was at
you know what's
130
weight
then though
bullying
No, he
as
already. I don't
well.
think
wasn't.
he
When
went
Tank was
down.
at 135, and he dropped down to fight Leo Santa Cruz.
you know what's weight bullying when
Leo was
Terence
at
Crawford
130. I
fought
mean, he was
Kell
at
Brook.
130 though.
Yeah, that's
Wasn't
what
he?
I'm
Bud fought
saying.
Kell
Leo was
Brook
at
at
130.
147.
All right. Time out. That's not the only one. I got another one. What about the Garcia nigga that he brought up?
Hector Garcia,
Yeah.
he moved him up to
Yeah,
130.
exactly. That's another one. All right, let me think. It's another one in there. Cause I don't know. I know this shit. Hector Garcia. When he fought Hector Garcia. Isaac Cruz is already there.
Yeah,
Isaac Cruz
that's
is
No,
already
that's
there.
not right. No, he did fight at 135 before Terence Crawford.
See?
He
See?
did. He fought
How
Dolly
many
So he
Perez.
get
fights?
credit
He,
for
How
he
many
that.
fought
fights?
Dolly Perez. He fought
So he
Dolly
get
Perez at
credit for it, right?
135,
How
bro.
many
Yep.
fights?
No,
It
that ain't
don't
what you
matter
said.
as
You
long
said
as
he
he
didn't
had
have
one
one. He
fight is
had a
all that
fight there.
matters,
He
man.
had
Yeah,
one
y'all
fight
say he
there.
have none. Y'all
He
say he
I
have
give
did.
none.
Crawford. I
No,
give
He
man.
fought
Crawford.
You
Dolly
bring up.
Perez
I give
Thanks for
Was that
that
the
Crawford
last
credit.
info,
fight he
bro.
had?
at 135. Yes.
Yeah,
I give
salute,
credit
salute
Crawford.
for that info, bro.
I give Crawford credit for that win. But how great was Gamboa? Who did he beat?
Grant Gunboy was a great fighter. He's had the same record and the same amount of knockouts as Terence Crawford, and he was a gold medalist. That
Bro,
counts, bro.
okay, having the same record
What about
and
What about Triple G? What about Triple G resume? His resume is trash. What makes him
wait,
pound for
okay,
pound?
okay. One thing, okay. What I can say about Triple G, yeah,
Yeah,
at least he beat a prime Kell Brook. Who did Gamboa beat?
bro, he
Oh
came
no!
up.
Oh no!
Oh
Oh
my God, bro, you
whoa!
serious?
Hold up!
Are you
Yeah, bro. Hold
serious?
on, hold up.
I'm
Everybody go on mute. Everybody mute up. Everybody mute up.
Alright.
bro.
Everybody mute up
I'm
after that.
comparing
Everybody
Triple
mute up
G
after
to
that.
Gamboa, bro.
Hold up, brother. Everybody mute up after that. Hold up. I need the mic. I need the mic. There's all the viewers. Are you listening? Right? There's no way we're giving Triple G a credit for beating a quote unquote prime Triple G. I mean prime Kell Brooks, who was not at his proper weight class, who jumped up in weight, and he got smoked. He beat at that point. He had only beat Sean Porter, who was a really good fighter. He was a world champion, but that does not mean that based off of that he's this hell of a win for Triple G. Was supposed to beat
No,
him.
bro. That you heard me wrong. I didn't say that's an amazing win for Triple G. I'm comparing that
You said
to
that's a good win,
no, no,
but
no,
look, that's the only win. His
no,
resume
but no,
is
no, no.
trash, bro.
I'm comparing that to what you said about like Crawford like fighting Gamboa. I'm saying what fighter has Gamboa beat that's even on the level of a Kell Brook?
Oh, okay, my bad. Go
I'm
ahead.
not saying that's a great win. I'm saying you guys are talking about records. I can
Look,
prior to Munguia beating Canelo, who was 40-0. Record just because you have a great record doesn't mean you're an amazing fighter. Gamboa had a good record because
so
he
look,
wasn't in the ring with a great fighter. Name
so
me
David
his great win.
Lemieux, and Willie Monroe Jr. Come on, man, those niggas are bums, bro. I don't
What?
even want to call fighters bums, but those are
Well, I
not
mean, come
credible
on, man.
names.
You looking at Bud Crawford? Who did Bud Crawford beat at 135 and 140?
Look, those
Like you
aren't
All right,
telling me
all
credible
that
right, all
those
names.
right.
guys are
Listen,
bet
listen.
Willie Monroe is not on the same level as a
Those aren't
Terry
credible.
Jean?
Those aren't credible names to be calling him a pound for pound fighter. To be honest.
Well, you call Bud a pound fighter. He ain't
But
fought no
but
elites.
but unified. He undisputed the two weight
Oh
classes,
man, here we
bro.
go with this again.
Oh, we go
Undisputed two
with
This
weight
shit is
classes.
undisputed.
crazy.
Did he go
Look,
through the
man. Look,
fires?
man. Look,
Yeah, he
man.
went
Look,
This
through the
man.
elite
fire.
word is crazy, bro.
Look,
You
man. Look,
tripping,
man. Look,
bro.
man. Look, man. Look, man. Look,
Kavaliauskas
man.
was
Look,
undefeated.
man. We gonna be honest about this, bro. We gonna be honest about this, bro. Terence Crawford fought the best niggas who was in front of him,
Right.
and hold up, and that's the same case with Gamboa at 126. He went through all them dudes at 126 that he was fighting, bro. We just don't know their names, and that's how I go sometimes. That don't mean he ain't fight
Exactly.
nobody just because you don't know these
No,
niggas' names. That's
Bro,
just
I'm not.
that's just
Okay,
how the
I thought.
business of boxing is, bro.
I,
And
I'm not
Sometimes.
saying.
Kavalauskas was undefeated, and he dropped Virgil Ortiz twice, but nobody
No, he
ever talk
didn't. No, he
about it.
didn't. No, he
Yes, he
didn't. No, he
did drop
didn't.
him
No, he
twice.
didn't.
Wait,
No, he
Yes,
did not. No, he
yes,
did
he
not. No, no,
did.
he did not. So you telling me he dropped Virgil, but he ain't dropped Bud? Like, nigga, you biased,
Look,
bro. I'm not gonna lie, bro. This
he
shit is
hit
Hold on, I
Bud.
crazy,
gotta
bro.
look
He
that up.
hit Bud.
Like,
Bud
this shit is
tried to clinch
everybody.
and he pushed
Matter of
him
fact,
down.
everybody right now, go back and watch it on slow mo.
Yeah,
Everybody right
you
now,
gonna
go
see
back
that
and watch it on slow mo, bro. He did not drop him. I promise you, he ain't dropped.
Bud tried to clinch and he pushed him down with his right arm, bro. He dropped
No, that's not
Ortiz
what happened.
with
He got hit with
punches.
a right hand. He grabbed onto him and he slipped down to his
He
knees, bro.
slipped down. Okay, he
A
didn't
punch?
drop
No,
him,
no, 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 no. That was caused by contact. He punched him. He grabbed him and he grabbed him and he fell down. That's what happened.
bro. The ref saw the same thing I saw. I don't
And
know
he
what these
determined it
refs.
wasn't. He determined it wasn't a knockdown. He did.
Okay, so hey, that's
That
what
don't mean the ref is right because Tank took a knee and the ref didn't count that. So
right. But Virgil
you know what I'm
Ortiz
saying?
literally got dropped twice by
No, he did not,
for
bro. You
sure. Yes, he
compromised. No,
did.
he did not. No, he did not.
Well, how they counted it
Nobody,
as
nobody even
knockdown?
here. Nobody even here raised their hand to even agree with that because it's bullshit. You could go back and
Oh,
rewatch it on
oh.
slow mo.
Who are
How
you saying? Who? Wait. Who are you
He
saying
Virgil
said
dropped who?
Virgil
Ortiz
Ortiz got dropped by Mean
dropped
Machine.
twice by Mean
What?
Machine, and they counted those knockdowns.
bro, it
No,
doesn't matter,
no,
bro.
they
Bud
did
got
not, bro. What are you
it
now?
doesn't.
You saying false shit, bro?
No,
That's not even true.
but that
He
doesn't
got dropped twice,
that
bro.
doesn't matter, bro. That doesn't really matter, bro. Like we talk about Canelo versus
I
Bud.
Yo,
can't.
yeah, let's get back to it,
Yeah,
bro.
we talk about Canelo
Yeah.
versus Bud. That don't really matter. If Virgil Ortiz got dropped by a Mean Machine. But what I say,
He
even that,
rocked Crawford, but he
even as
didn't
a
drop
Canelo,
him. Nah.
but this is what I'm saying. Even as a Canelo fan, that's another dumb thing that people say in favor of Canelo. Oh, Bud got rocked by Gamboa. That means Canelo's gonna rock Bud. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah,
That was
that's all they could say. Out of 41
no.
fights, two
Yeah,
incidents.
because as a Canelo fan, it just doesn't make sense. You can't say, oh, because that guy rocked you, that means this guy's gonna rock you. Styles make fights, bro. First of all,
Can't-
Bud was at 135. He's at 168 now.
And
That
now,
doesn't make any. And I've heard people
yeah,
say, oh, Canelo's been rocked before, bro. He was 19 years old, bro, when
Oh,
he got
oh,
rocked.
hold up. Yo, Slick, you looked at that, bro. I just need to fact check that.
Bro, on
Right quick.
everything. I'm reading this shit in disbelief. I don't know how to remember this shit. It say Kavalaskis knocked down his ass 5 times.
What
Ortiz.
fight you looking at?
I googled this shit. It say that
Velasquez versus fucking Virgil,
Virgil
bro.
Ortiz
Nah,
5
that ain't true.
times.
Not 5 times.
That nah,
Either
you see,
one.
that's what I'm saying. This shit is
This shit wow, bro. I'm like, where
go,
is this coming from, bro?
I
bro.
Like,
don't watch the fight. I
That's
how
watch.
I
weird,
don't
bro. I
remember
watched
this?
that fight too. That shit did not happen that way, bro.
I
What the
don't
Ortiz
watch
fuck
the
is
fight
going
after
on?
that.
one who
I know he
He's
got
the
dropped
second
though.
round to
For
win.
sure, he got
definitely
This
didn't
dropped.
get
can't
dropped,
be
bro.
right,
Definitely
bro.
don't.
You could look up the
Bro,
replay and see him get
we
dropped.
could yo. I wish I could. I don't have my laptop, bro.
You
I'm on
can't
my
pull it
phone, bro.
off.
This
So
shit
you
is
can't pull
crazy.
it up. He dropped him, bro, off a punch.
No, he did not, bro. No, he didn't.
Yes, he did,
No,
bro.
he
The
did
man got
not,
knocked
bro.
down, bro.
That's not even how it went, bro. You
So
compromised,
you
brother.
saying he didn't get dropped at
I
all
can
in
tell you
that fight?
exactly how it happened. I can tell you exactly how it happened.
No, it's the okay. Now look, it's the other way around. It's the other
There,
way
oh
around.
yeah. There you go. There you go.
It's the other way
Yeah,
around.
he
He
ain't
knocked
drop him no
Kavalaskis
time.
down. Yeah, he knocked down
Kavalaskis
Kavalaskis
got his ass whooped bad.
5
So
Yeah,
did
times.
that's what
Ortiz?
happened.
Did
He,
Ortiz get dropped?
No, he didn't.
no,
Yes, he did.
No, this nigga, yo, he giving
Bro,
the
you
nigga the
can you
proof,
can
and the nigga still saying this
you
shit,
can
bro.
pull up the replay and
it
watch it,
said all
bro.
it said he got hurt bad. He got hurt
Ain't you
bad.
the
The
same person
eighth
that
round.
said they didn't count the knockdown against Bud, so it don't matter? So now it matter for Virgil, right? Even though it didn't count.
I don't
Man,
see
you
how it didn't
compromised,
count.
bro.
I
You
don't see how it
compromised,
didn't
bro.
count, bro. I
And
don't
he
see
didn't
how it
he didn't
didn't
even
count.
drop him though. It was
I'm
nothing to count. He didn't
I'm
even
gonna
drop him.
I'm gonna watch the
I
fight
watched
after
him. Yeah,
this,
watch
bro.
it right now in slow mo.
And
You still gonna say the same
when
thing
you go
because you
live
compromised.
again, I'm gonna let you know.
Ain't nothing to let me know because I watched it 100 times. He didn't drop him. I have this conversation a lot of times. People in their head put that in there because he had rocked him like 7 seconds before that, and he tried.
Yeah,
He went for
he got
it.
hurt
He
bad. That
threw.
was the
He
only thing.
threw. He threw. Virgil overextended on the left hook and slipped, and people like, oh yeah, he hit him with a right. I watched it numerous times. It was no
All
contact
right,
before.
so he slipped, but Bud did get
Bro,
pushed.
watch it. Watch it.
Open around.
Watch it.
So,
I
What?
mean, I'm gonna
Look,
watch
Slick.
it.
Look. We got somebody in the pen right now watching it. Slick, put it on slow mo, bro. Tell me what you see.
I'm gonna
It was like the first round or something like that. The first 2 rounds. It was the second round actually.
Yeah, he stunned him with an uppercut. That was
There you
about it.
go.
And he wobbled
Okay.
him.
Okay. Now look, keep watching.
I seen the man on the canvas.
Well, who
They
was
even
on the
put the
canvas?
replay.
Yeah, yeah. He went down, but the ref called it a slip.
Who was on the canvas?
He called it a slip.
Watch the
The ref
replay.
called it a slip.
They put the replay instantly.
Yeah.
There was
No,
no
that wasn't.
contact
Yeah,
by
that wasn't. Yeah, no, that wasn't.
exactly. Exactly. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
so he didn't get
It's
Thank you.
dropped
the
for
ref
Bud,
called it a slip, but
but
it's
Bud
yeah, that
got
wasn't a
dropped.
knockdown.
So he
It
didn't get
wasn't a
dropped, but
knockdown.
Bud
It
got
Yeah,
wasn't a
dropped.
knockdown.
wasn't
So
a
it wasn't a
knockdown.
knockdown for
You're
Bud.
right.
Yeah,
But okay. Let's say
right.
let's say it's a knockdown for Bud. Why does that matter?
I mean,
No,
it's not a knockdown.
we're just talking about it, bro. We're just talking
Oh,
about it.
oh,
We're not measuring nothing. We're just talking about it.
No,
okay.
you're right. No, it wasn't a knockdown.
Thank you.
Right. So
That's
it
what I'm
wasn't a
saying.
knockdown for Bud either. The ref didn't count it. So we can't go with that logic. You know what I'm saying? He didn't get knocked down. Ortiz got dropped against Chuck twice though.
Yeah,
Definitely. That counted. That's something that
But to go
counted. We
back
just
to
talk
the
about that.
point with just to go back to the point though of what y'all was talking about earlier though, just because you don't know a fighter don't mean they shit. A lot
no,
of
no,
Right.
no,
fighters just don't have
no,
Right.
that
no,
push. That's
That
from
no, no,
other
that,
countries and
no,
shit.
that was no. My point was when I was talking about Gamboa. Yeah, I've watched Gamboa, and the fighters he's fought, they're okay, they're okay, but that's why people they pick and choose.
What's your name? What's your name, brother?
Shay.
Shay. You in the UK, you gonna run into that argument a lot because in the States, like when you come out the Olympics, you know what I'm saying, you that guy they promote the most and they put you on a pedestal. You know what I'm saying?
What
Gamboa
English
was
fighters?
never the
Gamboa was a
same.
gold medalist, so he came out and everybody thought he was gonna be the next guy. You know what I
I
mean?
mean, he was
But
good.
that's what I say. People pick and choose what they wanna big up because, like I said, no one gave. They say, oh, he was a gold medalist, but I said, but no one really gave Frank Martin credit for beating an Olympic medalist in autumn.
Mm-hmm.
Just
Who was
because you're an Olympic medalist,
But
yeah.
nobody, right? But
Just
nobody knew who he was, though. See, that'd be the thing. If you're a boxing fan, a lot of boxing fans just run with the names they see. If you watch boxing,
yeah,
you know I had that same thing with Bivol. Everybody like, who the fuck is Bivol? I had it with Usyk. Who the fuck is Usyk? I went through a
yeah.
lot of arguments with people because people didn't know these fighters. If you watch boxing, you would know who these guys are.
Because even look at it like this. Even Zhang is an Olympian, like the
Yeah,
heavyweight Olympian, but when he got punched to his body, he quit.
yeah.
You know
That's
what
always
I
been
mean?
his soft spot.
Yeah,
Billy Zane,
exactly.
that's always been
So
his soft spot.
I've always looked at even the amateur record thing. The
Usyk
amateur,
too. That's his soft spot.
he's a great boxer because he's got 300 amateur fights.
Can
That's
I
one of the stupidest
can,
And that
things.
plays a part
can
with
I
other countries versus America too, though. You
can
know
I
what I'm
take this
saying?
conversation to a different avenue? Because a lot of you guys never really got y'all take on this, right?
Uh-huh.
Do y'all think, and this will let me know all I need to know, right? Because I just think that this right here is a good question, right? Do y'all think Bud would have easily walked through 154?
No.
No.
Okay.
It wouldn't have been easy, but I think he would have went
No.
undefeated. He would have beat Fundora
But
and Tim
see,
Zoo and
but
Tim
that's
Zoo.
He
but
stepped
that's
aside. He was gonna let Earl take that smoke. That
no,
nigga said, "I'll step
that's what
aside."
I
What you
mean.
he wanted to smoke with him. He did because
No,
they
I'm telling you, it's on the
Okay.
what belt he had Bud had at the time when they was trying to interject Earl in it. It
the
go on their website.
WBO.
It right? Go on there. I'm not quoting this from me. I'm going on their website. And when they interjected them, and Bud, they made it clear, Bud, if you take another fight, you lose your status of getting the winner of this fight. He chose
Exactly.
to step aside.
Okay, because he wanted the winner. But he was going after Fundora. Fundora trainer looked at him like, what? He
That's
didn't want him
true.
to
I
take that
remember
fight.
that.
And then he went and took Errol Spence, who said he was hurt, but now he's not hurt. He
But
went
Bud
after
could have
him.
said no. Bud could have said, fuck that. I'm gonna fight. I'm fighting him.
Man, Bud
Or
wanted to
drop the
smoke
belt.
him. Tim Zoo and Fundora was definitely ducking. They talking about he a bigger fight than Bud. That's what they
I think
excuse was.
Fundora wanted to fight. I think his team did that though, to be real with
But
you.
that's what I say. Even 154 has got a lot of names. But in
Yeah.
terms of skill set, none of them really are great skill sets. It like have
But
a great skill set in terms of obviously Crawford is an anomaly. He's moved up to 168, so he's not a part of that.
it's it's
Let,
strong fighters at 154 though, for
yeah,
sure.
there's
real.
strong fighters, but none of them are really
Hotbed.
great skill. Think about it like this: Jamel, even though I respect Jamel Charlo for his accomplishments, the fact that he was undisputed at 154 tells me that weight class is not the best.
I
Because
mean, look though,
he's
it's
a good
like they
fighter,
not
but
they
he
don't
ain't a
have
great
the
fighter.
best they don't have the best boxing skills,
Bro,
but
That was
that
then, and
shit,
this is now.
yo.
they
That was
heavy
then.
hitters
This is
at that
now,
weight
though.
class.
That's
They
not the
heavy
same
hitters.
weight. It's not the same thing now.
I don't think 154 is like skill wise is the best.
But
I don't
look,
think
it's
it's that good.
10-pound gloves.
And
So with bigger
I
gloves,
think we're able to say that because all those dudes are competitive. That's what it is,
yeah,
bro.
yeah, it's
That's
10.
why we're able to say, oh, it's not that good because
It's
they're
the best it's
competitive. There's
been in
no,
a long time.
But
yeah,
I'll tell
that's
you
what I'm
that.
saying, and it's been
That
that way for a minute.
I think,
that
but
weight,
like,
that 7-pound weight makes a huge difference, and the 10-ounce gloves take away some of your power, but it's some heavy hitters up there, bro.
yeah,
So that's
but
what you
that,
got to
For
look at.
real.
but that's why I say, yeah, to some people need to be like men. I feel like you have like fanboys because I'm not a fanboy of anyone. I feel like there's fanboys that live in their own dream world. You need to be fair. You can't be biased because at the
Right.
end of the day, at the end of the day, I've said this to a lot of boxing creators. Bud don't care about any of us. You know what I mean? He doesn't know us. What we respect Bud. We know Bud's a great fighter, but some people they feel as if, oh, I'm a ride or die with Bud. Bud ain't gonna ride or die with
Hey,
you. He doesn't care about you. You have to be honest.
Bud
Bud
said
don't
he
care
beat his
about none of
opponent
us.
to make us vindicated for
But
all the
but but
stuff people
but I'm
be
saying
talking.
Bud don't care about none of us. So when people say stuff like, bro, no one's like people say, oh, whoever Bud beats, Bud's just gonna beat them up. That the only like remember, Bud's never really beaten a guy as bad as he beat Errol Spence, bro. That's what I think people's
And that's
losing.
the best
I
fighter
think
he fought
But
though.
no,
but here's
but
the
that's what
thing
I'm saying.
to combat
But
what you're saying though, and I see what Pencil's saying about reputation. I'm sorry, boxing is reputation. What has gave you any inkling that Bud was just like skating by?
Right.
He ain't ever gave nobody that he was just skating by. I'm not saying Bud could beat Canelo. I'm not saying that. I'm being very objective about it. I said you go in that man's house,
yeah.
goddamn me, that he should
But
lose. You know what I'm
but I
saying? But what I'm saying is though, boxing is by reputation. And if he giving the look of like, goddamn me, this dude got the skills to pay the bills, that's what you got to go by. It's
because
not like basketball, football,
I
soccer, or none of that. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
He
bro,
make
100%. Obviously, in England we call it football, but in America you guys
I
call it
got
soccer.
you.
Yeah, but I with Bud, I've said this already. I've been watching Bud for a very long time, and I always known that this guy was very underrated. But I feel like people,
He getting overrated now, boy, isn't he?
that's what I was just about to say.
he
I've
make
always
he
said
And
make
that
I've
don't
good
mean he's
listen.
not good or great. That don't
but
mean he's not an
that's what
all-time
yeah
great
that
fighter. I don't mean none of
that's
that
what
shit.
I
Y'all
agree with
take
him.
that word way out of proportion.
Right.
I've always said to people, you see this Bud fighter, this guy is one of the best fighters we've ever seen. But people that don't ain't even watch Bud, like it's a lot of casuals. Ever since that Errol Spence win, people think Bud will go up and beat Beterbiev, bro. I swear
Nah,
to
I
God.
but look,
never heard that. You
that's
the
not.
first I
Yeah, I
heard
never
that
No,
heard
no,
from.
no,
that.
no, no, no,
But
no. I
Shay,
don't
look,
mean.
check this out, bro.
I'm exaggerating, but I'm trying to
Oh,
say
okay.
Right,
I'm
but look,
exaggerating. People think
but
Bud's just gonna beat everyone up. Bud don't beat people up as much as he beat Errol. That was a shock win. But I'm saying Sean
nah,
Porter,
I
yeah.
had it 75-25. And the fighters Bud fight, he make them look like nobodies. Just
No,
like
but
he
that's
went
a
and
myth. That's a
destroyed
myth
Sean
also.
Porter
That's a
at
myth
will.
also. That's a myth because people
Nah,
say
Salute that.
people make it seem like Bud destroys everyone he fought. Errol Spence he destroyed, but Mean
he
Machine caught him a lot of times.
he
But
knocked him out with one punch, bro. How he
what
didn't
mean
destroy him?
you mean Machine?
He knocked him out with one punch.
I
Yeah.
think at that point it's about what you like when you see boxing. Some
No.
people like
Okay.
boxing,
Just
knockout
because he
artists.
knocked him, just
I
because
feel
he
like
knocked him.
dismantling a person is worse than any of
Okay.
that.
You
So
said he knocked him out with one punch. Fabio
Yeah.
Woodley knocked out Honey with one punch. That just because you knocked out somebody with one punch doesn't mean you beat them up.
That's
But
destroying him. He knocked him down once, then he got up and rocked him with one punch and knocked him out.
but I'm saying from round one to the end of the fight, Bud didn't beat him up. Mean Machine was hitting Bud a lot of times. It was a war. And
And
but
look,
Me,
Bud
me
but
machine
it
was
Bud
worked
winning
both
like the
ways.
first four
Bud,
rounds.
Yeah, he was winning
Bud,
first
Bud
four rounds.
Bud
but
wasn't even. Bud was. He said he had
Sean Porter, Bud didn't
butterflies
beat up
the
Sean
whole
Porter,
fight
bro.
before.
Bud didn't beat up Sean Porter.
But
Like
look, hold on. I want to say that's what I was going to tell you about Sean Porter. He didn't really want to hurt Sean Porter because that was his homie. But soon as they told him he was down, which he wasn't down, according to the official scorecard, he wasn't down. He went and knocked him out in less than a minute, bro. So that's extraordinary. You can't take that away
that's
from
what
him.
I'm
He
trying to say.
destroyed Porter.
Even that, yeah, that's one thing I've heard boxers say as well. Um, I heard this is how I know some people in boxing are just dumb. Like I've heard a guy say Jamel, when Jamel fought Canelo, I've heard people say, "Oh, Jamel just came in for a paycheck." if I go in a ring and I know I can beat someone, why would I not try to beat them? You see what I mean about boxing fans? How they're just stupid.
Because look, the first thing Charlo said when he lost is at least I didn't get knocked out. That's
But
all
but
he was
but
trying to
Right.
do,
okay,
is
okay.
not get
He
knocked
did say
out.
that
Okay, let me
crazy
ask you a
shit.
question. Yeah, if I'm fighting, if you're fighting Canelo, yeah, and you know you can beat him, are you not gonna try and beat him?
That's why he didn't try to beat him
But no,
because
no, no. Charlo didn't try to beat him because the first punch Canelo threw, he knew, bro. People need to stop acting as if Charlo could have done anything. He couldn't have done anything. He's nowhere near the skill set of Canelo. He couldn't have done anything. Crawford can, because Crawford is a lot better than Charlo skill wise. Charlo can't do anything to Canelo. He can't hurt Canelo. He doesn't have better defense than Canelo.
yeah, and
Like
I
he
think
couldn't have done
Charlo
nothing.
didn't even prepare for the fight. He didn't even really
Bro,
prepare for the fight.
Charlo could have prepared for 500 years. He still would have lost. He's nowhere near Canelo's skill set. There's just some people you're just not better than, and Charlo's not better than Canelo, bro.
Yeah,
But
I
bro
think so
lost to
too. I
bro.
picked
Like
Canelo for that fight.
yeah, like, I don't. It don't matter what weight. Like Canelo's just better than Charlo, bro. You know what I mean? Canelo's just better than Charlo. Same way. I don't care what version of Errol Spence. It could have been prime Errol Spence. Bud would have beat Errol Spence, bro. Bud is just better.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? So I feel like people they just want to fit their narrative. I give
Let me
Look,
ask you a
I
question, man. Did you think Bud was gonna beat Earl like that?
hell
my
no.
okay,
I sure didn't.
so I've been watching them two for a long time. My
Definitely
my
thought he was gonna stop him
so
though with that
my
lunging shit.
my pops said that because my pops was an Errol Spence fan and that he was an Errol Spence fan. But I said to my dad, Bud is just gonna like not beat him like that. But I said Bud's gonna stop him in like the 8th round. But I said Errol Spence ain't seen no one like Bud. That's what I said to
I
my
said
pops.
I
I said
said
Bud's
I
gonna
got
stop
the
him in the 8th.
screenshots too. I said Bud 75-25. I said he was gonna stop him, and I said it wasn't gonna be no rematch.
Yeah,
I
I didn't
said
think,
that
but I
I
didn't
thought it
think
was
Bud
gonna go
was
the
gonna.
distance, but I knew Bud was coming out southpaw.
I knew Bud was gonna stop him in the 8th or somewhere around that, but I didn't think Bud was gonna start so early because Bud is a slow starter. That shocked me. That surprised
Yeah,
me
I
when I
don't.
saw.
I heard y'all saying that too. Like Bud is somebody said a notorious slow starter. It ain't even about that for Bud. Bud, he adjusts to the fight however it go. If he needs to start
Yeah,
fast, he start fast. If he don't, he don't. He just go
Right.
with the flow. It ain't about
yeah.
him being a slow starter because it's a lot of times he not a slow starter.
But I was surprised. I was surprised that Bud started beating on Errol in the 2nd round. I was surprised. I thought Errol Spence was gonna try hurt Bud for 3-4 rounds, and then Bud was just gonna take control and just win. But I was just surprised that Bud beat him from the
It
start.
looked like it was gonna go that way until he tried to rush Bud, and then
Yeah,
Bud
yeah,
kept
yeah,
And
furying
yeah.
on his
That
and
ass.
that that shocked that shocked me.
some dude in the chat earlier too said, "Bud, his jab and all that. It's just a normal jab, blah blah
What?
blah." But he literally knocks
You know
Spence
what?
down with a jab. He got a serious jab,
That
bro.
was his brick hand. That's the whole point of him turning southpaw, bro. Him switching.
Right.
I
So
don't think Crawford's really known for his jab, but he's got a good jab.
yeah,
But
his
That's what I'm saying. If you watch boxing recently, switch, he put his brick hand closer to you.
yeah,
yeah.
but I think that's another thing as well. People that think Bud is gonna beat Canelo, I don't say you're delusional. You know, people that be like, oh, you don't know boxing, you're delusional. I, Everyone has their own opinion. You can't kill people for their opinion. Everyone has opinion. Boxing, you have to respect each other. We're all men at the end of the day. You have to.
I think it's delusion on how he's gonna win. I don't think it's delusional to think Bud's gonna win. I think it's just that it's delusional how people think it's gonna go. Right? Like I've had people say like, man, Bud gonna dog walk him for every round. Like, are you serious, bro?
Nah, I don't even
I
say
don't
that.
think that. Like, are you fucking crazy? Like, I like I said, I don't see it that way. And I'm a Bud fan just like everybody else, but you just gotta be real with yourself. This fight can be over quick if Bud make the wrong decision. And I think this is one of those fights where Bud, it's up to Bud.
Yeah, I don't.
Bud choose to fight that man. I don't think he wins. If Bud box, Bud got a very good chance of winning. Take him in later rounds, and then you start teeing off on his ass.
I don't yo, this is crazy, man. I don't cause I heard this
You see
one
Bud walking him
strategy.
down.
I heard this one strategy by Goodfella TV. If y'all know him, shout him out, man.
Yeah,
I'm shouting him out. Go over there, sub to him, man. He was like, we're like boxers are always taught not to go to the puncher. I think that it comes with great benefits. It's big risk, But if he is to do that, that'll make Canelo uncomfortable. You know, when Canelo's pushed back, he not really doing. We seen it against Bivol,
Right.
Exactly.
right? I,
You
I
can't
think
fight
I
on them
think
back
I
foot.
think the boxing avenue for Crawford. I think you got to mix it up. I think just the
There
strictly
you go.
boxing.
I was about to ask
I
you.
think the strictly boxing for him is he gonna wear himself out trying to do
No,
that for 12
talking
rounds.
about being on your feet, just jabbering around, and you box.
Yeah.
Now, what you're talking about, I want you to explain it a little more to the people. You're not talking about putting your foot in the mud and standing squab with them, right?
No,
You
no,
talking
no,
about
no.
darting in, darting out, mixing it up, right?
Yeah,
That's
definitely, definitely.
that's boxing.
He
Not what I'm
definitely
talking
he
about. Standing there fighting with that goddamn man. Like people think like he gonna go in there and stand there and squab with that man. Sometimes your best defense is going into the fire. You know what I'm saying? Take his punches
he
away from him,
said
but you
he
gotta do it
said
in and out. Just like you said, above all, you ain't finna just stand there and squab with him though.
and look, the difference between Bivol and Crawford is he not just finna just light punch you all day. Crawford is a known finisher and he got killer instinct. So that's the difference between him and Bivol. He could box like that, but he gonna go for it if he got the chance. And his strategy, the way he fight, is better than Bivol. Like he got better angles and he mixed it up. He got his own style, his own punch selection.
I gotta give praise. I get some praise to Bivol. Bivol, he can accumulate punches on you, get you out of there. It's just that fight with Canelo, goddamn, he just wasn't finna fall for them traps. He was
Yeah,
disciplined. He didn't want to fall. He didn't want to take them chances because he knew that motherfucker can punch. So
and
why am
Bub,
I gonna give you that advantage? You know what I'm saying? But he did.
yeah,
Bivol did exactly what Athletic Mind said. He took chances on the inside, which is a Russian. You know that pendulum step, bounce in, bounce out. I'm gonna be here, but you ain't finna catch me, motherfucker. That's I agree with Athletic Mind. That would be the best strategy. He go in
and
there and box, mix
and
that
Bub
shit the fuck up.
Bud body work against Majimov, Avanesian, and Spence was excellent. So I definitely think he gonna be going to Canelo body and wake him gas even earlier. You know what I'm saying? That's why I think the stop is gonna come in that once he start gassing, Bud gonna start teeing off on him. I think we're gonna see Canelo bleed for the first time.
Man, that shit sound good, man. But you know
Yeah,
you
that shit hard.
compromise. You know you compromise, brother. You already
Nah,
know.
we you can't say
That's
that because
hard. That's
we just
You already
proved
know.
that Bud. You said Ortiz didn't get dropped because they didn't count it, so Bud didn't get dropped because they didn't count it. I agree with that, but you gotta agree to it.
I don't know what you
I
talking
can't.
about.
I can't say Bud gonna knock that man out, bro. I can't. I cannot say.
I'm
That's
saying
crazy as shit. And
you
then
said
then we asked her why he ain't stop Madrimov for so many excuses. Oh, this, that.
I gave
It's
logical
crazy, man.
reasons though, man. I
It's
gave
crazy.
logical reasons. We
That's
gonna see though.
yeah.
But
Him.
look, this is a bigger fight
Yeah,
than Majimov though, so it's more on the line. His whole career is on the line.
but that Madrimov fight is a good example of what Athletic Mind talking about too, though. When Bud saw he came in different what he saw on tape and he wasn't falling for Bud Fanks, that's when Bud moved to the inside. Then fuck that. You're not finna
Oh yeah,
catch
and
me.
hold on. Let me say
Exactly.
this. Sorry to cut you off, bro.
Yeah,
Bilal Muhammad. You know what I'm saying? Listen, brother. If you wanna, I didn't even see your comment, but now that I'm seeing, if you wanna unsubscribe, do that. I got like, I don't even know at this point. I got 10,000 subs on this shit, bro.
If I
And I'm
can.
not trying to sound like no a-hole, bro, but don't threaten me, bro. Like, what's up with you? I didn't see a comment, bro. I'm
And
not reading all these
and the
comments.
link
don't pay
is
attention to
right
that,
there
man.
anyway.
Oh, that's what they want. Don't pay no.
The link right there anyway. But what I was gonna say? What y'all just say?
No, I was saying that's a good example where Athletic Mind was talking about that Madrimov fight when Madrimov wasn't biting on Bud Fanks. He moved into the fire. Like I'm not gonna take a chance you getting that off. You know
Oh
what I'm
yeah,
saying?
that I was gonna say.
And people
I
think
feel
like
like
that's why he looked it bad, but that's strategy. Like if I can't get you to bite on shit, you're not giving me nothing to download on your ass because we all gotta admit that Madrimov fought a disciplined fight. That's not the
yeah,
same Madrimov we saw in previous fights, bro.
and
Because I thought
Canelo.
Bud was gonna watch him watching
Hey,
this whole
look,
fight.
and
Bud
also,
was
let
gonna
me
watch
say
him.
this. Let me say this, Slick. Listen to this, because this brother
Mm-hmm.
bring up a good comment. Because I just said this too.
Mm-hmm.
Bud gonna stop Canelo, but he couldn't knock out Madrimov. Now
Right.
look,
But
I was a guy, right?
mm-hmm.
Who I said that he was gonna stop Errol Spence, and who didn't he? No, he stopped everybody before that. He had stopped everybody before that.
Yeah.
But people's argument was, oh, Bud, he had problems with this guy and that guy. So how he gonna beat Errol Spence? You see, it be like that sometimes, bro. It
And
But
just
Athletic
sometimes it
Mind
just be
too.
style.
There was
okay,
another
and
side to that too, though. Remember they were saying Earl too big. He too strong.
that's proving
Yeah.
my point though
Remember
because
that? So
that
we don't know how it's going. It's like I say, it's a strategy sport. And I think that's something that people forget about, bro.
that Majimov performance is what got him the Canelo fight. But He was on a 6, 7 year knockout streak. You can't knock out everybody. So all of a sudden, people want to say, "Oh, he can't knock out Canelo because he didn't knock out Madrimal." That's a narrative. They say, "Oh, do you think Bud hit hard as Triple G?" The same. They got a bunch of narrative that they say as to why Bud ain't gonna win a fight. Once he feel Canelo power, he gonna get on his bike. All it's a bunch of same lines that they keep saying, but none of that shit gonna stand up and hold up in the fight once it's over. All them excuses gonna start pouring in about Canelo after the fight. Once he do what he gotta do, bro. It's just like the same excuses. He gonna stop Canelo, but he couldn't stop Madrimal, a dude with 10 fights. You know all this stuff I just said is what people say as to why Bud ain't gonna win. It's narratives, but it's cool.
Hey, do y'all really count the Canelo win against Triple G?
I
Like that
really,
that second one?
I mean, I count it because that second one was legit. He didn't test positive,
No,
and
no, that's where I came back up here because that's where we get it mixed up. In the first fight, he was clean. The second fight, he tested positive, and you can see it in his performance too. He was a
you
lot
think? I
faster,
think it was the
stronger.
first one. I think it
Yeah,
was the
that's the
first.
one he was on his bicycle moving
He no,
backwards.
he
Look it
tested
up. Look it
positive in
up.
the
Look it
first
up. It
one.
was in
That's
the
why.
rematch. It was in
Yeah,
the
the rematch is
rematch.
where he was
Look it
on his
up.
feet and shit.
Is
He was on
that
his
when he,
toes.
he tested
That's when
positive
he
in a
tested
rematch?
positive for the clenbuterol. It
I
was in
don't.
the
I think
rematch.
it. I think it was the first fight because Triple G was
Look it
talking
up,
to him
bro. I
about
looked it up.
failing the test, and then Canelo got mad about him saying that, and then he fought him and beat him. I don't think it was the first fight. That's if it's the second fight, that's even worse on Canelo.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like in the first fight, I believe Triple G won. And even in that first fight, when they had that first fight, that's when Canelo hit him. Canelo hit him with a shot that usually has a guy backing up, and Triple G just kept walking him down. In the rematch, he tested positive, and they still had the fight. And then he whooped him, but he was dirty when he whooped him though. You know what I'm
Bro,
saying?
yo,
Look it up. Y'all can look it up right
somebody,
now.
no, I ain't talking about what you talking about. Somebody in the comments said the third fight don't count, nigga. I don't even think it's footage of that shit, bro. That's how
I
bad
mean,
that shit
yeah,
was.
he was 40
Nigga, that shit
years
was
old.
horrible, man.
He was 40 years old, and that was his first time at 168. So it's just like, yeah, old man at that point. That was unnecessary. Nobody wanted that fight, but I don't know. I'm gonna look that up. I'm gonna look that up right now.
Yeah. That was 2018. It was in the rematch, and that's why I think the
Yeah.
third fight, that second fight with him on clenbuterol, it took a lot out of Triple G because the first fight was a good fight between both of them. And he older, but in that second fight, you fighting somebody on PEDs and taking that type of damage, just a different type of damage on the PEDs. Let's just
I'm
be
trying to
real.
see if it was the first or second.
It was the second.
Hmm.
It was in the rematch.
Let me see.
So like, and like the first fight, I definitely thought in the first fight, Triple G had that first fight. You know what I'm saying? But
And
the
he had a
politics of
draw
boxing,
anyway. So
yeah, it was a draw. They ain't robbing him completely, but it was, you know what I'm saying? It looked like a win to me for Triple G.
Apple.
nah, it was the first fight he tested positive
But it was the rematch in 2018.
for Dan drug computer ahead of
No,
March
that was
5th,
this was the
28.
first fight. This
That was the
first fight.
first fight, bro. That's
Yeah,
it
because it
say
said I'm reading now. Yeah.
yeah,
It was reported
suspension
that Canelo
received
Alvarez
6 months
tested positive
suspension.
February 17th.
The
Who was
rematch
set
was
for a
originally
rematch for Gennady
scheduled.
Golovkin in May. It got canceled. Got moved, brother.
Yeah, the
It was
rematch
set for
was
the
in
rematch.
the rematch was in
Yeah.
2018.
That's where he tested positive. He tested
Nah,
positive leading up to the rematch.
he got suspended before the rematch in 2018. He got suspended for 6 months. So it was in the first fight when he had a draw. So he tested positive and still had a
Man,
draw.
this shit gonna be funny, man. It's gonna be a whole bunch of Terence Crawford fans. Oh man, he was too small, man. He was supposed to do that, man. I
Yeah.
know,
Nah, they
it's
don't
People
even
don't
coming, man.
have
I'm
no
telling you,
bro.
business.
man.
Not
I've
at
been
all.
telling
I'm
people don't
telling you,
say that
bro.
shit.
They
It's
don't even
coming,
sound
bro.
like
They
Bud
say they
fans,
not, but
bro.
it's coming. The
I've
Spence
been
fans
telling
say they
people
was
don't
gonna
say
do it,
that
bro.
shit. Don't
It's
say that.
gonna
See,
come,
he asked for the ass whooping. He asked
Bud
for
might,
it, bro.
Bud might say it himself, man. He might say it himself
Nah,
after the
fuck
fight.
that.
Bro,
He
they
better
don't
not,
even
bro. I
sound
lose
like
all
Nah,
Bud
respect.
he,
fans,
nigga, I'm
bro.
telling
Because
you,
you
but I
can't
see the
ask
shit happen,
for it.
bro.
You can't ask for the. You can't
I
ask for the
see
smoke.
this shit happen, Slick. I'm telling you, man. I see this shit happen, man.
Cause that'd be crazy. You ask for this smoke, bro. And nah, bro, don't do
That's
that
what
one.
what's his name did. I'm not saying Bug gonna do it, but this what who did Boo Boo did that shit. I was so man when he did that
Man,
shit, I was disgusted.
Yeah. I had Benavidez in that fight anyway.
He
A
like,
lot
oh
of
yeah, I tried, and
a
it's not
lot
my
of
weight class. And
a
I'm
lot of
like,
black
oh
people
shit.
pick Andrade. I guess they was race picking, but I had Benavidez the whole time because his power didn't even look good at that weight when he first fought there.
Man, that man best days flew past him waiting on Canelo, bro.
Yeah, yeah, I agree.
Yeah, he fought a dumbass fight too. He came out there just
Now I will say this though.
yeah.
I gotta ask y'all this, and this not on Canelo but stuff. I just want to get y'all opinion on this. I was talking about this yesterday. Shakur did an interview, and it's something I never heard him ever say before. But he said, "I'm coming to 135 to fight all these bigger dudes." Now, when he was on
Huh?
the scale, yeah, he was on the scale, lost the belt. He said, "Fuck that, I'm going up because I'm not going to risk my health." Now he's saying that he at 135 fighting these bigger dudes. How y'all feel about that?
Canelo said that.
No,
No,
or Stevenson.
Shakur, bro. Yeah, I
Mm,
think that's crazy.
He said this. You find. I swear to God, and it was a ring interview that he said that on.
I mean, he might feel like this is max weight. If he can make 130, then I mean, I agree with him.
But
He
he
can have.
said on the scale when he lost them
I
belts,
think that's a
he
way to
said,
give.
"Fuck that."
Oh yeah, you know what? He
I think
did
that's
lose
a
the
way to
belt on the
try to give
scale.
himself more credit for like
Yeah, yeah,
whoever
you're
he
right.
beats at the weight. Like I don't know. That's some like they bet, bro.
Yeah, that
Nobody
shit
told
was
me.
weird to me when I
I
heard that.
forgot he lost his belt on the scale. So
Yeah,
yeah,
he said they. And remember, he was like, "Fuck that." They told me to try, and I was like, "No, I'm not gonna risk my health." Remember that?
Yeah,
yeah.
because he said he couldn't. He said son his piss was yellow or some shit. Or was that
Yeah, all
Pete
that shit.
Dunne?
Yeah, and now in this recent interview, he talking about, "Nah, I came to 135 fight these bigger dudes."
You
See,
know,
that's how I'll be, boy.
I don't. How y'all feel about Benavidez at 175?
Yeah, it looked like his power not translating.
Yeah,
Oh, hold
it
on. Now
definitely
now we
didn't.
got now we gotta be loud back, right? I'm biased, bro. How am I biased, bro? Hold on. Oh, there you is. All right, I'm gonna let you up because you crying. What's going on, man?
You're all mate.
What's going on?
Yeah, so I was just listening to some of you people like talk about your predictions and stuff.
Go ahead, man.
You know what
Speak
I mean?
your
So I'm
piece.
picking Canelo Alvarez to win. He's going to win in about 3 rounds. Terence Crawford is too small, and personally, I think he's overrated. He's not good enough. If you look at his last fight, he struggled with Israel Magomedov.
Oh my God.
He's 154 pounds, and in my opinion, he lost that fight. I scored it for Israel Magomedov, so I don't think he's going to be doing any good going up to fight
I
Canelo Alvarez.
I got a question for you though. How am I biased?
Oh, you're biased because I was less. I've only just come to your channel
Mm-hmm.
because I was sent a link from another channel to go here.
Mm-hmm.
And I was listening to some of you speak, including you, and you're biased because you're picking Terence Crawford. But
You hear this right? I'm picking Terence Crawford, y'all. That's what he's saying. All right, go ahead.
Malal,
I saw
he
you. I
he
saw you pick someone else out because they picked Canelo. So when someone
Mm-hmm.
picks
Mm-hmm.
Canelo, you don't like them. You don't.
Yo,
buddy, he
Bug, what's
picked
that Canelo? Could you tell him? Could you tell
he
him what he don't know?
yeah, he picked Canelo Alvarez to beat Terence Crawford, and he a Terence Crawford fan. You completely wrong, buddy.
Yeah.
You way off. You way off. He
I
definitely
mean,
has
Terence
Canelo.
Crawford has no chance in this fight. I don't know why
No,
people are
no, no,
picking.
no, no. Hold on. Don't address what you just address what you how you said I picked Terence Crawford to win.
Yeah, you picked Terence Crawford to win. I heard you say it, and then
No,
you
you
changed it.
didn't, bro.
Oh.
We've been
Nah,
on
he
here
started
four
the
and a half
live off with
hours.
it when you was picking, bro.
Bro, we've been on here 4.5 hours, and he never said that
Oh my
one time, bro.
god.
This ain't even the first live. He definitely got Canelo winning this fight, bro. He said Crawford is too small,
Too
just like
small.
you just
Yeah.
said. Slap
Yeah,
yourself,
Terence
bro.
Crawford is too small. He's weak
No,
physically.
no, 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 no. Hold up. You still ain't address
You better
you
eat that
still ain't
crow,
address
bro.
that you said I said that.
Yeah. You basically are saying the way you run this channel, and you don't
Huh?
let people speak on this channel if they don't
What?
agree.
Oh.
What?
Bro, you
That's
tweaking.
why he
Okay.
must got you mixed up with somebody.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you thinking
I
another
don't know.
channel, bro.
Oh no,
I
it's
don't know.
definitely just this host. This host, it's definitely this
How did
host.
you how did you
Oh
speak how
shit.
did you speak your piece to say you picked Canelo then if he don't let people talk?
Yeah, but he didn't pick Canelo. He picked Terence Crawford.
He picked Canelo, bro. How you gonna
Oh
tell
man.
us who he picked? And we've been talking for 4.5 hours.
Why don't you let him
Oh
speak?
my
He's talking.
god, man. This is hilarious, man. But you right, bro. I picked Terrence Crawford. You know, I'm lying.
He said you. He said you
And
kicked somebody off the chat because they picked Canelo.
no, actually, I kicked somebody off. I kicked them. No, I put them on timeout because they were using dishonorable language
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
towards me. You know, I put them on timeout. I don't know if they off timeout now, but yeah, they on timeout.
What's up,
But
Jessica? We got the queen in the
but
building.
Jessica the Queen in it. You know what I'm saying? Shout out. But yeah, brother, I got Canelo. I don't know what you've been listening to. Maybe got me mixed up with somebody in the panel, but that's fine. You know, you doubling down. You're a brother that doubles down when you're wrong. You know, that's the worst kind of brother. You
Yeah,
know,
we
but it's
I'm
all
not,
good.
what's a brother? What does that mean?
Oh, you probably not a brother, actually. My bad.
Nah, he
Sir.
from the UK too.
What is a brother? What is that?
You don't know what a brother is? I think you should look it up, you know.
Yeah, don't fall for it.
most definitely. I had to look back into that Canelo Triple G thing, bro, because I remember it like it was yesterday. So I'm looking at it, and
Yeah, me too.
I think we read it wrong because he dropped in February. They announced it in March, and then they canceled the rematch for May and
Right.
pushed it back to September for the second fight. So
Yeah, that's what I just read.
he was taking the PEDs leading up to the second fight, and they canceled the rematch in May and made it in September instead. And he
Gotcha.
still looked like he was, you know what I'm
White
saying?
power. White
He
power.
still looked like he
Yeah, he
was
gotta
Oh
go,
wow.
bro.
definitely on some whole nother something in that second fight. He just looked
Oh, that
way
man just
ahead
said
of him.
white power and jumped off. You see? You know,
Yeah.
sometimes you gotta let trolls do their thing sometimes, you
I
know.
already knew he was on it.
I
That's
thought
why I
you
Yeah,
said.
said
That's
I
why I
could
Canelo
have
said.
Jr.
That's why I
I
said
could
don't
have
fall
kicked
for it.
him off, you know what I'm saying? But
I
you know,
thought you kicked
He
sometimes
was
it's
gonna do
just
it to himself. Yeah.
you
Yeah,
know,
yeah,
it's all
yeah.
good. You
That's why.
know,
Yeah, I don't know if you heard me. I was like, don't fall for it. When he kept asking you what's the brother, that's why I was like, don't fall
so
for it.
yeah, yeah,
he
he
don't
was
really
Don't
yeah.
fall
believe.
for it, bro. I'd
That's
have
why
been
he
through
think
that one.
Crawford gonna lose. He got a whole
They
different
good
agenda.
for that.
Like he really was that. Like, oh yeah, you said I heard you. Say. I'm like, oh okay, you know.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
just a
I got a breakdown that I made about the fight like a year ago too, man. I don't even think if I really thought this fight was gonna happen at that time, like a year ago.
yeah, yeah. I remember.
Yo, you
I
remember
was
that?
definitely
Yeah.
in the
Hmm.
chat. Yep.
What you
But it's
have
happening
in the
now.
breakdown?
Basically a lot of the same shit I'm saying now, man. Like I
Yeah.
just, bro, like
He didn't want to
y'all
see
don't know,
this
y'all
fight
really
happen.
honestly don't know how I feel about this shit deep down. Like all the shit I'm saying, like it don't feel good to say it. Like I hope I'm wrong. I honestly do, bro. But I'm telling you, I'm just going off of like what I would consider logic. Like it's easy to say anything is logic, but we see logic and odds are defied in boxing. We seen that before. So I can
Hmm.
say it's logic, but it could be proven. It could absolutely be proven wrong if Terence Crawford wins, right? You
Hmm.
know, but I'm gonna just.
Yeah.
I think logic is the proper word to use right for right now because the fight ain't
Yeah.
happened yet. But that's just what I'm going off of, bro. I think Canelo and his recent performance hasn't looked good, but I think it's one of those situations where even with Bo, we could say they get up for certain fights. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? They you know Canelo with the stoppages now as it pertains to the stoppages, he haven't been getting any stoppages, but he has shown the ability to hurt dudes. You know what I'm saying, but he hasn't been able to finish them. Now Terence Crawford moving up. What I want to know is if he is in a situation where he ends up like Belanga in the first couple rounds or Munguia, how will his body react? You know, he about to
Hmm.
pull that one because he probably gonna be like 180, 170 something on fight night. Will he be able to pick that up off the
Oh,
canvas? You know what I'm
you
saying?
think Bud gonna weigh that much?
I hope he
180?
don't weigh that much.
I'm just assuming. All right,
Right.
I don't know. I'm just saying. I'm
Yeah,
assuming.
I don't think he'll be that much.
Yeah.
I think once he makes a cut, I think once he makes that cut to 168, we're gonna get to see the best Bud like that because it's so close to the walk around weight, and he's had all this time off. Like somebody was saying it earlier, we know him as being a professional fighter, like all throughout his career. Like he was one of them fighters that probably never shied too far away from his fighting weight when he was at 147. He probably stayed
Hmm.
close to that weight, so the cut wasn't super crazy for him. You know what I'm
I
saying?
think
And he
he's
was
gonna
able
be
to.
like 173, 175 at the most.
That's what I'm thinking too. And I honestly think Canelo gonna be like that too. I don't think Canelo's gonna. I think Canelo gonna come in and try to be as best conditioned as he can and be as light on his feet as he can because it's supposed to be the smaller guy. But I think that smaller guy thing is being taken for granted because like they is pretty much the same size. And as far as him getting acclimated to that, y'all don't think that Bomac and them is bringing people in that gym that can simulate a Canelo? You don't think they got a few
That's what
guys?
I was saying. We don't know what he's doing in the background.
Lester
Yeah, like
Martinez,
we
Exactly.
hear
Lester
about we hear
Martinez.
the stories about him putting in work on cruiserweights and you know what I'm saying, hurting heavyweights and stuff like that. So his power in his off time outside of a training camp for a fight is obviously just as devastating as it is at his fight weight.
Lester Martinez in the camp too. He like 19-0, 17 knockouts, and he fight at 168.
Yeah, he said they say he like a better Canelo. He like a Canelo with
Mm-hmm.
that footwork.
Yep, they said that before the
But
belt.
look, man, we gotta stop saying that these dudes the same size. They're not, man. They're the same height.
They're
Or
not the
one
same
is
size.
they're
They're
not the
not the
same
same size.
size. They're
Give
not.
Bud his
That's
So
being
so so
disingenuous.
but
give
like
Bud
when
his
you said
credit for beating the
so
bigger guy.
how you figure they not the same size
They're
though?
not the same size, bro. They're not. All
Listen,
right, so let me say let me no, all right. Let me how can
Just
I
because
do it?
Canelo's been fighting at that weight
No,
for a
no, no,
long
no.
time.
Hold on. Let me no, hold up. So how can I say this? So Roy Jones is 5'10 and Mike Tyson is 5'10. They the same size?
What they weigh?
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm
What do they
saying.
weigh? What do
They
they
wait.
weigh?
They're at different weight classes, bro. When they and on fight night, they're gonna weigh.
We already
Hold up,
said
hold up, hold up, hold up. They're gonna weigh two totally different things. One has been campaigning at that weight for a longer time, significantly longer time. When on fight night, one guy's gonna be absolutely bigger, bro.
Yeah.
yeah.
Absolutely. They're not the same size, bro. They don't even walk around the same weight. So we should get people. Oh, Bud walk around. Bud does walk around big, but he don't walk around the walk around where Canelo does.
Canelo,
I honestly think on fight night Bud is gonna be looking bigger than Canelo because he's just gonna be
Oh
shredded
my
at
god, that he's
168.
Canelo,
not gonna be shredded.
When he gets on the
I
scale at
bet you he's not gonna
168,
be
I
shredded.
bet you he don't
He's
look
not gonna be
drained at
shredded. I
all.
guarantee you not gonna be shredded. I
Bro,
guarantee you not gonna be shredded.
I
Canelo was
bet you
bigger
he
than
be
Cotto,
shredded,
He ain't
bro.
gonna be
I
shredded.
bet you he
Watch,
be
bigger than
shredded.
watch,
Floyd.
watch. He's not gonna be
I
shredded, bro.
bet you he be
He's
shredded,
not gonna be
bro.
shredded.
He gonna
He's
be
not
looking
gonna be shredded.
swole when on fight night. He gonna be looking swole. We didn't already said Canelo is not a natural 168 dude. He's a smaller guy that's been fighting at 168. He's been doing it longer, but he's not a natural 168 type of fighter. He fought up to get out the way of some of those black
But
fighters
that
that they don't
but
like
that's
fighting.
part of it though.
He didn't
He's
want to
more
fight he
comfortable
didn't want
there.
to fight the Charlos in their
Hey,
prime.
look, we gotta give Canelo, we gotta give Bud credit for beating the bigger fighter, bro. They're not the same size.
Oh yeah, that's nigga. That's an understatement. He gonna get full credit. The nigga that's not gonna get credit is the one with the red hair. He ain't getting no credit from me. I don't care what nobody talking about.
Look, that's fine. I would
Credit
give
him.
him full credit. I would give Canelo full credit
That nigga ain't
because
getting no credit.
I'm not looking at the size as something
AM
that
said he don't
See,
like
is
that's the
astronomical.
problem right there.
I
That's the problem right there.
If he wins,
don't
it's
want no
not gonna be
cinnamon
like oh
rolls.
he was a
I don't
bigger
want none
fighter. I'm saying it here
Because in
right
y'all
now.
mind, y'all think Bug gonna win. So it'll be kind of it'll make y'all look bad on y'all part to be like Bug gonna win, and then when you lose, y'all be like, oh Canelo, he big, he's supposed to be. That's what
He
I'm saying.
not
So that's why
big, bro.
y'all to understand. All right, bro.
I
All
think
right,
that's
bro.
why he
We'll
wants
I'm
see.
this
calling
fight
that
because
now though. He
out of all
Canelo
the
supposed
people
to
We'll
at
win
see.
though, bro.
168, out of all the people at 168, if it was Benavidez that was reigning undisputed at 168, Crawford wouldn't be looking for that smoke at 168. He wouldn't be looking for that
Because
smoke at
he got the
168.
height, he got the height and the weight. That's why. That's
And the
why.
reach,
Exactly.
and the reach.
That's why.
Exactly.
Exactly. Yeah.
Exactly.
Exactly. Yeah. You saying
That's a
exactly.
bigger
Exactly.
guy.
But
That's a
Canelo.
bigger guy at that
Yeah.
point.
Canelo's a bigger
The
guy
bigger
too,
height,
bro.
bigger weight.
Canelo's a bigger guy too, bro. I don't understand. You don't not understanding this shit. Y'all niggas are delusional.
Nah,
It's not
that's
a
him,
height
but
class. It's a weight class. It's
it's
not a
No
a
height
weight.
class,
It's
gang.
bigger weight. It's bigger weight, bro. That's exactly what I'm saying. So what's Canelo's walk around weight? If it
I
ain't
don't.
around that 180 something,
like
we
190.
saying he 190. We saying he down there 200 walking around and he cuts down to 168.
Fight
We
weight,
already said he's a
weight,
naturally smaller
different
guy. He's
things,
small for
bro.
168. Not just in
Fighting weight,
height. He light
fight
ass
weight,
too.
bro. Fight weight and walk around weight is two different things. That's why you got
Yo,
some fighters that are big and they look like shit, and then when they go back to their natural fight weight, they look like where they supposed to be. You get what I'm
but
saying?
yo, it's so crazy. I could see this. Yo, Bud not even going like. Let's say he come in 168, bro. That like the way the way his like I said, his body is not used to carrying this shit like this. Like it's not hit like. Let's all right. So Bud, for example, he cuts down when he used to cut down to 147. How much I think he used to rehydrate to? Like how many pounds you would say?
Maybe
Like
10,
one,
10, 12
like
10.
pounds. Probably no
That
more
I
than
don't even
184.
think
160
that's
or
going
something.
exactly. I don't even think he going rehydrate that significantly after he weigh in. I really don't think that
It
because
would be a good idea.
he already like is around his walk around weight, bro. Being fighting at this weight, gang.
Exactly. That's why I'm saying we're gonna see the best version
So
of him.
all right, cool. You say that, but you're not hearing, right? Because I just said Canelo's bigger than him. You're not understanding that. When Canelo steps on the scale and weigh 168, right? He's gonna put on significant pounds, probably. Which
And
it
he
could
be
be.
gassing
Hold
out.
up. All right,
He
could
be
you
185.
let
gassing
me,
out.
bro? I'm gonna
Go
have to
ahead, go
put you
ahead,
on
go
this.
ahead, go ahead.
I was just about to say that could be a detriment to him. It could be, but he's going, and it could be a detriment, and it could be a good thing for him. It could be either or, but he's definitely gonna be bigger than this man. He's bigger. They the same height, but he's bigger, bro. There's somebody
Go.
who you could be the same height or shorter than, or I mean, or taller than, and they're bigger than you, bro.
Canelo gonna
But
come in
check this
about
out though.
180,
Check this out
185.
though. Check this
Mm-hmm.
out though. Wouldn't it make sense for Canelo to balloon up after the weigh-ins when he fighting everybody else like a Berlanga and everything like that? Wouldn't it make sense for him to balloon up because these dudes is bigger? They're bigger 168 guys. They cutting down from 190. They cutting down from. He didn't want to fight Benavidez because he damn near 200 pounds. He walk around damn near 200 pounds. You know he's gonna rehydrate way up there.
That's just an
Uh,
excuse not to fight Benavidez, bro. Because he fought Berlanga at 193.
For real.
Exactly.
See?
But he blew up. He be blowing up because these dudes are naturally bigger though. You feel what I'm saying?
Mm.
They're naturally bigger. We already keep saying Canelo is not a natural 168 guy because he's not naturally up there in weight. He's probably cutting down from 185. He can
But
let
he's
himself
still more
grow or whatever.
established at 168.
Bro, that's not what
Carrying.
That
this
is
is.
a
This is
fact.
not what
That is a
he's hearing.
fact.
He's not
That's
hearing
what
this shit,
no, that
bro.
is a fact. That is a fact. I still don't
Canelo was bigger no matter how you put it, bro. His body
That's what
type
I'm
was bigger.
saying, bro. Even
okay,
bro, gonna stop Canelo.
bro.
Understand that, bro.
Okay, so Canelo didn't jump up to 168 and was whooping guys at
Oh my
168.
goodness.
He
We're saying
did
it
though.
like this is unfathomable.
Well, look, brother, you may not see it that way, but that's why I don't think the nigga get no credit from me, bro. I watched this story play out tons of time. Like I said, I hope I'm wrong, but I don't. The history of this nigga told me not wrong. This is why this nigga is raising his hand, other than the money, because you know he getting that bag. It was probably 200 M's. I don't know, but this nigga don't want to fight no black fighters, man. The nigga raising his hand for this shit. The nigga asked for the same amount of money to fight David Benavidez, and he getting it against this nigga. You think he would have took that 200 million to fight David Benavidez? No. No, he would not have. But he taking it against a guy who's small, who he feel like he got an advantage over. This is the type
I,
of nigga
I
this is.
think
Why
He
would I
know
give him
he
credit?
Canelo
he know he probably don't have no chance against Benavidez.
I think
To be
Canelo
honest,
would have fought Benavidez if he with this turkey deal if he never went to 175.
I don't. I'm hard.
I don't think he'll
Man, I
fight
know.
Benavidez at
I
all.
don't think he would afford him for. Yeah, it's the fact that he fighting this shit. He like, yeah, I could. He looking at, and that could be another reason why he probably get his ass whooped. But I don't see it happening that he overlooking this nigga. I don't think he is because I even know some of his here. I said I even know so telling him, oh, this, that. So he gonna take this shit serious, nigga.
I nigga talk about easy money though, man. He gotta slip it.
Hey, it's the art of war too is also fucking mom manipulation. Them niggas be acting like, oh yeah, this and that, and then they go and show you something. Like the nigga Pacquiao, how he be shaking niggas hand in the way in and all that, and then he go whoop
Yeah,
them. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
That's part of this shit too, man.
Yeah, it is. The
yeah.
nice guy role.
Yeah,
Bro,
the nice guy
if
shit.
Bud was easy money, he wouldn't have needed so much money to take the fight. He been cherry picking for a long time, but he been cherry picking and fighting people that we ain't even want to see him fight.
Including this, no, for me, including this shit. I don't want to see this shit.
But this is a bigger fight, a bigger name, a dude who's
Yeah.
more
This
established
fight
with
definitely
the.
bigger than Benavidez.
I think
It's not bigger than Benavidez,
I
bro.
want
Come
to
on, I'm
see it.
not
No,
saying
it's
that.
not
I'm
bigger
saying
than
it's bigger than
Benavidez.
John Ryder though. It's
It's
bigger than them
definitely a
type of
big
fights.
He don't
it's
want to fight
definitely bigger than
Benavidez. He don't
Benavidez
want to
fight,
lose
bro.
his status or
Nah,
nothing.
I think,
That's what
damn,
that is.
that's a tough one. I think it's an argument there that this could be. I ain't gonna lie. I think this is an argument, Slick. That I really think so. And that's an
Yeah.
argument that this could be bigger, bro. Or at least,
Yeah,
or at
yeah,
least,
with the
or at
hope
least.
of Benavidez not happening. But if right now, if there was a smell of, hey, that Benavidez deal on tape, he about to sign, it's gonna take
But
all
the
steam
reason,
from this fight.
but the reason why I say I think it's an argument that it could be equivalent or bigger is because I think more people know of Terence Crawford than Benavidez.
For
So
You
I
sure.
think
think, and
so?
then
And
But
it's
yeah,
see,
I
but
think so.
the race
now
factor
look
plays
out,
a role.
yeah.
And
But you talking about American wise, we know Canelo following is Mexico, bro. Soon as you
race
announce Benavidez, bro, bruh,
it don't matter how you put it,
that's
race
gonna be
is gonna
huge.
sell. Mexican versus black is bigger than any other
That's the
That's
fight.
gonna
biggest, yeah.
be
That's always
huge.
gonna
That's gonna be
sell.
so huge. But think about it. Right now, we still bringing up Benavidez's name versus him. If tomorrow Turkey came
definitely a
out
better
said
fight.
if Turkey come out tomorrow on Twitter as he does and say, "Yo, we got the deal done for Canelo after Bud he fighting Benavidez," it's gonna take a lot of steam off of this fight, fam.
Nah,
A
Crawford
lot
way
of
more
steam off of this
established
fight,
and way more popular than Benavidez, bro.
huh?
Crawford way more established. He got more credibility and he more known than Benavidez.
Among, among
I don't
certain
think it'll
groups,
take
but
the
the
steam
Mexicans
off
gonna ride with themselves, bro. It's been proven time after time.
No,
Is
like
is
because
what,
people
what
gonna
you
want
mean?
to see if he makes it to that fight.
How
And
so?
then on
When
top of that,
yeah,
that's for supremacy right there, not
bro,
legacy supremacy. Who's the king of Mexico now?
how can you
Who?
say the Mexicans have this proven time after time when the highest ratings are from a black and a Mexican or a black and a white or a
Right, but
black
I'm saying, but
and a
who? I
Filipino?
just asked the question earlier on this panel, did I not? If who would y'all rather see fight, Bud or Benavidez? The whole panel said who.
I'll take either one of them. If he ain't gonna fight Benavidez, I would have wanted Benavidez, but if he ain't gonna fight Benavidez, I'd rather watch Crawford than
There
anybody
you
else.
go. You would rather fight Bud as the afterthought. Then you would have took the
Not
Benavidez first.
necessarily, bro. Either one don't
I would.
matter to me because they
I'm
both
not
good fighters.
discrediting Bud. What I'm saying is, it's more likable to watch a person fight somebody in their weight class than
exactly.
someone not.
I'm,
That's
but
all
I'm
I'm saying.
I'm more hyped
Now,
for
me
this
personally,
than
I
I
like
would
the
be.
fight. I'm the opposite of AM. I like the fight. I like that Bud daring to be great because if he accomplishes this shit, you can't help but have him in your top 5.
But
You
then, man,
but
oh
that's
man,
me. That's my fan side of it though. But
but
me being
Hey,
logical, I know this is gonna be
we
his toughest fight to date,
we wouldn't
and it
have
ain't
all
gonna be
these
easy.
lives. We wouldn't have all these lives, all these videos, all these interviews, all like this all the time if it was Benavidez. It'd be some, but it
Mhm.
wouldn't be this much
Big
traction with the
facts. It
fight.
wouldn't be this much of a question.
Are
Yeah,
you?
Straight up, we expected Benavidez to walk through Canelo
yeah.
I don't
It
believe
yeah,
wouldn't
that
get it
because
wouldn't get
before
as much
Bud name came in
traction.
the picture, that's all everybody was talking about was them fighting.
Yeah, but
because
Bud
Benavidez
here,
looking
bro.
like the best thing at 168 when he
There
was
you
at
go. Now
168.
you get there. You go. Now you ask my question. So he was the best thing for Canelo time. Everybody was talking about it. Everybody was talking about that before Bud even got interjected
It's a
into
big
this.
fight, but I don't think it's bigger than Crawford.
Now that it's been announced, no. But before then, would you have said that?
I mean, I wanted the Benavidez fight, but he not taking it obviously. So
Right. So it's the biggest fight now. But before then, what nobody think about Bud fighting Crawford? Nobody
no,
talking
I'm
about that.
just saying though, like side by side, this fight is bigger than Benavidez, regardless of who want to see Benavidez. I'm way more in tune than I would be for the Benavidez fight. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like a lot of channels and a lot of people are more in tune than this than they would be for Benavidez. And I feel like it is. I don't think Benavidez and Canelo would be in the stadium. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm. If it was turkey money, it would be. You know,
a
he like the
Canelo
stadium.
win. Don't put Bud top 5. Yeah, that's for you. That nigga gonna be the greatest of all
That
time. Do
nigga,
this
boy,
shit.
he do this shit. That's crazy. 3-time undisputed and go up and beat 2 weight divisions, beat the man. Come on, bro.
Especially depending on how he get the win too. It matters.
For real.
That's
If he
I think I
Context.
think it's gonna be a I think it's gonna be
That's
a
true.
like a he gonna put on a high level performance
and
just
if
based
he
on the footwork. I just don't see Canelo
Oh,
because
not Canelo.
Canelo took the fight because they Eddie Minoso was like after the Madrimov fight he doesn't move as much as he used to.
if he TKO Canelo, I got Bud probably second of all time because I got Ali Floyd, but I'm gonna put him over Floyd if he TKO Canelo. I got Ali Floyd. I mean Ali Bud then Floyd.
Not gonna lie, the only one to put themselves in a but it was in the same weight class though. But the only one who put himself in a lose situation, man, was goddamn
Sugar Ray Leonard.
my not I'm not saying the only one, but um as it pertains to Ali and Floyd, Floyd ain't put himself in a situation where like, oh, we thought he was gonna lose. Ali did, you know, and he came up out of that.
Mm-hmm.
Bud is
Yeah,
doing that in this situation, bro. If he come up out of it, bro.
Yeah, Sugar
yeah.
Ray did too.
Sugar Ray
No,
too.
I'm
Yeah,
saying no. I'm not
Sugar Ray
saying he
came up
didn't.
2 weight
I'm
division.
no. I'm not saying he didn't. I'm saying because I think at the top of the list is Ali and Floyd. I got Ali. You know, whoever
Yeah,
got
yeah.
Floyd, whatever, you
yeah,
know.
yeah.
But I'm saying between those two, you know.
And it's crazy that Canelo and Hagler got like the same record. I think Canelo got one more win over him, but it's damn near identical, same record.
Yeah, it's a couple fights
That's
Floyd could
crazy.
have took, but he still looked great, man. That nigga just.
Yeah.
I just when he turned to Money May, I just never felt satisfied with his fights. Till later, after he retired, I watch him back like, yeah, he was really great. But at the time, I was like always pissed off because I wanted to see him get a knockout. You know what I'm saying? I never
Yeah.
felt satisfied.
Yeah, that's it.
And
His
it
his
was to a
hands
point.
was beat up.
It was a point in that Canelo fight. We was looking like, oh, we might have got to stop. I ain't gonna lie. I was watching that shit. But I was like, oh shit, because he was
Yeah,
backing him up. Bro. I'm like,
Yeah, he
he was
oh
was.
piecing
shit.
him
It
up.
looked like Canelo was like, you know how people were saying like Devin Haney looked like he was about to just stop fighting, like he was gonna quit against
Yeah.
Loma. I was like, oh, kind of looking like that a little bit for Canelo at one point. But nah, he ain't. He ain't do shit. But he ain't.
Whoever said Ali, then Tyson, then Floyd, then probably Oscar. That definitely in my top five.
Nah, Tyson should be nowhere near motherfucking top 10 all time. Man.
Nah. And I would put Roy higher too, but he just took too many losses at the end of his career. He should have retired after the Ruiz fight.
Okay, I don't know. I ain't gonna count the losses, man. Roy was that dude, bro.
Yeah, Prime Roy was
Roy was that dude too, where a lot
unbeatable.
of people didn't want to fight him at the time they're supposed to fight him. Promoters didn't want to fuck with him because he was gonna upset their cash cows and all sorts of shit, bro. Roy went through some shit.
Nobody being Prime Roy, but that's a
Roy
nigga.
was the truth, bro.
Nobody
Yeah,
being Prime
yeah.
Roy.
Roy was the first. I ain't gonna say first fighter, but since I've been alive, like in the '90s, that betted on himself. You know what
You
I'm
think
saying?
he would have beat Joe Calzaghe in his prime?
With that Kawasaki fight, yeah, he'd have beat
Yeah,
Kawasaki, bro.
yeah.
I'm not a fan of Kawasaki. I can't stand the way that nigga punch. He punched like a cat.
He be busting niggas up though, bro. He be
That
throwing
little
hella
slap
punches.
punch he be doing, that shit be fucking me up, bro. I can't stand
He
that
be
shit.
stinging niggas though. Like how he beat Jeff Lacey, that solidified him.
Oh my god,
Hey, I
bro.
appreciate y'all. I gotta get
You
up
hear
out
me?
of here though.
All right, man.
Right on.
Love.
All right, for sure. Thanks for having us, bro.
Yeah, you ain't never lied about that.
We've been on here 5 hours.
Who jumped off? Oh, that was North Star. But
Yeah,
yeah, man, I'm about to shut it down, man. Y'all already know, man. We gonna be back at it again eventually, man. Thank
yeah,
all y'all
man.
brothers for coming, man. Thank everybody who came up, gave their opinion about it, man. Y'all know my stance on it, man. I think Bud biting off a little bit too much more than he could chew right now, man. This situation, man. My opinion's been the same for about a year now. And I don't. There's nothing that has convinced me that what I think gonna happen, it'll be otherwise. But
Hey,
I could
dude,
be
If if,
wrong.
you
I
if
could be wrong.
Canelo
I could be
win, if
wrong.
Canelo win, AM ain't gonna want no cinnamon rolls. He ain't gonna want no
No,
Cinnabon. He
no,
ain't
I
gonna
ain't
want
throwing
nothing
no
cinnamon. Fuck
party,
that
none of
shit.
that shit. But my face and my reaction gonna be the same one it was when I'm telling you, niggas was telling me Jamel, and I'm not saying you, anybody on here.
Yeah,
yeah,
Like
yeah.
I,
I definitely
when
think
niggas was telling
Canelo.
me that Jamel was gonna win because Canelo ain't looking the same and all that shit, he looked trash against John Ryder, and the nigga Canelo didn't even have a stool in his corner and stood up the whole fight and destroyed that man, and then everybody's
mhm,
face was just like, oh
I
shit,
I picked Canelo.
right.
I picked
I'm
Canelo
just
to
saying,
beat
man.
Charlo. I picked Benavidez to beat Andrade, and I picked Ryan to beat Devin. Even though he cheated, it don't really count. But I did pick him, so I'm definitely not a race man.
Hey, you on the roll, man. Hopefully, still a roll with this one. I think this the one you're gonna be wrong, brother. But we'll see, man. But
Yeah,
thank y'all, brothers, man. I'm gonna shut it down, man.
for sure.
Right
Peace
on. I
out.
appreciate you, fam.
Yeah. Well, it was another good live, man. Y'all make sure y'all go sub to my channel, Boxaholic. It's a red logo. It's white letters and it's red around it. That's my other YouTube channel. I don't know, man. This YouTube thing is hard to stay consistent, man. I may drop some more content over there, but there is some really good content over there to still watch and check out that y'all will enjoy. That aged pretty well. It's one that may not age well. And that's the Terence Crawford and Canelo breakdown that I had. My reasons for why I think Canelo is gonna win the fight. I hope he don't win. In some ways, I'm praying on his downfall for the bullshit he's been doing. Not fighting Benavidez, a fight that I really wanted to see. Big Benavidez fan, I am. But he's not giving us that. Instead, he's choosing to fight Terence Crawford, who's a smaller fighter. Now, like I said before, I'm really disappointed that a lot of the Terence Crawford fans are giving this shit fuel to the point where if Canelo does win, he has to get credit, which he shouldn't get credit for this sucker shit that he's doing, right? But I think the reputation of Terence Crawford is really preceding him in this situation where like people are gonna give Canelo credit for, it, and I don't think he deserves any credit for bringing this smaller man up. You know what I'm saying? And everybody's assuming he's gonna be the same fighter he was at 147, which that was the best of him that we seen on a 10 fight KO streak. And that's just not the same fighter we're gonna see in this fight, bro. This it's too many dynamics. There's nothing really gonna be in his favor. You know, I think he's the more skilled fighter, but skills don't always pay the bills, especially when you fight somebody who also has skill and they're bigger than you significantly at this point. I just think we gotta put everything on the table if we're gonna make our picks and make them with logic, man. You know, it's hard to just assume that somebody's gonna do this and do that, and they never campaigned in a weight class that is significantly bigger than any weight classes that they had for that. Nobody's putting this stuff in their head because the legend of Terence Crawford is becoming bigger and bigger and bigger every time he fights. Just like I compare it to Kobe Bryant. Now that Kobe Bryant has passed, there's nothing you can say wrong about the man. Nothing. You can't give him no criticism as it pertains to the sport that he was great at. You can't give him none. It's unlike how when he was alive and you could, come up with criticism to say this and this and that. It's to a point where people now have him in the GOAT conversations after he passed away. When I wasn't really hearing much of that, he was getting his respect. He was getting his just due. He was getting his top 5, top 10 conversations. But now he's in the GOAT discussion, right? That's the legend. That's the myth. He never missed a game-winning shot. All of these things. This was happening to Terence Crawford before our very eye. My favorite fighter. I'm glad he's getting the just due and he's got the stardom that he's got now and all the attention on him now. You know, people didn't believe in him against Errol Spence. Now he's got all the attention. Now all the Errol Spence fans are believers. To a point where he beat that dude. He beat that dude, Errol Spence. Errol Spence was cold. They thought nobody could beat Errol Spence. They thought he's the big bad wolf. And Terence Crawford slayed the big bad wolf. He slayed the dragon. Now y'all can't tell them nothing about Terence Crawford. I just hate when it gets to that place where to say that somebody could beat Terence Crawford sounds like some crazy shit out of a movie or something, like a nigga just saying some bullshit. You know, and I know it sounds like it's hard to understand coming from an actual fan of him that saying that he could be beat is like, oh, what? They look at you like you betrayed them or something. But no, I'm in my mind, I'm looking at it unbiased. I think respecting the weight class is what I'm doing. Respecting what Canelo Alvarez brings to the ring. Respecting that he's going up against somebody smaller than him. That y'all keep saying they're the same size and all this shit. That they're not. Terence Crawford said it out of his own mouth on July 4th or something on the Hot 97 interview. No, it was a TMZ interview actually. Where he said Canelo's too big. He said this shit. And somebody got in his mind, and now he's saying Canelo, we the same height, and all this shit that y'all saying. Now he gave wind to the shit y'all saying. Now that he confirmed it. Oh yeah, we the same height. Nigga, Roy Jones and Mike Tyson was the same height. Do that mean they the same size? Hey, we gotta stop with that. Oh, they got the same arms. Man, y'all know what this is, man. But until next time, man, I'm gonna see y'all, man. It was a great live, man. Go subscribe to Boxaholic. That's my shit. You know what I'm saying? Good content over there. Great content to watch. I should be dropping new content over there in a minute. Don't hold your breath, because, you know how I be. I'll be in and out with this shit, But until next time, y'all.
Finding those levels, too. Look at that 4-punch combination. Crawford has just stopped Sean Porter.
This fight is over. What an impressive knockout.